Well, hello everyone, and a very warm welcome to Snetterton and this 23 race programme that's organised by the 750 Motor Club. We're running on the 300 circuit this weekend, and we have 11 races coming up for you today, including 2 before the lunch. Whether you're watching on the live stream or here at the circuit, welcome. Good to have you with us for this 750 Motor Club event. You'll hear from Josh Barrett, Matt Suckling and myself, Ian Simon, during the course of the weekend's racing. And we'll be getting underway very shortly with the first of 2 races today for the Armed Forces Race Challenge. But as I say, we're on the 300 circuit this weekend, and looking forward to a very busy day of racing around this 4.8 kilometre circuit, with lots and twists and turns. This particular layout, a decade or so old now. The weather forecast for today is mainly dry, possibility of showers a little bit later on this afternoon. There's a bit of a breeze. The sun is out at the moment though, so fingers crossed that that rain stays away for today. So yes, 11 races today, 2 of which are before the lunch break. We've got the Armed Forces Race Challenge and the 750 Motor Club Bike Sports Championship coming up after that. Then 9 more after the lunch break, with races for BMWs, Renault Clios, Formula V, low-cost MX-5s and F1000, among other things. And if you want all of the information about the day's racing, then you can download a digital programme by heading to the 750 Motor Club website, 750MC.co.uk, 750mc.co.uk. There you'll find a link to the race programme, which will have all of the entry list, the timetable and all of the information that you need to help your enjoyment of the weekend's racing. You'll also be able to get the live timing as well by going to 750mc.co.uk. There'll be a link to the live timing there as well, which will also enhance your enjoyment of the weekend's racing. But we're going to start today's action with a very busy grid of cars for the Armed Forces Race Challenge. And the cars I can see from my commentary box window are coming out onto the circuit now to line up for what will be a 20-minute race. They'll have a green flag lap as well, but a very busy grid of cars that we have for this one. So we'll see if we can bring the grid to you. So we'll bring you the grid for this in just a moment.
Yeah, good afternoon, Ian. Good to be at Snetterton on what is currently a sunny day, which I don't think we were quite expecting, and with this big grid, and it's a big paddock, a full paddock from the 750 Motor Club, which is fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely right, and great to have this great big field of cars in the Armed Forces Race Challenge to start the action today as well. We've got on the front of the grid there the BMW E46 M3 of Paul Cook, and besides him Simon Wing in the small but mighty Peugeot 205 GTI as well. Great variety of cars across a number of different classes, which are based on a power to weight ratio split. If you've not seen the Armed Forces Race Challenge before, it's primarily for drivers that are in the military or veterans of the Armed Forces, but guest drivers are allowed as well. And leading the championship coming into this weekend, it's Blair Thompson in his Honda Civic from Mark White, who was successful at Croft last time out, and Paul Waterhouse is 3rd in the points. And the points in this championship are based on a performance index, which is a measure of consistency during the race rather than the overall finishing position. There's also a Graduates Championship as well. That's for some of the cars in their own dedicated class for 116i BMWs. There's also a Novice Championship as well. Jack Ajewski is leading both of those championships as things stand after 2 meetings so far. And there's also the Armed Forces Race Challenge Teams Championship as well, where the Army, Navy and Marines, the RAF and the veterans all compete, and the Army are topping the table by just 3 points at the moment, by 2,317 to 2,314 from the RAF. So that's how things stand coming into this weekend. You can see the grid filling up on screen now and filling up beneath our commentary box as well. 40 cars that we had out in qualifying, headed by Paul Cook, who did a 2 minutes 9.44 second lap in his BMW E46 M3. He was about 3.5 seconds faster than was Simon Wing in the Peugeot 205 GTI car number 108. Which is alongside him on the front of the grid.
It's a super varied grid as well, isn't it, from the Armed Forces Racing Challenge? Like you mentioned there, 2 very different cars on the front row, and that just really continues all the way through the field with front rear-wheel drive cars as well, and then some much more production cars, and then some much more highly modified machines too. So a fantastic entry, and the Armed Forces Racing Challenge just seems to get stronger and stronger as time goes on.
That's right as well, and you'll see the car on the inside of the third row of the grid there, closest to the pit wall. That's David Russell in the BMW E36, and that's quite an innovation, because that car is running on synthetic fuel. Here, but it's also part of the RAF Astra project, and it's all about trying to find more sustainable ways to do things. In this case, this is fuel in a race car, but it will also have applications for all of kinds of other things within defence and within the military as well, and of course applications elsewhere in motorsport too. So it's a fascinating innovation, that, and lots of data being analysed to see how the synthetic fuel compares with the more conventional fuels, fossil fuel based fuels that are being used by the rest of the cars on the grid, of course. So the green flag lap getting underway, Josh.
Yeah, and going to that point, this immediately early in this project shows you how similar or synthetic fuels can be, because
Yes.
David Russell is on pole position within Class C, which is based on a power to weight ratio formula. David Russell, I think, who won every race pretty much last season within that class. We haven't seen him up to this point this year, and immediately he's gone quickest in that class. So it shows you that synthetic fuels is the way forward, not just to make a friendly, much more friendly for the environment, but also it's just as quick as more traditional forms of fuel as well. So really, from the outside, you wouldn't notice any difference.
So cars off onto their green flag lap then, being headed around by Paul Cook with Simon Wing alongside him on the front rows. That's 126 and 108. Second row is going to be the 65 car of Mark White in his Honda Civic Type R, and Alexander Smith in his Honda Integra Type R. They're both from Class B. Then you've got David Russell, first of the Class B cars on the inside of row 3. That's number 12. Besides him will be the Nissan 350Z. You can see there the orange car of Alex Rivet. On the fourth row, it's going to be 48 Mike Nash in the BMW and 23 Blair Thompson's Honda. Row 5 will be 79 Keith Atwood in the Mini and Jonathan Candler in car 841. That's the Peugeot. Then it's the Ginetta of Peter Dilnut, number 7 on the inside of row 6, besides number 113, which is Paul Chapman's Renault Clio. And then on to row 7, you'll find Simon Frohman in the Ginetta and Jasmine Norman in the Audi. That's 33 and 27 on the 7th row. The 8th row will be 15 Gavin Aldworth in the MR2 and Luke Arpino, number 22 in the MX5. Row 9 is going to be 935 James Flint in the Ford Fiesta and 66 Scott Townsend in another Fiesta. Then on the 10th row, busy old grid this, we're only halfway through it, 230 Paul Waterhouse in the Peugeot 306 and Doug Inglis on not actually class pole position, second in class this time behind Peter Dilnut, usually a class front runner in number 1 in the Mazda MX-5. Then row 11, you've got 62 Paul Martin Jones Holden Commodore, 34 Sean Graham in the Sultan Low Cost, Graham Moss in 26 in the Mazda MX-5, so Gareth Moss in the MX-5, and Trevor Hancock in the Peugeot 206 are on the 12th row, that's 26 and 16. The 13th row, 44 Richard Phillips in the BMW, 57 Simon Vernon Mazda MX-5. Then at row 14, 221 Andy Bicknell in the BMW, and 49 Brian Watson in the Peugeot. Row 15 is 125 Nick Hill in the BMW, and 35 Richard Brown's MR2. Row 16 is going to be 72 Andrew Holmes in the MGB Roadster. And Ian Cooper, number 51 in the Daewoo Nexia. Yes, you heard that right. And then on the 21st row, the 20th row is going to be 305 Kieran Lambourne and number 4 Emma Ockenden in the 116s. So 40 cars we have, Josh, and it's taken nearly a full lap of to get through all of that lot.
Yeah, so one, it's a very big grid, like we were saying, but equally it's a very varied grid, which is fantastic news. But we aren't going to get the car from pole position actually on the grid here.
No, Paul Cook is heading down the pit lane. It looks like he's going to start the race from the pit lane, so that's a problem. Or he's just decided to give himself a little bit more of a challenge, because he was quite a lot faster than everybody else in qualifying this morning. It remains to be seen, but that will be a point of interest to watch Paul Cook coming through from the pit lane, possibly in car 126. It also leaves a gap conveniently for Chalky White, doesn't it? Number 65 in his Army Motorsport, the yellow and black Civ. Second row of the grid. If he can try and find a way past Simon Wing's Peugeot at the start of this race, he could stand himself in good stead.
Yeah, Mark White won the 2 races last time out at Croft. It was Paul Cook who won the 2 races on the road at Silverstone back in April. Don't think we've seen much of Simon Wing this season, but he is pretty quick in that Peugeot. He was half a second quicker than White in qualifying. So a good battle perhaps between those two, and then there'll be lots of dices all the way through this 40-car field that we will look out for over the 20-minute race.
I've got a yellow flag being waved because the Alex Smith Integra has got its door open. There's a marshal hopping over the barrier as well. Yeah,
I don't know if they were just picking something up there, were they?
Okay, yes, I think it's because the marshal was on the circuit. I think some of the drivers have open their doors to let a bit of air in. It's quite a warm day here, certainly a day for wearing shorts, I would suggest, down there if you're in the pit lane. And we will have got the start delayed board, so whether we then get another green flag lap or not remains to be seen.
Not really sure now as to why, because there's no... Except the doors open, like you say, but that may be after drivers. Now we've got a 1 minute board.
Yeah, so it might be that we get another green flag lap. We are going to get another green flag lap out of all of this, which gives us some more time to appreciate these cars as they head around for the start of their race, which will be, when it gets going, it's scheduled to be a 20-minute race. Obviously we do... It's a relatively long lap, this, Josh, isn't it, for a green flag lap? 3 miles in length. Even the fastest times in qualifying was well over 2 minutes. So obviously, it's you're looking at 4-5 minutes on a green flag lap.
Yeah, that's right. So I think already the clerk of the course has the option, if the green flag lap takes longer than 4 minutes, to start the race clock. So we'll see what happens on this occasion, which... I'm not really sure as to why the start was delayed. It actually takes a long time to get 40 cars lined up.
Yes, it does.
So it seems like whatever the problem was sorted actually probably before the whole grid were lined up anyway. But there we go, we've got another green flag lap. So we can have a look perhaps at some of these cars, whether you're here at the circuit at Snetterton or watching on the Alpha Live stream. There's the Holden Commodore back in action this season. It was out at Croft as well with Paul Martin Jones. It's the car that raced with success in Club Enduro last year, but a new driver on board this season. Just coming through shot there is a newcomer, Jasmine Norman in her Audi TT, making her race debut. She's done a pretty good job in qualifying 14th quickest. The 23-year-old who's been built this car, and she's a British Army mechanic, so that's a pretty good way to start your racing career off, Ian. Well up this very large grid.
Yeah, yes, absolutely right. It's good to see her as far up the order as she is, and she'll be very pleased with her debut performance, I should think, in what is a very competitive field. There's some relatively inexperienced drivers, but there's also quite a few people who've been doing this a little while now, so good that she's been able to get a good qualifying position.
And just going through the shot there, we saw the Daewoo, which you made reference to on the grid, which is not a car seen race. It's not really a car I know much about at all, to be honest, but it's great to have Ian Cooper here in this car that he's been track daying for 20 years. So he's only experienced in track days, but now racing this Daewoo. It's near the back of the grid, but it's great to have something different out on the circuit in the times where we get lots of one-make racing. We get a lot of racing which is quite strict. This regulation set means you can bring out cars that you've not seen race ever before and see how it goes.
And that you didn't even know you wanted to see race in some cases as well. Yeah, the Daewoo, an unlikely racing machine, but it's fantastic to see it out. We did see it out, I think, early on in the season on one occasion as well.
Perhaps at Silverstone.
I think it was at Silverstone, because I think Matt was a bit flummoxed by it. Matt Suckling, who was in the commentary box with us on that occasion, he's down in pit lane for us this weekend. Well, I'm sure he'll be completely on top of things as ever. So the cars making their way around through the bomb hole, which is the part of the circuit that we're looking at now. The first cars are already back up to the Murrays. So cars on the grid then, and as again the cars at the front, while they're waiting for the cars at the back to arrive, get their doors open because it must be very warm in the cockpits of these cars. Paul Cook has been, I think, at the end of the pit lane for all of this time, hasn't he? So he's been having a little rest and probably a cup of tea and a chat with the marshals. He's got his door open as well. But hopefully this time we'll be good to go for this first of 2 races today for the Armed Forces Race Challenge, the first of 23 races over the course of this weekend, organised by the 750 Motor Club. It's a busy old weekend of racing, and we're starting with a busy old race because 40 cars we have having qualified for this one, and soon we will be underway. Yes, the 5-second board is now shown. We will be waiting for the lights, which go on now. And out they go, and it's a pretty good start by Simon Wing from the front of the grid. Although having said that, he's got cars either side of him. He's got a Honda to the left, he's got a Honda to the right. It's certainly chalky white in the Honda Civic that looks like he's going to go into the lead of the race, unless Simon Wing in that Peugeot 205 can hang on all the way around the outside there. It looks like they are still more or less side by side, and it looks like it's chalky white that's got the lead as they come down to the Wilson hairpin for the first time. It's the Nissan alongside the Honda for 3rd and 4th position, and you've got a lot of jostling for position a bit further back as well. Heading that little group, you can see, is that number 12 synthetically fueled BMW that we're talking about, possibly about to lose a place to Mike Nash, but there's the battle for 3rd.
I think the Paul Cook situation is all planned because Chris Slater is down there with a stopwatch, and now they release Paul Cook, I think, to make a race out of it for him. So it's almost a bit like a handicap race for Paul Cook, who's not part generally of the Armed Forces Racing Challenge. And there's a secondary car that started in the pit lane. That's the Ginetta G20 of Cy Frowen, who's obviously had a few issues. But everyone now into the race. Those battles up front. There's David Russell. He's involved in the dice with Mike Nash, and he's BMW 330. Blair Thompson, Honda Civic. Keith Atwood's Mini Cooper. And he dives up the inside there into the Oggie's right-hander and makes a move up a position ahead of Blair Thompson. So a position gained there.
And lost immediately.
Right, and Jonathan Candler's Peugeot, another different type of car involved in this battle that heads its way out onto the Bentley straight for the first time. And at the front of the field, it is Mark White then. Chalky White did get himself up ahead of Simon Wing. Problems further down the order. Yeah,
that's Harry Townsend from Cambridge, local driver. In his 116, looks like he's had a moment and gone off onto the grass there. That's coming out of Hamilton, I think, isn't it? that has happened. There's the leader though through the bomb hole then for the first time. He's got Simon Wing pursuing him in second place in that Peugeot 205. Quite a gap back then to Alexander Smith in third place in the Honda Integra. He's shaken off for the moment at least the Nissan of Alex Rivette, who is in fourth place. And then in fifth it's David Russell, and there is Harry Townsend. Looks like he's pulling off the circuit completely now, Josh.
And a challenge for the lead going up across the line because Simon Wing's Class A Peugeot has a little bit more power. But by the end of the straight, perhaps not enough. So at the end of lap one, it is Mark White that leads, with Simon Wing in second and third Alex Smith, like you say. But then it's Alex Rivette, the best of the rest, with Dave Russell hanging on to P5. The rest of the field come through within the top 10. Blair Thompson, Mike Nash, Jonathan Candler, Keith Atwood and Jasmine Norman.
Absolutely right. As we watch the cars heading into Wilson Hairpin for the second time, there is Jasmine in her Audi TT, just ahead of a Ginetta and MR2, and MX-5s in there as well. What great variety we have. There's the Paul Martin Jones Holden Commodore, that's 19th at the end of lap one, and there is number 23 Blair Thompson, who leads the championship coming into this weekend with his results based on performance index, and he's in sixth on circuit at the moment. He is fourth within Class B right now as well.
Paul Cook, by the way, in caught the back of the pack. His 40 seconds delayed start. His chase sort of starts now. He's caught the back of the pack at the end of lap one. Some battling a bit further down the order here, involving the Mazda MX-5 of Luke Aprino, the similar car of Dougie Inglis, who you mentioned earlier, usually the front runner in Class D, but Peter Dill not ahead today in his Ginetta. Also involved in this battle is Scott Townsend in his Ford. A few problems though further back, which Paul Cook is squeezing past.
Yeah, it's just got past Andrew Holmes in the MGB. Alex Waldeck in the Peugeot is also fairly easy work for Paul Cook to get by. So we'll see how many positions he's made up at the end of lap two. But there's the battle for fifth and sixth. It's Mike Nash, sorry, for sixth and seventh that will be. Mike Nash having got ahead of Blair Thompson here, and a problem there for number 79, and that is the car of Keith Atwood, is it not? He's outbraked himself, I think, at Brundle, and I think, is he going to try and resume the race there? He's looking for a gap in the traffic.
Perhaps he would have been advised to use the escape route and gone straight through, but that's why perhaps some people do track walks. Maybe he hasn't ahead of this weekend, and he's trying to rejoin, probably not in the most friendly way, but hopefully he'll be problem-free and he'll be able to carry on while battles carry on up across the line. But for Simon Wing, the driver was in second place. Ian has pulled the Peugeot 205 GTI off the road. Yeah,
looks like he has pulled out of the race. He's not got through as far as the end of lap two, I don't think.
I'd suggest that's on the exit of the Wilson hairpin.
Okay, well, Keith Atwood has finally found the escape road, which he suggested in the first place, Josh. He must have been listening in. But it's now Mark White leading by 5.3 seconds then as a result of that. So 65 Mark White from 84, Alex Smith. Alex Rivette now is up to third in number 3. Fourth is number 12, David Russell in the BMW. Fifth is 23, Blair Thompson. And sixth is 48, Mike Nash. As we're watching some of the 116s and indeed that Daewoo Nexia have a scrap a little bit further down the order of Ian Cooper. Have we spotted where Paul Cook has got up to at the end of lap two, though?
18, so he owes about 20 cars just on that last lap. He's done a 2 minutes 10.7, so that's over 3 seconds quicker than the leader.
And he's 38 seconds behind at this stage, behind the leader.
A battle there, Jasmine Norman, she's up to 8th. She's up to 8th now, so this progress from her in her first race and 14th on the grid continues, but she has got a chase with Peter Dill not closing in. He started further back as well, did he not? Well, just ahead of her, 13th on the grid. So they've both made good progress, which would suggest, obviously we've lost Paul Cook's dropped back from his pit lane start, and Simon Wing has retired, but maybe others as well who started a bit further up have had problems and dropped down the order a little. Keith
Atwood's just retired into the pit lane. There's now rain possibly as well for the drivers to contend with. We've heard it spotting up towards the Wilson hairpin, but it's a big old campus this at Snetterton, so it might be raining at one end of the track and not the other. Certainly nothing on our commentary box window at the moment. This is the man in third place. It's Alex Rivette. He's also third in Class B in the Nissan. And out of the race there goes the Toyota MR2 of, which one is that has retired? Is that Richard Brown car.
35, possibly.
Yeah, Richard Brown, MR2 Roadster, I think. Black and white driving standards flag for somebody there. That's likely to be for exceeding track limits at some point of this layout. So 3 laps now completed by the race leader. Mark White, number 65, has extended his lead to 6.6 seconds over the rest of the field. Smith in second, Alex Rivette in third, and David Russell in fourth position. We'll see how many more places Paul Cook has made up, because he's just about to come across the line now. He's ahead of Luca Pino now, so by that reckoning he's up into 11th place, so another 7 places Josh made up on that lap.
Yeah, and he's passed Gavin Aldworth, one of his former Toyota MR2 mates, by the time he gets to Ritchie's. So that's the top 10 now for Paul Cook. He is 32 seconds behind the leader, because on that lap he was 6 seconds quicker than Mark White. Now if we go the full 20 minutes, a win is potentially still on the cards here for Paul Cook, who now dives up the inside of Peter Dillnot's Janetta. So make that 9th position for Paul Cook, and it'll probably be 8th by the time he gets to the next corner.
Yep, so he's chasing after that, number 27, Jasmine Norman, Audi TT, the drive from Melksham, so not too far away from Castle Combe. That would be her local circuit there, and you can see the novice cross on the back of her car, but Paul Cook easily able to pass that Mark 1 Audi TT and move up into 8th place. Yeah,
it's a 1999 car. Sort of don't think the Audi TT was built that long ago, but there you go. With the 1.8 litre turbocharged engine.
Into the pits has come through, the Peugeot 306 of number 25, Alex Waldeck, out of the race as well.
Okay, so Paul Cook 8th now. He's chasing Jonathan Candler, who's up next. It's still Mark White that leads, by the way, in his Honda Civic in 65. From 84, Alexander Smith's Honda Integra. And number 3, Alex Rivette, going well in the Nissan 350Z. He's had 1 podium this season, or on top 3 overall, which was at Croft last time out. Paul Cook up the curves, coming out of the Nelson corner there, out of the S's, and he's pushing on in this E46 M3, which he'll also be racing this weekend in the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, which comes up tomorrow.
He leads Class A at the moment after the demise of Simon Wing as well. Mark White, the overall leader, heads Class B. It's David Russell leading Class C, and Class D being led by Peter Dillnot, as we're about to get a challenge out of our commentary box window for 3rd place up at Ritchie's. With David Russell just about to challenge Alex Rivette. I don't think he could quite make the place work there, but we're watching Paul Cook here. He is closing down now on the 23 car of Blair Thompson, the Honda, and the 48 BMW of Mike Nash.
So last year, David Russell on fossil fuels did a 2 minute 17.23. On synthetic fuels this year, he's on a 2 minute 16.72, and therefore sets a new lap record in Class C.
But not too much to choose between them, interestingly enough. Hearing that they're very similar, right up until you get to the sort of top end of the power range in how they perform. So we're watching the cars head through the left-hander at Palmer, as we do now have some spots of rain on our contract. Not very many, it has to be said. It's not a downpour by any stretch of the imagination, so I don't think it's going to be making too much difference for the drivers at this stage.
Paul Cook in has done a 2.6.47, which is 3 seconds quicker than qualifying, and it's a new lap record in the Armed Forces Racing Challenge, which he set previously in a 2 minutes 7.6, so it's gone over a second quicker than that.
He has indeed, and he's going to make short work, I think, of these the next 2, which will be David Russell and Alex Rivette. We're still watching here the battle for 5th and, or what is now 6th and 7th, isn't it, between Mike Nash and Blair Thompson. Mike Nash, number 48, in the Patron liveried BMW there, and he's now making his way onto the Bentley Straight. There is Paul Cook reeling in those cars that is disputing 3rd and 4th positions at the moment. He is at the start of the lap was 24 seconds behind the lead. It's probably going to be about 17 seconds or something, I would think, by the end of the lap, that he will be behind the race leader with, we think, around about 11 minutes of the race to go.
You mentioned the Daewoo earlier. That's up to 28, so Ian Cooper's been gaining positions, and he's gone 5 seconds quicker than he did in qualifying this morning. Learning
all the time in that underpowered little car. Of course, it was similar to the shape of the Mark II Astra those Daewoo Nexias were based on. Paul Cook, outside our commentary box window, is now up to 3rd place. He's just gone past both the Nissan and the BMW. And
so he's 14 seconds behind the leader, and on the last lap was 9 seconds quicker, because Mark White's lap time was a little bit slower than it has been. So, assuming we get 2 more laps, which we should do, Paul Cook should be able to win this. So, perhaps he needs a bigger penalty than he got for this race.
Maybe, yeah. See what happens for race 2 later on in the day. There's Blair Thompson still, championship leader, as we said, from Mark White and Paul Waterhouse coming into this race. The man that was 4th in the championship, Keith Atwood, we've seen as retired. I think also Richard Brown has had misfortune as well during the course of this race, but it's going pretty well, I think, for the others. Paul Waterhouse is 17th overall at the moment. He's sort of well down the ordering class here, but as we've said, within the Armed Forces Race Challenge, it is consistency that is rewarded with points, not your overall pace. So it's important to have a good, clean race.
Yeah, Blair Thompson at Croft did finish 2nd and 3rd overall there, not so far up the overall order here at Snetterton, but like you said, that doesn't particularly matter. He has been involved in this battle with Mike Nash though in his BMW 330s. They head out of Oggies down towards Williams, the corner that takes you on to the Bentley Straight, the back straight. So a very important corner that to keep your speed up for the long run up towards the Brundle Nelson S's, and that is where they will arrive now, with the BMW going underneath the BMW sponsored bridge for Mike Nash, who's there in what is 6th position, and still ahead therefore of Blair Thompson, and if anything has got a slightly larger margin than he had a few moments ago.
Yep, so Nash making his way through the bomb hole out towards Coram and towards the end of this long 3-mile lap here at Snetterton. And as Paul Cook goes across the line again, what's his gap to the lead now? It's less than 7 seconds now. He's up to 2nd place behind Alex Smith. So I would think at some point on this lap we will get a change of lead. So we'll try and keep a lookout for that, as we could see that russet battle going through once again, with Blair Thompson and Mike Nash involved. There is Paul Cook on screen now, Josh.
Yeah, so by the end of the lap, you'd think he would be up with Mark White. So I'm sure Paul Cook will have enjoyed this. I'm sure that he would have been consulted about what was going to happen. Perhaps he suggested it even. And like you say, he's pushing on. The
sponsor's name on the side of the car sums up this drive very well. Quick charge. Well, he's had a quick charge through the field here. He's lapped now the MGB of Andrew Holmes, which is in 31st position, and also one of the 116s. So yeah, it's been a good drive this from Paul Cook. Good fun, I should think, as well.
I think that was Melissa Bexley. He just passed, the 30-year-old mechanic, who was just ahead of Andrew Holmes. Good to see the MG running, because it had a few issues at Croft last month. So we'll get a good view on our next camera angle, how much of a gap is between, oh dear, Mark White and Paul Cook. We won't, because that camera sees Cy Frowen's race not get any better in the Ginetta G20 that was formerly raced by Matt Smith with the 750 Motor Club a number of seasons ago. The Ginetta's off now at Bombhole, which is a real shame.
Looks like he's getting back out into the race. A couple of Ginettas on the grid, though, this weekend, which is not far as off how many there were at Cadwell Park last weekend for the Ginetta G-Fest, but never mind that. As we watch now the 28 car, which is the Melissa Bexley car, and Andrew Holmes battle.
The two leaders are nose to tail as they go into Coram. Here they are, around the outside. Is that the Daewoo?
That's the Daewoo, yeah.
So I've seen it now properly. But White still ahead of Cook, but he won't be, I don't think, by the time they get to the line.
No, on the power Paul Cook will get. He is alongside, and he is about to go past. Possibly slightly stopped by some back markers ahead, but so he had to be mindful of those. But he has got through now. So with 4 minutes or so on the clock, Paul Cook from the pit lane takes the lead of the race. He just puts a lap on the David Bryce George Mini Cooper S there, number 42. So as Cy Frowen, who have that spin a moment to go in the Ginetta, now down the pit lane.
I think that Mini I may have seen at the Isle of Wight at the beginning of the season doing the sprint on the seafront. I'd have to check that back in my notes, but it looks familiar. Anyway, Paul Cook leads, and what should be the penultimate lap, shouldn't it? Assuming we go the full 20-minute distance. There's the Mini, which will have already been lapped, I should think, yes, by Mark White. But this is, I think, a novice cross on the back we've seen for David Wallace Jones, and he's got a BMW behind him. which he's just got past, which I think... no, he's just ahead of Nick Hill, one of the shared cars, isn't it? Because Nick Hill sharing that car with Matthew Davison over the course of the weekend.
There's the Daewoo for Daewoo lovers, and I'm sure there's many of them tuned in. That was a good long look at it. There it is, the 51 car of Ian Cooper. So you can see, yes, it is reminiscent of the Astra Mark II body shape.
And this one does run a Vauxhall engine as well.
Yeah.
So novice cross on the back for Ian Cooper. We mentioned earlier, from track days to circuit racing. Done track days for 18 years. Obviously thought that's enough of just doing track days, but going racing as well now. And there's Alexander Smith, who is now a long way ahead of Alex Rivette.
Yes, who's still there in the background, isn't he? You could see, but he was 10 seconds or so behind Smith.
Who's still involved in the battle with David Russell. That's been a race-long battle for what is now 4th position overall. But there's Alexander Smith then in the Honda Integra. He's had a 2nd position as his best result this season, which was in the 2nd race at Croft.
Yeah, I think it was a non-finisher in the first race there, wasn't he, from memory. The checkered flag has gone out now, so it's gone out a little bit earlier. So Paul Cook has taken the win from in 2nd place. Oh, and a late spin there for Alex Smith. Now, has he managed to get it sorted out in time to still hold on to 3rd place? I think he probably has. So Alex Smith is going to go across the line now to take 3rd place. There he goes. So not too much harm done for him. 4th and 5th's been fairly close race long, and it still is at the end. The day between them, there's a bollard that someone has knocked out of position there.
Alex Smith, I'd suggest.
Possibly.
I think, I'd imagine he lost it on the exit of Coram before he got into Murray's. More cars up across the line, including Jonathan Candler, who finished just behind Mike Nash and Blair Thompson, who are in 6th and 7th positions. 9th position is going to go the way of Jasmine Norman. Then Peter Dilnott will win in Class D, and therefore beats Dougie Inglis over the course of the race by a decent margin. Between them will be Paul Chapman, who's in another of the shared cars today. He shares that Renault Clio with Ben Moore, and Luke Arpino will complete the first dozen in this 8-lap race for the Armed Forces Racing Challenge. We will see these again later on this afternoon for another 20-minute race. We've got a busy programme over the course of today because there's 8 categories to look forward to. Here at Snetterton today we're using the cut through to Parc Ferme. So you can see now the marshal at Palmer will guide the drivers into Parc Ferme and towards Matt Suckling. So probably the leaders will be with Matt before everybody else takes the checkered flag. But let's take a look at the results as they are.
Yeah, indeed. So Paul Cook, it was on the back of the grid, won the race in number 126 BMW. 8 laps completed for him. 2nd was number 65, Mark White. He was 6.13 seconds behind. 3rd was number 84, Alex Smith, despite that spin at the final corner, 22 seconds behind the leader. 4th, number 3, Alex Rivette, 29 seconds behind the lead. Then 5th was a class winner, David Russell, number 12, winning Class C. Mark White won Class B, by the way. 6th, number 48, Mike Nash. 7th was 23, Blair Thompson. 8th was 841, Jonathan Candler. 9th was 27, Jasmine Norman, a very promising debut for her. And 10th, number 7, Peter Dilnott, our Class D winner, ahead of Paul Chapman, Luke Arpino, Dougie Inglis and Scott Townsend. And a lot of cars to get through here. You can see Gavin Oldworth, 15th. Paul Martin Jones in the Holden was 16th, ahead of Paul Waterhouse, who's always goes well. James Flint, Trevor Hancock and Gareth Moss round out the top 20, and we'll let this scroll through because there's another screen still of finishers to get through, and some non-finishers as well, including Cy Crow and Richard Brown, Keith Atwood and Simon Wing, sadly, in the Peugeot 205 that started on the front row of the grid. So we've got the cars heading into Parc Ferme. As Josh correctly says, we'll see them hopefully for the full 20 minutes a little bit later on in the day. Obviously a slightly reduced race distance for that one because of the extra green flag lap that we had to have. I'm just looking to my right and I can see that Matt's starting to gather drivers in, so I think very shortly we'll be able to head down to him. In fact, we can go down to him right now. Matt Suckling for the first time today. Let's hear from you with the successful drivers in the Armed Forces Race Challenge.
Thanks, guys. Yep, down here with our winners then from the first race of the day at Snetterton. We're going to have a quick chat with our race winner, not Paul Cook because he's in the invitational class, but we'll have a quick chat with Mark White, who's going to come and join us now. Mark, well done. You had a charging Paul Cook coming from behind, but you knew what you had to do, really.
Yeah, he was always going to come past me. He did gentlemanly thing and started from the pits, but it's an outright Class A, top of the class E46 M3. I'm in a Class B Civic, so we're not really competing against each other, but the car did well. Yeah, it was good outing.
Yeah, good run around Snetterton today. A few spots of rain. I don't think that kind of confused you at all, did it?
No, not really. It bizarrely was hitting the bottom of the windscreen, and I wasn't sure if it was coolant coming out of the engine, but it was obvious towards the end that it was just a little bit of rain. But yeah, it was fine.
A busy day today, of course. There's 40 plus cars on the grid, so a few bits of traffic to work your way through.
Yeah, mainly the 116s, I think, the Class D cars. I didn't come around to lapping anything, I don't think, that was in Class C or above, so just the lower stuff, but that's all right.
Good stuff. Another race to come later on. Good luck for that one.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
There we go. Mark White down here. We're going to have a quick chat with David Russell, who's going to join us as well. He won his class in his number 12 BMW. Well done, David. Good race there for you. How did you find it?
Yeah, it felt all right. It felt okay. The car's been through a lot of changes over the winter. It's now running on fully synthetic fuel supplied by P1 Racing Fuels. So the car's completely new to me, and I've just recovered from a double broken leg. So 5 months out of the seats sort of paid its toll on me. But yeah, the race went great. The car's been converted to synthetic fuel as part of an RAF Astra initiative to try and see how synthetic fuel affects internal combustion engines, emissions, power, maintenance, reliability, and then we can feed that data back through the RAF, and hopefully they can see that synthetic fuel is the future.
And this is, we understand, probably one of the first ones we've seen on the circuit, and there's possibly another one on the way?
Yeah, it is, yeah. So as far as we're aware, it's the first one in the UK at club level motorsport, proper level motorsport, running on synthetic fuel. But there is another one on the way, because it's always good to have redundancy and a comparison. So that's the plan with that car anyway. So yeah, and the whole project's called Project Flywheel. You can find us online, and it'd be good to hear from you.
And with the switch over, any major changes? I think you've got the quickest lap in your class, which is a new record for that.
That's good to know. But the car makes the same power as it did last year, pretty much the same torque as last year. So in terms of the car itself, it's exactly the same theoretically as it was capable of last year. Maybe breaking my legs, maybe quicker, who knows? But it went really well. I think there's a bit more time, but I think that's more me and fettling with the setup. But yeah, it's good.
Well, it hasn't slowed you down.
No, not yet. But hey, there's another race to come yet, isn't there?
Good stuff. Well done, David. Many congratulations on your class win. And we'll have a quick chat as well with Peter Dilnott, who joined us as well. Another class winner. How was the race for you, Peter?
Yeah, it was great. Really good. I mean, the Armed Forces races are always such good fun. Great camaraderie, good sportsmanship, clean racing. And actually, the other thing you get with this is different types of cars. So some of them are much faster in a straight line. Others quicker around the corners. So it calls for good driving from everyone. It was but really good fun as always.
Yeah, multi-class racing, which is always enjoyable. Yeah. But it does mean you have to fight your way through a bit of traffic. You have to watch your mirrors as well.
Yes, you do, absolutely. And I'm typically a bit quicker around the corners, being a bit lighter. Not me personally, but the car obviously. Yeah, it's really good fun. And I thought the standard of driving again was really good today, and great fun. I thought we were going to have some rain at some point. It just started to spit it, and we thought, hang on a minute. But yeah, good.
We'll keep that way till tomorrow.
Absolutely, fingers crossed. Anyway.
Good day around there. You've got another race to come later on. Much of the same you're hoping for?
Yeah, I hope so. A nice clean start, and then try and perhaps have a bit of racing with a few people on the way round. But it's good. And I love Snetterton. I've got to say, it's my local track. I was originally in the army, based up at Watersham, so I live fairly close to the circuit. So home turf for me. So I always enjoy it here.
Good start to the weekend. Well done, Peter.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
There we go then. A chat with our class winners in the Armed Forces Race Challenge, which is the first race of the weekend. More to come from them a little bit later on. Up next, though, we're going to have the first race for the Bike Sports Championship.
Yes, and the cars are formed up on the grid for this second race of the day, which is the 750 Motor Club Bike Sports Championship. There you can see them, those of you watching on the live stream, appearing for what is race 2 of the day. And 15 cars we should have for this Bike Sports Championship, which has already had 6 rounds this season. And coming into this weekend, it is being led by Leon Morel. He has 68 points in total from Class B, and he lines upon pole position today. And he heads number 77, Charles Hall, who has 64 points, who lines up alongside him on the front row of the grid today. It's going to be another 20-minute race, this one. It's going to be a rolling start, so green flag lap into a rolling start for this one. And we will see if we can bring you the full grid for this in just a moment. but should be an exciting race in prospect, Josh.
Yeah, it's good to see a larger grid than we've had for the last couple of rounds, and a much even spread between classes A and B, which is good to see, and I'm sure that will please Leon Morel, because although he does lead the championship, he hasn't been able to pick up maximum scores at the last couple of rounds, and that means when you start to think about drop scores, that does favour Charles Hall a little bit. But before we talk more about that, let's have a look at the grid for the Bike Sports Championship.
Yeah, here it is then. Pole position has gone the way of number 35, Leon Morel from Class B, who leads the championship coming into this weekend. And he has alongside him the leader of Class A in the championship, number 77, Charles Hall in the Mattel. The only Mattel on the grid, the rest of them are Radicals today. On the second row of the grid, it's number 5 on the inside. That's Doug Carter, very experienced driver in the first of the Radical PR6s. Alongside number 73, which is Alistair Smart in a similar car. Row 3 on the inside will have number 11, Philip Brown, and besides him is number 14, first time out, Kenzie Beecroft, first time out in bike sports. Row 4 on the inside is number 60, that's Andrew Gordon, the Radical SR3 RSXX, and 93, Stephen Larkham in the PR6, 86, Stephen Bell, and 6, Ben Scrivens on the 5th row, 24, Ian Charles, and 30, Mark Grayson on row 6. Row 7 is 9, Richard Gilman, and 12, Andrew Fido, and number 23, Dominic Langdon Down, completes the field. So there was actually 2.2 seconds between Morel and Hall in qualifying this morning, but that might not be completely representative, Josh.
Yeah, Charles Hall had problems in qualifying, I think gearbox related, very minor. It was fixed in the session, but by then it was too late really to do a particularly quick lap. And traditionally this year, Charles Hall with the Class A tuned engine is a bit quicker than Leon Morel's Class B standard motorcycle engine, so you'd imagine that Charles Hall will be quicker, but we shall see. And that car has had a couple of problems over the course of the season. It's had a couple of non-finishes, but when it does finish, Charles Hall has won every other race. And as you can see, there's a nearby air show here at Snetterton at Old Buckingham. So in the skies at Snetterton, there is a number of aircraft we expect to see over the course of the afternoon, and we shall enjoy that as well as the racing.
Excellent, that's good to see. But we've got flying in the skies. We're going to have some flying bike sports action as well coming up, because these cars are really quick. The fastest time in qualifying represented a lap time of 96 miles per hour, very nearly. They were a little bit outside the Joe Stables lap record of 149.65 around this Snetterton 300 circuit. We'll see what kind of times we get to during the course of the race. There was those spots of rain in the previous race, but I don't think that's materialised into very much. Rolling start, as I say, for these cars, which are at the moment just heading through Coram. So what will happen here is that the safety car will peel off, and when it does so, the cars will head up to the line in 2x2 formation, and when the lights go out, we will be underway for what should be 20 minutes of racing for this 750 Motor Club Bike Sports Championship, which has been run by the 750 Motor Club for 18 years now, since 2005. Always been largely the preserve of Radicals, but occasionally it's been good to see other manufacturers like Spire in the past and Mattel this season to get in amongst the Radicals. So up to the line they come. The red lights are on at the moment, but as they approach the line, the red lights should go out, and they do, and the race gets underway, and it's immediately Charles Hall that gets his car in front as they head down towards Rich's Corner for the first time. Leon Morel in second. Alistair Smart slots into third place there as they turn their way through Rich's Corner for the first time. Smart then third. It looks like the 11 car in fourth place is that of Philip Brown as they turn their way through the Wilson hairpin. That's the number 93 car, the red car you can see of Stephen Larkham as well, over from the other side of the Irish Sea.
Big moment there for 11, which was Philip Brown, who's been contesting the full season. He's fifth in the championship. He had a big old slide as he went through Palmer. He's there in his fourth position. He's made a good start. Doug Carter dropped away at the start a little bit from his good qualifying this morning. He dropped to fifth position, but expect perhaps Doug Carter to challenge as the race goes on in his Class A machine as the field come through And out of the Augie's corner, making progress there was Andy Fido, who was near the back of the grid, which perhaps we may not expect. So can Andy Fido make progress during the course of this race? He has had a 4th place finish this season, so look out for car number 12, the 60-year-old from North Somerset, making progress.
Top 2 already making quite a break there, though, from Alistair Smart in 3rd position. Philip Brown 4th, as I say. And Doug Carter is dropping back a couple of positions to 5th partway round this opening lap of the race. 15 cars we have, and they sound magnificent, of course, powered by Superbike engines. Here are the top 2 then. It's the Mattel leading of number 77 Charles Hall, from in 2nd place number 35 Leon Morel. Here they are through Murray's, the tight left-hander at the end of the lap. There you can see the 60 going for Andrew Gordon. The spinner is number 12, that's Andrew Fido. Well, we're asking whether he might be able to come through the field, Josh. Well, if he's going to do that, he's made his life a little bit harder.
Yeah, he had gained a couple of spots, but more than that has been lost. For the lead of the race, Leon Morel was challenging there into the hairpin at Wilson, the Justin Wilson hairpin. He was challenging Charles Hall for the lead of the race. Here they are, so Morel going really well here in the Radical SR3 RSX. Leon, who turned 41 last month, I think, is challenging then Charles Hall, the 2020 champion. Leon Morel, the 2021 champion. They're absolutely nose to tail here as they go up to the left-hander at Hamilton. The Mattel, which you'd think might have a little bit more downforce, but Morel dives up the inside. A massive lunge there from Leon Morel to take the lead of the race quite extraordinarily.
Yeah, I wasn't really expecting that, and I don't think Charles Hall was either. So Leon Morel has gone through to take the lead of the race then. They're on to the Bentley Straight now. So Charles Hall, we're gathering points, his thoughts here. Of course, they score points within their individual classes, so they're not actually racing for points, but they are racing for pride and the overall win, and each will want to have the outright victory here. And Charles Hall just had a look up the inside there as they went into the Brundle Nelson complex that time, but decided better of it. I think all the chances will come, though, as they now head through Quorum round towards the end of this 2nd lap of the race. It's number 35, Leon Morel, that leads the way then from number 77, Charles Hall, who raced in single-seaters to quite a high level for a long time and has come back into club racing more recently, and is not far behind as they come across the line this time and is setting himself up for a move into Rich's corner. Is he going to get through on the inside? Yes, he is. So Charles Hall had lost the lead for about half a lap there. He is back in front at the start of lap 3.
Not for long, because Leon Morel comes back down the inside and he goes back through. So the Mattel, that's a bit quicker in a straight line, a bit slipperier through the air with a bit more power, and again therefore powers back past by the time they get to Palmer. But Leon Morel perhaps a bit more confident through the infield section here, especially on the brakes into the hairpins. Let's see if he can do it again, down towards Angostini, and Leon Morel then down the gears. This time Charles Hall is able to at least hold him off at the left-hander Agostini, but of course it was Oggies, wasn't it, last time where Leon Morel made that move in.
That's right, so that's coming up very shortly. Heading through Hamilton now, then it's into the right-hander here at this part of the circuit. Well, this time through, he just follows Charles Hall through, and as they're about to head back onto the Bentley Straight through Williams there, it is still the same order as they head down to Brundle and Nelson. There you can see a bit of a gap this time opening up, I would say, Josh, between Charles Hall and Leon Morel.
Yeah, so now perhaps Hall's got his tyres fully up to temperature, and he's well aware what Leon Morel can do here at Snetterton. We haven't seen this, at least at the last couple of meetings at Anglesey and Croft. Donington Park had a bit of mixed weather conditions, really, didn't it, there, where we had some more strange results. But Charles Hall, who's won 4 times out of 6 this season, then getting away. Meanwhile, there are battles further down the order as well. We had a brief glimpse there of Kenzie Beecroft making his debut in bike sports. He's dropped to the back as well with a problem over the course of the previous lap. He's gained a couple of positions ahead of Richard Gilman and Dominic Langdon. Down for the leader, the gap's only 0.6 of a second still. So this is not over yet, I don't think, as far as Leon Morel is concerned. As they come down, here he comes, down the inside, into the hairpin. This time Hall sees him come in, and therefore is able to defend off the attentions of Leon Morel. So Morel is doing a great effort here to take it to the leader. He's from Nottingham. Is Morel there in 35, who only started racing a few seasons ago after competing in radio-controlled cars, but he's been very quick in this Radical SR3 over the last few seasons. This car that's prepared by Valor Racing, right on the tail, underneath the rear wing of Charles Hall, the leader.
Great race, this isn't it, between these two, and it's being carried out at such a frenetic pace. 1:53.18, the best lap of the race so far, which is slower than qualifying and outside the lap record, but still pretty quick, it has to be said. Good race going on here, and I was just checking, they've both got 7 starters within their class, so they both should be picking up the maximum available points, which hasn't always been the case this season. I think only on one occasion so far has Leon Morel actually been able to pick up the maximum 15 points for win, because he's not had enough starters within his class at previous races, but should both be able to pick up good points here, which is important as the championship is now in its second half. 12-round championship, 6 rounds have gone by, 2 races here. Brands Hatch and the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit will round out the season.
Into Coram, the really long right-hander, and in these downforce cars, it's flat out all the way through the corner. Nothing can separate the two of them. Then down the brakes, down the gears, into the left-hander at Murray's, and then accelerating again. And this is where the Mattel has proved to be a little bit quicker down the straights, but Morel in the tow is able not to fall too far away as we complete 4 laps with half a second between them. They're both in the 53s on that lap. We didn't see a positional change on that lap, but we're on to the 5th lap, and that time Hall carries a lot of speed through Ritchie's, and is that enough to keep him far enough ahead of Morel into Wilson? It is, but then later on the brakes, that is where Morel is certainly better in and brings himself right back with the leader again.
Yeah, he does. Very little to choose between them around the lap. Oh, and he's pushing hardly on Morel. He got the car sideways there going into Palmer. Didn't really lose too much time as a result of that, but he very nearly lost it, I thought. On that particular occasion, so he is right on the limit. I was just trying to cling on with Charles Hall, who possibly just looks a little bit less flustered.
Yes, we will see how the remainder of this race goes. It's a 20-minute race, we're not yet halfway, and again Morel on the inside into Oggies. He can't quite make that work this time, which he did a couple of laps ago. Ever since then, I think Charles Hall, as well as us, have been very much aware of what may come. It's not the race perhaps we were expecting, but it's certainly a race we're enjoying. Someone that's not enjoying themselves is Andy Fido. After that spin, he's into the pit lane, and he is heading back out after being stopped with his team, but he's dropped a lap behind the pack.
So Charles Hall, it is number 77 that still leads, from number 35 Leon Morel in second place. In third position it's number 73 Alistair Smart, fourth is number 11 Philip Brown, in fifth is number 5 Doug Carter, and sixth is number 93 Stephen Larkham, as we are coming up towards the halfway point in this race. As we watch, was that Ben Scrivens we just saw on screen there in 8th, just chasing after Stephen Bell, and that is the battle that's going on. We're going to get a position change here, I think, as Ben Scrivens in the invitation class almost managed to get up the inside of Stephen Bell, but couldn't quite make that work up at Brundle. Yeah,
that's one of the Radical Pro Sports, one of the earlier cars from Cambridgeshire, from Peterborough, about an hour and a half away from Snetterton here. These Radical Sports cars built, although they've got a new factory at Donington Park, haven't they, nowadays. Charles Hall sets the new fastest lap, a 1:52.3, an average of 95 miles per hour. Still Alistair Smart in third position. From Doug Carter's start, where he lost a couple of positions, he's not regained anything, has he? He's still behind Philip Brown, but that battle between Ben Scrivens and Steve Bell continues up towards Ritchie's. Scrivens, I don't think we've really seen race a Radical before. Certainly not in bike sports. He's going pretty well and he's enjoying the battle, but the battle for the lead continues. We're heading towards that left-hander at Hamilton, such a quick corner, and Hall seems to just have the better of Morel there. It's the brakes where the Radical is better, and he's able to get himself right back on terms then with race leader Charles Hall as they turn then through Williams. This is where the aero wash will be a problem for the car that he's chasing, but then he will get the benefit of a slipstream down the Bentley straight up towards the Brundle Nelson S's. which is a tricky corner because through the left-hander, which is very quick, you have to then start thinking about slowing the car down for the right-hander at Nelson as they work their way out of there, and then through the very quick next couple of corners. More battles going on behind though. Steve Bell has been passed by Ben Strivens and now has Andrew Gord closing in on the back of him.
So just Kenzie Beecroft's made a couple of places back, hasn't he? Up to 11th position, I notice, which is good to see. As we are coming to the end of lap 6, there's a single-digit car getting a driving standards flag. So that could be either Doug Carter or Ben Scrivens or Richard Gilman, because there were the only 3 single-digit drivers in the race. Charles Hall still leading by just over half a second from Leon Morel, who just did his personal best lap actually on the previous lap.
And the fastest lap off the race overall, a 1 minute 52.14, which is only 7/10 of a second out of Stefano Lini's lap record. That is from some time ago as well, some 6 years now.
Yeah.
So that is pretty impressive, despite being involved in a battle for Morel, going very quickly. They are now 16 seconds ahead of Alistair Smart, who is looking for his 3rd podium of the season. He scored a couple of podiums one at Croft and one at Donington Park actually earlier in the season, but he's running 3rd again today and ahead of Philip Brown. Then Carter and Stephen Larkham going well, the Northern Irishman. He's there in 6th. We saw him out at Anglesey earlier in the season and got a better result of 7th there, so he's going 1 better today with a larger grid here at Snetterton.
He's a regular winner in the Northern Ireland Road Sports Championship up there at Kirkstone, is Stephen Larkham, but good to have him on the bike sports grid this weekend and earlier in the season, as Josh was saying. So there are the leaders heading into Brundle once again. Bit more of a gap between them. It was just about 0.6 of a second at the start of the lap. Well, I say that. It looked like it was more going in, but then coming out, it was a bit less because I think Liam Morel carried a lot of speed in, but couldn't necessarily sort of carry that through the entire sequence, and is back to a good few tenths behind the race leader again.
Yeah, going back to Larkham, it's one thing travelling over for Anglesey, it's another one for Snetterton, isn't it?
Absolutely.
On totally the other side of the country. There's Andrew Gord. I don't think we've seen huge amounts of Andrew this season, if at all actually. So good to see him back out with us. He's having this battle with Stephen Bell, who's been a long time 750 Motor Club competitor, going back to the RGB days in front engine cars, and running with Tim Gray Motorsport, another long-standing team here with 750 Motor Club. New fastest lap again for Liam Morel.
151.91, but Charles Hall did a 151.98 that time through, so very little to choose between them. This is the battle for 10th and 11th. It includes Kenzie Beecroft in the number 14 car. He is trying to get a place back ahead of the number 24 Radical PR6 of Ian Charles there, the driver from Farnborough. But Kenzie Beecroft, first time we've seen him out in the 750 Motor Club Bike Sports Championship. Had a disappointing start to the race, but seems to be coming back quite strongly now, looking to get up into the top 10 here in 2 different classes, these cars, and the SR3 is a much bigger and less wieldy car really than the PR6.
Yeah, much later car as well. This one for Benzie Beecroft, a very late RSX, which I think is the previous generation of car, because the club brought a new one out over the last 12 months or so. He's a 33-year-old engineer from London with the RJ Motorsport squad, and he continues to chase then Ian Charles, who's been again pretty much a regular over the seasons within bike sports. We haven't seen so much of him this year, so good to see him out this weekend at Snetterton. And over the beginning of the lap, he's putting a little bit of daylight between himself and Kenzie Beecroft. There's 5 minutes of the race to go, and they are now on their 7th lap, a lap which shortly will be completed by the leader, because these two are half a lap just over behind. And it's absolutely together, still for the lead, by the way. So Charles Hall cannot shake off the attentions of Liam Morel.
He's gone faster again, a 151.44 that time
and
through.
That equals Lini's lap record to the 100th of a second, which is pretty impressive, because Stefano Lini was very rapid indeed, and I think won the championship that year.
Yeah, he was a benchmark, wasn't he? And went on to race in single seaters, has the outright lap record at Castle Combe, set in Formula 3, so no mean pilot, Stefano Lini. As we're continuing to watch this battle for 10th place, Ian Charles, number 24, you can see how much wider the SR3 RSX car of Kenzie Beecroft is than the sort of PR6 with the central seat driving position, whereas the driving position is to the right-hand side in the RS3 RSX. But around a lap, it seems like there's not too much to choose between these two. Kenzie Beecroft, who I think dabbled with single-seaters in his youth, not yet able to find a way through as he makes his bike sports debut this weekend. How long have we got left in this place? Only about 4 minutes left now, Josh.
Yeah, so the leaders crossed the line. Probably 3 laps to go. So these two continue on their battle. Ian Charles versus Kenzie Beecroft, who hasn't, I don't think, gone as quick as he managed in qualifying this morning. So learning racing is different to qualifying. And he's now looking to make progress on the run down towards the hairpin. He's on the inside line of Ian Charles and finally claims 10th position then ahead of the PR6 Radical.
He does, so he's about 16 seconds behind Andrew Gord though, so I think it's unlikely he's going to make up any more positions during the course of this race, because only probably a couple of laps or so to go for them. As we've got the leaders back over the line again with 3 minutes to go, so yes, they will get 2 more laps out of this. These cars will get sort of 2.5 more laps out of it.
Yeah, that's right. They won't be caught by the leaders. And Charles Hall has now got the fastest lap, a 1 minute 50.52. But Liam Morrell sets a new Class B lap record, 1 minute 51.06. So the speed continues to increase as the fuel load comes down and the cars get lighter. Because these are some of the lightest cars racing today. As the fuel gets burnt off, the ratio, I guess, decreases, the weight ratio decreases quicker than other cars, like saloon cars. There they are then, the 2 leaders heading down towards Agostini, with possibly the biggest gap we've seen between the 2 of them as Charles Hall increases his pace. They have the Dominic Langdon down Radical SR3 to lap shortly. The driver from Kent, who only started racing a few years ago in the Hayabusa engined Radical SR3 prepared by RJ Motorsport. Josh Smith's outfit, and is this going to affect Charles Hall because he's caught him in an awkward position through the Williams right-hander?
Well, it's down the Bentley straight now, so it should be good for certainly Charles Hall to get through. Is Leon Morrell going to make it past that slower car as well? Kind of 14th position, just about. It took a bit longer than I thought it might do. So it is still Charles Hall leading the way then.
Dominic Langdon down going fairly well here, because sometimes we see him sort of languishing a little bit further off the pace, but
yes,
he's not fallen that far behind at all. He's only 10 seconds behind Richard Gilman, so I'm sure Dom Hill, I think he's raced here but has Snetterton more than other places, will be quite pleased with that. Not had to worry about faster cars too much until just now. Ben Shrivens, who was well inside the top 10, has not come through complete 9 laps.
Yeah, it's tumbling down the timing screen, isn't he? So that blue Radical Pro Sport, I think, is stopped somewhere out on the circuit possibly. Let's see if we can pick that up, but yeah, he's not come through in the invitation class, of course, so not scoring points. But we're on the last lap of the race now, and the leaders down at the Wilson hairpin. Charles Hall leading by just over 1 second now as they go on to this final lap. So it looks like the overall result is probably settled. I think both drivers realise that they've had a good race. It was very good in the early stages, but class points are now what's needed. I suspect Leon Morrell will now perhaps have a little bit of a championship head on.
Let's see. With half a lap to go and more traffic potentially to deal with, because Richard Gilman just up the road in his Radical SR3, as a number of the cars are. Probably the largest number of cars built with a motorcycle engine in. So if they Morrell is not backing off, is he? Because he was really sliding the car there through the right-hander at Williams. Now, if they catch this slower car at an awkward place for Hall, that could hold him up. Let's see, into the S's, into Brundle and Nelson. But yeah, that big slide from Morrell has lost him time. Hall, though, feels the need to dive up the inside of Gilman, and that's really, I think, giving it to him. But for 3rd position, Alistair Smart, who was 8 seconds ahead of Philip Brown, has been caught in.
Yeah, now, has he had a spin or something like that out of our sight? But that's all of a sudden very close indeed for 3rd position. There's the race leader, Charles Hall, is coming through Coram for the final time. He's a lot further ahead now of Leon Morrell. But is Philip Brown going to be able to get the place away from Alistair Smart? They're about to head onto the Bentley Straight as well. So we've got the race leader about to head up to the checkered flag, and he takes it now Charles Hall gets the win then from Leon Morel in second place. The gap in the end, 2.5 seconds, 2.45 seconds between them. But just looking to see, you can see what's going on with the battle further back between Alistair Smart and Philip Brown, which was quite a long way behind the leaders in the end.
Brown's had one podium this year, which came at Anglesey, which we had earlier. Smart had the two. Smart is ahead as they go into Coram now, and Brown right on the tail underneath the rear wing of Alistair Smart, and here they are.
Yeah, through Murray's then for the final time. It's going to be a dash to the flag for Philip Brown if he could make it. Still don't know quite how the 8-second lead or advantage for Alistair Smart evaporated, but it did. And he just comes across the line in third place, number 73. Second place within Class A. Philip Brown fourth overall, and second in Class B. Then Doug Carter, number 5, and Stephen Larkin, number 93, round out the top 6.
Yeah, Stephen Larkin pretty much caught Doug Carter by the end as well, and that was a larger gap earlier in the race. There's Steve Bell, and he will complete the podium within Class B, won't he, there in 7th position, holding off the attention of Andrew Gordon. Again, that gap came down as the race went on. So that was a pretty good race, actually, from the Bike Sports Championship.
It was, and a new lap record within Class B as well for Leon Morel at 1:51.06, taking nearly 4/10 off Stefano Lini's lap record from 6 years ago. And Charles Hall getting the victory then by 2.45 seconds. Here is confirmation of that result. So 7-7 Charles Hall, the winner, from number 35 Leon Morel in second place. Then third, about 3/4 of a minute behind, was number 73 Alistair Smart. Fourth to number 11 Philip Brown. Then Doug Carter and Stephen Larkin, 5th and 6th. Stephen Bell was 7th, number 86. 8th was number 60 Andrew Gord. 9th was 14 Kenzie Beecroft. And rounding out the top 10 was number 24 Ian Charles, head of Mark Grayson, Richard Gilman, Dominic Langdon Down, and Andrew Fido, a non-finisher, as was Ben Scrivens. So that's Bike Sports. They'll have another race towards the end of the day for round 8 of their championship, with 2 more events to go, as we were saying, at Brands Hatch and Silverstone to complete their season. And after we've heard from our successful driver in Bike Sports, we'll be heading into our lunch break, but don't go away, because there's a lot more racing to come after that. 9 more races getting underway at 2 o'clock with the 116 Sprint Series and the 120 Coupe Cup. We've then got Clio's, Formula V, low-cost MX-5 and F1000 as well during the course of the afternoon. But let's head downstairs once again to Matt Suckling.
Thanks, guys. Yep, down here with our race winner and second place finisher from that first Bike Sport race, and it is Charles Hall, who takes another win this year. That wasn't easy though, was it, Charles? Because Leon was right on your tail.
No, that's the thing. That was a proper race, and especially when we were dicing and we were giving each other the room. There's just a little spot in my blind spot, but if I couldn't see him, I just knew he was there, so I had to sort of like just give him room, and it was fair each way. So, but mega. Qualifying, we had a little problem, so Scott obviously built the car. He found that immediately, did a cracking job, got us in for the race. So yeah, really good one. Pushed me all the way. And I couldn't even look at the pit boards. I've got him in my mirrors. So yeah, well pleased.
A busy race, a fun race. He got past you once, didn't he? But you wanted to strike back pretty quick.
I think there was a few more than that. Okay. Yes, yeah. Like I say, if I just sort of relaxed, he was mega on the brakes. And yeah, like I say, if I couldn't see him in the mirrors, I knew he was probably alongside me. So yeah, hats off to him. Good racing, made it, yeah.
More championship points, which is good. It means that this one will probably go all the way to the wire at the final race, won't it?
800%. So I didn't want to push that hard, but he's pushing me, and it's like we're both racers. We weren't going to give anything.
Good start to the day. Good luck for race 2.
Thank you very much.
There we go, Charles Hall then with the win. We'll have a quick chat with Leon Morel as well, who finished at second. Class win though, which is important. You've had more wins this year in class, but the competitors haven't quite been there, so you haven't quite had the points, but you still lead the championship.
It is what it is, and we come racing to race, and that was a race. We don't come for the plastic trophy. I would swap every win I've ever had for another one of them today. Quality driver, fair, clean, precise, just how it should be. Yeah, really good run.
So Charles said there you took your chance on a few opportunities to try and get through. Where did you think you could get through or in that race?
I was mega on the brakes. The car is just absolutely dialed. Into the first hairpin, turn 2, he was costing me, when I was behind him, he was costing me half a second on my dashboard. So I was reeling him in there, I was reeling him in the middle chicane, and also at the end of Coram. The car is just so planted. We've got such a good setup. The Valor boys have just not stopped grafting all weekend, and it's really paying dividends. I think we broke the class record. I got a 51.0 on the dash, so I'm hoping that's what I was trying for. In actual fact, I could have gone faster if he wasn't in front of me, because where I was quicker, he was slower. So if he got out of the way on the hairpin, there was probably another half second in it, probably even a bit more. But yeah, no, like you can't wish for a better race, can you? You know, clean, fair, fast, and records and trophies. So yeah, mega chuffed.
Yeah, I think you beat Stefano Lini's lap record from quite a few years ago, so well done on that one. Another race to come later on, so you've now sat behind Charles. You know what you need to do to try and get past in that second race.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, we are good friends, me and Charles. We knock about each other. You know, we're not going to do anything stupid. We're both super competitive. We banter all week about not letting each other win. And I know that if he has to push that hard with that car, it's a bit stressed. The little 1000 cc's, they're screaming. It's a lot of work for it. So, you know, racing's racing. I'm going to push him as hard as I can, and I hope the engine holds together.
Well done, Leon. Congratulations on the class win and, of course, second place in that race as well. So, as Leon said, there's going to be more of that a little bit later on, so do not miss it. It's going to be one to watch with the Bike Sports Championship a little bit later on. For now, though, we're going to take a short break. We've got more racing to come this afternoon at Snetterton with 9 races in total. So we'll have a short break, and we'll be back with you here on Alpha Live just before 2 o'clock this afternoon.
Motorsport UK TV, the home of unmissable British motorsport video. Bringing you all the action from the British Championships. Taking you behind the scenes. Giving you top tips to succeed in every discipline. Showcasing the best equipment. And much, much more. Visit motorsportuk.tv today and make sure you never miss a moment.
A warm welcome back to Snetterton after the lunch break, and we are looking ahead to the remainder of today's 11 race programme organised by the 750 Motor Club. We had 2 races before lunch. We've got 9 more to come throughout the rest of the afternoon, and not to mention another, what have we got, 12 races for you tomorrow as well. My name's Ian Soman. We'll also hear from Matt Suckling down in Parc Fermé. Josh Barrett's alongside me in the commentary box as well. And the 750 Motor Club race meeting, you can find the digital programme should you want to have all of the information about the weekend's racing at your disposal by going to the 750 Motor Club website, 750mc.co.uk. You will see the banner link to the digital download of the race programme with all of the information about this weekend's racing. But we've got cars on the grid now for race 3 of the weekend, and it is the 116 Sprint Series and the 120 Coupe Cup. So let's take a look at the grid for this race, because it's quite a big grid that we have for the 15-minute race. It's comprised of 2 parts effectively. We've got a handful of 120 Coupe Cup cars, and the bulk of the cars on the grid are the 116 Sprint Series cars, some of which will be, or most of which will be out tomorrow for the 90-minute 116 trophy race. Anyway, good for this one. Pole position is number 87, Louis Woodward, and besides him is going to be number 1, Richard Lakey. On the second row, it's going to be 8, Lewis Tyndall, and then 151, Peter Keane, in the first of the 116 Sprint Series cars. Third row on the inside, you've got number 173, Matt Priestwood, and number 57, Toby Partridge, in the fourth and final of the 120 Coupe Cup cars. He was penalised 2 places due to an infringement at Brands Hatch the last time these cars competed. On the fourth row of the grid, it's going to be number 667, Tommy Fahill, and 80, Chris Bayliss. Row 5 is 86, Pete Brand, and 187, Andrew Haddon. On the 6th row, it's number 10, Paul Whiten, and 5, Anthony Seddon. On the 7th row of the grid, it's 89, Freddie Tatham, and 48, Daniel Scott. Row 8 is 111, Antonio Almeida Souza, and 221, Maximus Bicknell. On row 9, 252, James Dunn, and 50, Liam Brezitz. On the 10th row of the grid, it's 232, Jonathan Baker, and 25, Ethan Hall. Row 11 is Sandro Ballesteros in number 19, and 101, Ben Wilshire. On the 12th row, number 320, that's Simon Hopcroft Lopez, and 82, Elliot Bridgman. Row 13 is 78, Paul Rains, and 47, Connor Anderson. Row 14, 30, Harry Miles, and 31, Sam Holman. Row 15 is the 220 car of Andrew Partridge, and 71, Jack Godden. And on the 16th and final row, it's number 209, Will Abraham, as the cars head off on their green flag lap. So the 120 Coupe Cup and the 116 Sprint Series, it's a non-point scoring contest. We have had 4 races for it so far this season. In the 120 Coupe Cup, the wins have gone to Louis Woodward on 3 occasions, and Steve Soper, the former British Touring Car Championship legend, on 1 occasion. The 116 trophy wins have been split 3 ways between Jack Godden twice at Silverstone and at Brands Hatch, and Danny Hans took 1 at Silverstone, and Will Abraham took 1 at Brands Hatch. And Josh Barrett, alongside me in the comment box, we were noting just before the start of the race that 2 of those drivers that have had wins are right at the back of the grid.
Yep, that's absolutely right, Ian. With Jack Godden and Will Abraham, who both had problems in the first part of the qualifying session this morning, we start at the back, and they are potentially the quickest of the BMW 116s, which around here are 7 or 8 seconds slower than the 120 Coupe Cup cars, so we expect the 120s to go away at the front. And then the 116 battles we shall look forward to, particularly with those 2 cars that were there on the grid coming through from the back of the pack, and that should certainly add a good amount of interest into this race, which takes place over 15 minutes in duration, as the majority of the races do this afternoon.
Yeah, that's right. So this has been an introduction this season for the 120s, for the 116s that have raced in the 116 trophy, the 90-minute contest. They've been racing with the 750 Motor Club for quite a few seasons now, but the 120 coupe cars, you can see some of them at the front of the grid there, a relatively recent innovation, just finding their feet with a small number of cars on the grid for this season, hoping for more cars to come out as the season goes on and into to next season as well. But it also serves this as a chance for some extra track time for the many drivers, very full grids we have in the 116 trophy as well, and a different form of racing. A lot of strategy, of course, important for the 90-minute races, and we'll see one of those tomorrow, but it's all out for 15 minutes of glory, isn't it, in these sprint races, so quite different tactics that were required.
Yeah, and you get to enjoy both as a competitor if you choose to do the sprint today and then the trophy 90-minute race tomorrow. So that's a really great format that's been introduced for this season. Louis Woodward, who's there on pole position, was telling us at Brands Hatch at the last event about these cars. Although they're different body shape, it's basically on the same chassis and just with a bigger engine, a 2-litre engine rather than a 1.6 litre. And he said he's getting used to it. He's done quite a lot of other races since Brands Hatch in that car, because he was out in the Armed Forces Racing Challenge at Croft, and he did the Road Sports race at Brands Hatch on the Grand Prix circuit earlier this month. So he is really getting to grips with this car, Louis Woodward, who starts on pole position today. He's only been racing for a few seasons, the driver from Gloucester, but he was on pole this morning by 1.5 seconds over Richard Lakey. And as you said earlier, Woodward has won 3 of these races. For Lakey, he's had a second and a third this season in this 120 Coupe Cup car. So he's got some going to go if he can take this race to poleman Louis Woodward, who will be today racing his 120 and then tomorrow back in the 116, which has also had lots of success in this season.
Yeah, so the cars going back round onto the grid. 15-minute race ahead of us. Very evenly matched, of course, these 116s, and it's a very affordable way to go, well, endurance racing or sprint racing now for that matter, in a pretty credible car. The cars are actually 18 years old now, around about 2004, 2006, the 116s, the chassis that these were based on. This model was out on the road, but they look good, they look fresh, and they're pretty reliable as well. Don't have too many, touch wood, reliability issues with these cars. So it really is a very good way of going racing.
This is something different as well, isn't it? Because in the 116 trophy they have a rolling start, but for these sprint races it's a standing start as perhaps you might expect, which is quite a different thing for the drivers to get used to, because a lot of these drivers are drivers that have only started racing in the last couple of years, so it's a new element to their racecraft. Yeah,
and some won't necessarily take the start of the endurance races. They'll be part of a team and they'll join in for the second, or in some cases third stint in the race. Anyway, looks like we've got nearly everyone onto the grid, just the last few rows to come into position, and then this 15-minute race will get underway. Nice to have such a big entry for this event. It's the penultimate event of the season actually for this competition. There'll be an action at Silverstone as well next month. So waiting for the lights to go out, which they do now, and a pretty even start from the 2 on the front row. But I think it's going to be Woodward that gets in. There's a yellow flag because someone's not got away further back. But I think, well, there's one on the grass now, but I think they're all back onto the circuit again as they head up towards Rich's for the first one. So I think everyone has escaped from a slightly concerning start for a moment, and they're heading into Rich's corner for the first time. There you can see the 209 car of Will Abraham. He's someone who we expect to see make up some ground up the order, but it's Louis Woodward that leads the way at the moment. Then from Richard Lakey in second place, and an absolutely enormous field of these 116 trophy cars, some of which are having a bit of a moment, including the 19 car there. What's the issue there, Josh?
I think he's got broken steering. That's Andre Ballesteros, I think, the youngster, the 16-year-old. I don't know if that was damage or not, because it don't seem to straighten itself out, but it might be steering damage on that car which had that problem. But as you say, it's a real clump of cars, and Jack Godden on the outside for about a 3-wide moment down into the hairpin at Agostini there. So some real drama going on, but none of that is a concern of Louis Woodward, who leads the way. It's Richard Lakey in second, who started alongside him. A big gap back to third. And that is a battle ongoing, I think, between Lewis Tyndall and Toby Partridge. Then the 116s en masse come through. And yeah, there was Jack Gordon. He must be ahead of more than 10 cars already, Ian.
Yeah, so he's made up some good ground in the early stages of this race. We'll keep an eye on where he comes through in the order. There you can see Liam Brezic's going through. There is Jack Godden with the red and yellow orange stripes on there. That's the 80 car, which is, and we've got one off the road now, which is the 47, which is Connor Anderson in this race. He's off the circuit, and he was just doing battle with
Yellows.
80, which was Millwall this race.
There was yellows before the leaders got to Brundle and Nelson.
Safety car's coming out, I think. So safety car is coming out now. We've not seen why that might be. I wonder if something's happened to Sandro Ballesteros. He stopped the car in an inconvenient place. We saw him having issues, and yes, I think that is probably the reason for the safety car. I can see that's come to rest on the exit of the Wilson hairpin.
That's a real shame. I would imagine that is broken steering then, and therefore there he is. So he couldn't get the car far enough off the circuit for race control to be comfortable to continue racing. There's the 16-year-old then, probably about the youngest driver racing this weekend from Manchester, and he will be one of the drivers, I guess, in consideration for the end of the season award for young drivers with the 750 Motor Club.
Yeah, there's a few drivers that will be contenders for that, including others from the 116 trophy contingent as well. People like Matt Priestwood and have made good impressions as well during the course of the season. So safety car is out then, which is a bit of a shame in a race that's only 15 minutes, because it does mean we're probably not going to get too many racing laps, but hopefully the recovery crew can deal with that fairly promptly and get the car to a position of relative safety before too much longer.
Jack Gooden got to 16th from 30th on the grid, so he passed 14 cars in about 2/3 of a lap. And even got himself up ahead of Anthony Seddon, who's had success in 116 trophy races in the past. So that is very impressive indeed. Whereas for Will Abraham, his progress from the back of the grid on lap 1 only got him to 24th, so fairly okay progress, but not as good as Jack Gooden's.
Yeah, and possibly one or two that didn't start then as well, because we've only got 26 that completed the first lap. There was 31 that qualified. We know we've lost Ballesteros.
Have we lost any others? That raises the question.
Yeah, and a red flag now being shown. So I wonder if there's something more to it than just the Ballesteros car. So the race being stopped, and marshals are getting onto the grid to get the drivers back into position. So we'll have a restart. I think we'll also have another green flag lap as well. But I can see now there's a couple of recovery vehicles out on the circuit up there at heading to the Wilson hairpin area.
Well, if Ballesteros has got broken steering, that means he probably came in contact with somebody else.
Yes.
Which may be the problem. So this isn't quite how we would like our afternoon to begin, and what is a busy afternoon with the 750 Motor Club here at Snetterton, with 9 races, I think, isn't it, over the course of the next 4 hours or so.
Yeah, it's going to be a busy old afternoon, I think, with quite a lot of racing to get in, including 2 races for the cars that are on circuit now, the 116 Sprint Series and the 120 Coupe Cup. There's also racing this afternoon for the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship, the Martins Group Formula V Championship, the Yokohama Low Cost Championship, 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup, and the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship, plus second races for the Armed Forces Race Challenge and the 750 Motor Club Bike Sports Championship that we saw before the lunch break. And of course the second race for these cars as well will conclude this afternoon's action. But the cars will head around back to the grid. Bad news for Jack Godden, because he will have to go back to his original position, because less than 2 laps had been completed when the red flags were shown, so he's going to have to do all of that work again.
And some fun for the start line marshals to find everybody in their grid slot. One good thing is they have the original grid, won't they?
Yes.
So they haven't got to wait for a new grid because we haven't completed 2 laps, but they will come round in a somewhat random order.
Yes, yes. The first 2 are in the right order, but being on that, Toby Partridge had already made his way up to 3rd place. And he started 6th, I think, wasn't it, with the penalty? Yes, it was. So, yeah, lots of shuffling to be done by the marshals. Hopefully the drivers can sort of remember where they were on the grid as well.
Presumably they'll have to do another green flag lap as well.
I would have thought so, yes.
So that will all take some time up. The Ballesteros car, I think, is having to go into the back of a flatbed, so that's why the red flag was needed, really, because that would take more time. So that is why the red flag was needed, not necessarily because the car was in a dangerous enough position for the red flag, but it's the amount of time it would take, and then giving the drivers fair amount of race time after that. So there you can see it. And it's not going to be work of a moment with the wheels not pointing in the direction they should be, but the Snetterton recovery crew are well experts in this type of thing. Racing here most weekends over the course of the season, and they are now getting that car onto the back of the flatbed. So not a good start then for Ballesteros. Driver who only started racing last year in junior saloons, the Citroen Saxos, before moving this season into this BMW 116. A driver who was diagnosed with autism just at 3 years of age, but that doesn't stop him from coming racing in this family prepared car. But they're going to have to work on that, aren't they, in before the race, whether they can get that out for this afternoon or for tomorrow's longer race.
Yes, there'll be some work to be done on that. So cars beneath us in the commentary box are now starting to form back up onto the grid again. Someone who's fairly well up the order is number 173, which is Mac Priestwood. He's going to line up again on the inside of the third row of the grid, and he's had a good season so far with some decent results in the main 116 trophy, the endurance races. But he is just 18 years of age, from Halifax, a powder coater, and he started car racing SXS racing champion, so he's done karting in the past as well. He's in this Anthony Seddon racing car. It's a car that's had some success in the past as well, albeit in a different livery, in the hands of Sam Yates and Mark Sullivan, car built by Anthony Seddon. So Mac Priestwood certainly has marked himself out as one to watch during the course of this season so far. He's lining up on the inside of the third row of the grid for this one.
He had grabbed the lead of the 116 portion of the race on that initial start, because Peter Keane, who was on pole, dropped to fourth position within that class. But obviously this red flag means that Peter Keane can reclaim fourth spot. So his initial start didn't go to plan at all. But again, he's sort of got the opposite situation to Jack Godden, where he can reclaim those positions on this red flag restart.
Another driver that's fairly well up the order is the number 86 car. This is on the inside of row 5. It's Pete Brand, who is from Malden in Essex. He is 36 years of age, an engineer by occupation, supported by his fiancée Emma and his daughters Isla and Elise. And another newcomer to racing. He only started in cars this year, but had previously done motorcycle racing a decade or so ago on 600 and 1000cc bikes. And he's keen to get onto the podium in the 116s and then progress to faster cars. And here we can see the Red Arrows heading past Snetterton, doing a fly past over the nearby air show. So fantastic that we're able to catch a glimpse of them here from Snetterton circuit as well. Maybe this is why we had the red flag, so we could appreciate the Red Arrows so much the better, Josh.
Yeah, we saw World War II American bombers earlier, and now much more modern aircraft over the skies of Snetterton. And they are passing, I think, on the... Well, I can't actually see it out the window, but I think they were coming from the Coram end of the circuit, if you're here at the circuit and looking to the skies as well.
Yeah, so it was great to see the Red Arrows fly past, not just for our benefit, but for the nearby air show as well. Just to finish telling you about Pete Brand, though, keen to get on the podium in the 116 and then progress to perhaps something a bit faster. It's a self-built car with Brand Brothers Racing, the team. And it was self-built over the winter on a cold and wet driveway in Essex. So that's Pete Brand, who's on the fifth row of the grid.
Cold, wet driveway in Essex could have been over the last few weeks, let alone over the winter.
It certainly could have been. Paul Whiten, someone else to talk about, on row 6 of the grid in car 10, garage proprietor from Rishworth, and he is 60 years of age.
Just seeing a bit of movement on the circuit here, because number 80, Chris Bayliss, who starts on the 4th row. Must have been a long way down the order, so he must have been a driver involved in an incident. Did he come? I can't. Oh, he was 21st, so he had a real drama. So there certainly quite a lot happened on that first lap. We saw multiple cars side by side, and more incidents perhaps than we were even able to see ourselves, because so much was going on that lap. So that means that, as we expected, as the grid goes on, the marshal's job here on the start line not too easy. So we do thank all the efforts from the marshals. On a start line marshal's job sometimes can be more simple than this, but this is when they come into their own.
Absolutely right. So many thanks to them. Just going back to Paul Whiten then. Started racing 40 years ago, initially in pre-77 Formula Ford 1600, Formula E, not the current incarnation, which is the XL Arena this weekend, is it not? As well, but in the Formula Ford Base Championship created by the late great Ian Smith, it is, who was a champion of Formula Ford in the northwest of England. He was also a contender in the Rapid Fit Formula Ford Championship in 1991 and 1992. Runner-up 3 times in the Champion of Alton as well, and had success in Formula Ford 2000 as well. And he is backed by Drury Lane Auto Services in Manchester, and the car that he's racing built back in 2018. So that's Paul Whiten, who lines up on the 6th row of the grid. Just looking a little bit further back, because I'm sure there's... and we are getting the 1 minute board now, so we're not too far away from getting racing back underway, which is good to know. 1 minute board has been shown. We'll get another green flag lap, I think. There's the red arrows. Yes, they're back again. They're heading over, and they're putting out the red, white and blue behind them now. We can see them over the trees at the bomb hole from our commentary position. You can't see this on the live stream, but it looks absolutely fantastic as they are arcing up into the sky. There they go. We've got them on the live stream now. Absolutely fantastic as they head into a vertical position. Are they going to go all the way over? Of course they are going to go all the way over and loop the loop. Absolutely brilliant stuff from the Red Arrows. And I'm afraid it makes the 116 Sprint Series and 120 Coupe Cup just seem that little bit more mundane. But it can't be helped. And we're very grateful that no one on the track is doing that. But that's certainly very spectacular indeed, Josh.
Absolutely right. So we weren't quite expecting the Red Arrows to be quite so spectacular over Snetterton, but we've got to enjoy that, as you say. Ian, the red flag came at a helpful time for those of their lovers.
It did indeed. But yeah, so where are they heading now? They are... I can see them on our stream, but I can't see them out of the window now. But I suppose they should be focusing on
above us.
on the racing. They possibly are. And they're going through those birds, it would seem. But anyway, back to the race. Green flag lap is underway, and I'm not sure how long we're going to get for this race. 10 minutes. Yes, that's confirmed. Thank you, Nikki. So 10 minutes. So they're probably going to get 4, I would think.
Because they could squeeze 5, but I wonder if they'd checkered it at the end of 4. Otherwise, it'd be closer to 12 minutes. Anyway, we'll find out over that time frame, where Louis Woodward will look for a 4th victory of the season. He looked pretty good on that first initial start. Then hopefully those behind will have a safer run of it than they did on that first time round.
Yeah, absolutely right. Hopefully there'll be no issues, because of course there was the issue at the start line for somebody, wasn't there?
Well, Jack Godden definitely had contact because he made a very good start. But I didn't really see anyone stall to that degree. But yeah, Godden, as he squeezed his way through, did sort of brush another car, but nothing too dramatic really. Because it's a pretty tight start line here at Snetterton.
It is.
I'm sure YouTube will show you times where it hasn't quite gone to plan here over the years, but now there is a bit more space between the barriers and the circuit where there once wasn't. The start line once upon a time was much wider because the pit lane was tighter.
Yes.
But when the need as years went on for the pit lane to be wider, then for the circuit became smaller. And starts became more tighter, but hopefully we'll get a better run of it this time, Ian.
The Red Arrows are proving tremendously distracting, and other elements of the air show as well, but they've been great fun to watch. There's the Red Arrow of Toby Partridge heading round on his green flag lap. And they are almost back. There they are again. The red arrows are heading behind. They're behind us now, behind our commentary position. So pole position for this race is going to be Louis Woodward in the number 87 car. Besides him is number 1 Richard Lakey. Then second row is 8 Lewis Tyndall and 151 Peter Keane, the first of the 116 trophy cars. And then it's 173 Matt Priestwood and 57 Toby Partridge on row 3, 667 Tommy Fahill and 80 Chris Bayliss on row 4 of the grid. We need to watch out for the likes of Will Abraham and Jack Godden as they come through from the back of the grid after disappointing and difficult qualifying sessions. 10 minutes the race distance.
Yeah, that's right. This takes a little while, doesn't it? As everyone lines up on the grid, 30 plus cars. So that will take a few moments. But then we can get racing underway, hopefully for a safer second run. And everyone's had a practice start now. So hopefully the starts, particularly for people like Peter Keane, who didn't make a very good start, and Chris Bayliss, who lost positions as well, will be hoping to get away better this second time around. 10 minutes then, 4 or 5 laps of the Snetterton 300 circuit for round 5 of this combined grid for the 120 Coupe Cup and the 116 Sprint Trophy, which we'll see a green flag waved at the back now, which means racing is about to get underway.
Yep, so very shortly we will be off and running. The 5-second board has already been shown. The red lights go on. And out they go, and it's a pretty good start from Louis Woodward on pole position once again. It's also a good start from the second row of the grid this time by Lewis Tyndall as well. One car squeezed into the pit wall though, and it just stops across the circuit. That's the number 30 car of Harry Miles. It was the 220 car that was also involved in that, which is Andrew Partridge for this race. And that 30 car I think is just about going to reverse out of that. Whether it will get back into the race or not remains to be seen, but the leaders are already up at the hairpin.
That all happened ahead of Jack Gordon, who didn't make such a good start that time. Anyway, the cars turned their way 2 and 3 abreast into the Wilson hairpin, where we had that drama on the original start. Everyone's got away. There was one that started from the pit lane. I didn't quite pick up who that was, but anyway, it's Woodward that leads Lakey, and then Lewis Tyndall is third, a late entry. Fourth is Toby Partridge. Then the 116s come swarming into the Palmer corner, but it's a change for third into Agostini because Toby Partridge is back ahead of Lewis Tyndall and back into what is third position as the leaders go out of Agostini, trying to pick up who may be leading the 116 element of the race. Well, the 120s is certainly Louis Woodward, but he's not getting away from the Richard Lakey car on this occasion. But for the 116s, I think Peter Keane has made a much better start this time and leads the way in.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll keep an eye on what's going on in the 116s as well as the 120 Coupe Cup. There he is, the 151 car leading the way, so he's made amendments for that poor start first time around. Here are the leaders then, heading down the Bentley Straight towards Brundle and Nelson for the first time in this race, and it's Richard Lakey right in the toe there of Louis Woodward there. Toby Partridge back to third place within the class after that penalty that cost him a couple of positions on the grid. He's ahead of Lewis Tyndall now. As the two leaders turn their way through the bomb hole and towards Coram for the first time. Both of them using quite a lot of curb there. And then they head into the long right hand that then turns into the sharp left at Murray's at the end of the lap. There's about 2 or 3 car lengths between them. They're starting to gap as well, the third and fourth place cars, as they turn their way out of Murray's now and back onto the centre straight. There you can see Peter Keane has the lead still in the 116s. Matt Priestwood it is in the sort of pink and white car in second place.
Yeah, that's right. So that is on the grid order this time, different to the first time around. It's almost 3 abreast further back. Can they make it 4 wide? Well, probably not particularly sensible if they do that. Involved in that battle was the Bicknell car, I think, 221, which has had a good run over the course of this season. They're absolutely 2 by 2 in this little battle further down the order, heading up towards Ritchie's. Who else is involved in this? 232, I think, which is the Jonathan Baker machine. They're 3 abreast into the hairpin as well. This is Still feeling rather sprint race like this, isn't it? Unlike tomorrow's enduro. So plenty going on in all of this, but in the 116s it is Keane from Priestwood and Haddon, the top three. This is 86, a bit further back Pete Brand, who's just got himself up into what is 10th position overall, ahead of Chris Bayliss, who made a better start that time around. Then 50 also involved there, that's Liam Brasich. Here's the front of the 116s where Matt Priestwood is going right round the outside of Peter Keane as they go through the Augustini hairpin. And that'll be an impressive move if he can pull it off. He's still on the outside as they head up towards Hamilton. Andrew Haddon is trying to get involved in this as well in the Louis Woodward car that he will share with him tomorrow. But right round the outside of Hamilton, he's made it stick. A great pass that by Matt Priestwood.
Yeah, so Matt Priestwood gets the lead, and as you said, the 107 car was close to getting through as well there. But we'll see how all of this plans at the 187 car, I should say, of Andrew Haddon. So it's Priestwood now the leader in the 116s, from Peter Keane in second place, Haddon in third, and the rest of the field not too far behind. We had on the first lap Jack Godden up to 23rd and Will Abraham to 25th. So they didn't make really stellar starts this time around. Here are the two overall leaders though, heading through into the bomb hole again, and it's 87 still the leader, which is Louis Woodward from number 1, Richard Lakey in second place. About 6 car lengths between them now, and the gap back to third place is mounting up. So as we've seen already in the small number of these races we've had so far this season, a lot of the action is to be found among the 116 trophy cars that aren't battling for the overall positions.
I think Peter Keane has lost a number of positions more since Matt Priestwood got through. I think Andrew Haddon is second now. And it's all gone wrong for Haddon. He's got damage to the back of the car. It's the RL Motorsport car that was involved that had got through. So who would that have been, I wonder? So Peter Keane is back to second in class, with Seddon side by side across the line.
It's the 667 car, isn't it, of Tommy Fahal that was the other car involved with that.
Okay, that's a new name on me, so I'm not sure how much racing he's done, but unfortunately he's been involved in that incident with Andrew Haddon in the car that's owned by Louis Woodward, that's had so much success in 116 Trophy this season. So this has been rather eventful. I don't remember that being so much the case last time out at Brands Hatch.
No, it's been pretty hectic so far, hasn't it? So there was one car that was parked on the inside of Richards on the exit of the corner as well.
Seddon's got Keane for second in the 116s. Matt Priestwood, though, 4 seconds ahead, so he looks good. He hasn't done anything on the podium in the class in the 116 sprint races so far this season, but it's coming good here after he got past Peter Keane on the previous lap here.
And Chris Bayliss ahead of Pete Brand as well already during the course of this lap too, so he's up to 4th position within that class. Pete Brand down to 5th, Freddie Tatham 6th within the class in the red and white old school McLaren type colours, and they head off up to Hamilton once again, and it's side by side. That's Liam Brezitz in the car with the orange roof that's sideways and spinning across the circuit and onto the grass. Thankfully seemed to miss everyone, but it was a scary moment. That's just outside the top 10. It was the 48 car of Daniel Scott that he was doing battle with.
More battles further along the circuit. That's 89, I think, which is Freddie Tatham, who is battling away there and moving ahead of Pete Brand.
So that's up to 9th, I think, now.
Yeah, I think it's even 8th because he's also got past Chris Bayliss.
No, Chris Bayliss not still ahead. I think Chris Bayliss is ahead. Yes, he is. There he is. Chris Bayliss in the 80 car is ahead of the 89 car now.
Yeah, and he's catching the battle for what is second in class, isn't he, between Seddon and Keane. So it's been a bad lap then for Pete Brand, hasn't it, the ex-motorcyclist who you were telling us about earlier, who's been dropping away, and now he's fallen into the clutches of Daniel Scott, who is the next car along. Dan Scott, the driver from Colchester in Essex, not far away, who is new to racing as well, having a good time. You can still see he's got a novice cross on the back of the car, so he's getting involved in this battle. And immediately Chris Bayliss has caught the Seddon and Keane dice that heads its way out of Murray's.
Yeah, and this is the battle for second place within the 116 class. Black and white driving standards flag for somebody for exceeding track limits. We go on to lap 4 of the race. The lead for Louis Woodward is now 1.99 seconds in number 87 from number 1 Richard Lakey, 57 Toby Partridge, and according to the time screens, Lewis Tyndall's now dropping down the order, who was 4th within the class, but didn't see whether his car was there or not. It could just be a transponder issue though.
Okay, haven't picked him up necessarily. So here's that battle down into the hairpin, and a dive to the inside for Dan Scott. So he now moves ahead of Pete Brand for his 9th position in the race. So Pete Brand continues to lose out.
Yeah, I think Tyndall is missing genuinely, so it is now Matt Priestwood up to 4th place overall.
Okay, so here's second in the 116s. Seddon ahead of Keane, and there is Tyndall. He's in the pit lane, Ian, with engine issues by the looks of things. He was a late entry to this meeting, so it was a late, perhaps, getting the car ready. And there's a car off at Palmer this time, and that car will get back off the grass. So much has happened, hasn't it, in what is a 10-minute restart. We thought the first lap of the original start was pretty frantic. This has just been non-stop of action. Matt Priestwood is 5 seconds ahead now of Anthony Seddon, who's there ahead of Peter Keane, then Chris Bayliss, then Freddie Tatham. There's a number of drivers here who don't necessarily run at the front of 116 trophy races who are going better in this sprint format. Dan Scott, he's just been repassed by Pete Brand. That was at Oggies, and they are now both coming under threat from Paul Whiten, who's up next.
That's right. Meanwhile, Jack Godden only to 22nd, behind Will Abraham now, who's in 21st. So neither of them have made particular progress during the course of this race. There is Priestwood, and that's a very good illustration of the lead that he has over Anthony Seddon in 2nd place within the 116s. Seddon under pressure from Peter Keane there, who was the leader at the beginning of the race and had the pole position for the class. Chris Bayliss it is in 4th, and Freddie Tatham in 5th. And we're just keeping an eye on whether we're possibly going to get a flag at the end of this lap, but we're not, because the leaders have just gone on to lap 5.
So it is going to be a 5-lapper then. So this attack that Anthony Seddon has coming from behind is going to continue on. Can Peter Keane make his way back through? A lap ago or so, Seddon managed to get past him, but Keane's not letting him get away. Remember, Peter Keane was on pole within the 116s in this race. Louis Woodward, by the way, leads by 2.6 seconds after setting another fastest lap at 2 minutes 23.6. But there's Priestwood, he's gone through, he leads the 116s. Then this free car battle behind, being headed by Anthony Seddon, very experienced driver in this car. Has been really about since the beginning of 116 trophy a few seasons ago. You've got Peter Keane, the ex-Citroen racer behind. And then Chris Bayliss, who's having a really good run. Here comes Keane to the outside. He's braked later. He's drawn up alongside Anthony Seddon, but a wide line in doesn't necessarily work, and he may lose a position.
He might well do as they head down to Palmer. That's Chris Bayliss in the number 80 car that's alongside him at the moment. Alongside Peter Keane on the outside line for the right-hander, but duking it out. He's just going to have to tuck in behind Peter Keane, though, number 151. So Bayliss stays in 7th overall at the moment. You can see it's Seddon in 5th place, Keane in 6th, Bayliss 7th, and then Freddie Tatham 8th. Those are the 4 cars you can see turning through Agostini right at the moment. Matt Priestwood now about 6 seconds up the road in the 173 car.
His best lap, a 2:30.1, which is a few seconds away from the 116 trophy lap record, but it's good enough. He's 6 seconds ahead, as Ian said there. And that attack that Peter Keane made has sort of just spread things out a little bit, brought Freddie Tatham into the picture behind the 33-year-old operations manager from Nottinghamshire, who's one of the more experienced drivers on the grid after racing in production BMW and BMW Compact Cup in the past before moving into 116s over the last 2 or 3 seasons. So he's on the 4th car in this train that makes its way down towards the S's. Meanwhile, I think the leaders are making their way to the flag.
Yeah, checkered flag is about to go out, and the win goes to Louis Woodward. Then no real surprise, it's his 4th win of the season. Richard Lakey takes 2nd place in the 120 Coupe Cup part of the race, and 3rd place is going to go the way of Toby Partridge in the last of the 120s. So with the 116s, well, it's Matt Priestwood leading by quite a handsome margin, but we've got a battle a bit further back here.
Keane's got 2nd, I think, in the 116s into Murray's.
And there's Will Abraham. You can see his car in the middle of shot, just going through now, but he's just about made it inside the top 20 as the 116 winner comes over the line now. That's Matt Priestwood, who takes the checkered flag. 2nd place is going to go the way of Peter Keane then in the end, ahead of Anthony Seddon. And 4th place goes to Chris Bayliss, with Freddie taking in 5th. So Peter Keane stealing 2nd place from Anthony Seddon right at the end, as you were saying, Josh.
Yeah, Priestwood's gap did come down on that last lap by a few seconds. for some reason, but it doesn't matter. Look at the battle to the line. It's 3 abreast for something like 18th position. So battles all the way through the pack. So quite a lot happened, as we were saying, during the course of that race, as the air displays continue on here at Snetterton.
Absolutely. Well, that's to mark the end of the 120 Coupe Cup and 116 trophy race, 116 trophy race. But fantastic sight the Red Arrows have made over the Norfolk skies this afternoon, and continue to make. Just waiting for the final. I think probably the final cars are already over the line, in fact. So very shortly we'll be able to bring you a look at the results of the race. A reminder that there's a second race for these cars a little bit later on, but yeah, we'll interrupt the display to bring you the results. 87 Louis Woodward was the winner after 5 laps by 2.64 seconds over Richard Lake. So 87 from 1 and 57 Toby Partridge was third. Then we get into the 116s. Fourth was number 173 Matt Priestwood. Fifth 151 Peter Keane. Sixth number 5 Anthony Seddon. Seventh was number 80 Chris Bayliss. Eighth number 89 Freddie Tatham. Ninth was 48 Daniel Scott. And running out the top 10 was number 10 Paul Whiten, ahead of Pete Brand, Antonio Almeida Souza, Tommy Fayhill and Simon Hopcroft Lopez. And outside the top 14 we had Maximus Bicknell, Jonathan Baker, James Dunn, Will Abraham, Conor Anderson, Elliot Bridgman, Bo Morsha, Seb Holman, Ethan Hall, Jack God, who went backwards towards the end, Liam Vezitz, Andrew Partridge and Paul Rains. So one race done for the 120s and the 116s. We will see them a little bit later on. Still lots more racing to come before that, though. We have the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship up next. In a moment or two we'll be able to head downstairs to hear from our successful BMW drivers. Matt Suckling it is on duty down in Parc Fermé for us today, and he's just making sure he's got the right drivers and getting into position for the interviews, and we will hear from him very shortly. Let's head down to Matt now.
Yep, down here with our race winner then from the first of the 116 Sprint and 120 Coupe Cup. We've got Louis Woodward, who is a winner once again. Louis, it's been a great year so far. Another win to add to the tally there.
Yeah, no, it's been a brilliant start to the new series. Really enjoying it. Just getting to grips with the car and just keep improving and keep working on the setup. So, yeah.
And how do you like these cars? You're getting to grips quite nicely with them, it seems that way.
Yeah. I think it suits my driving. It's a bit quicker. So yeah, just managed to keep these guys behind. So that's the main thing.
Were you wary of Richard and what he might be able to do?
I saw him there and I was ready. So I was up for a race.
Good stuff. Well done, Louis. Congratulations on another win this year. We'll have a quick chat as well with our second place man, Richard Lakey, just very quickly, then we'll bring in the 116s. Richard, well done. Second place there. How did you find that?
Hard work trying to keep up with Louis. He's fast. But yeah, just started getting away from me in the last few laps. But first couple of laps kept with him, so happy with that. So yeah, all good.
Anything you might be able to change for the next race? I'm sure you want to kind of overhaul him somehow.
I can't say it on camera. But yeah, we'll do a few tweaks, have a mess about, and fingers crossed we'll push him again.
And again, we've only got a few cars on the grid for this year for the 120s, but the concept for next year is trying to build and get a few more out there.
Yeah, hopefully. Mark's on about doing a championship, so hopefully we get a lot more out there, and we've proved they're good and they're quick, and they handle well. So yeah, fingers crossed there'll be a load of us out there next year.
But still a good second place there.
Oh yeah, it was hard work.
Good stuff. Thanks, Richard. Well done indeed. We'll have a quick chat with our 116 winner, which is Mac Priestwood. Mac, well done. You've been getting closer to the podium, closer to the top step over the last few rounds, and you've finally done it. Well done.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's pretty good. We had a first start. We started really well. Got a good lead, and obviously we had to have a restart, which were a bit annoying, but we second restart we didn't do as good off the line. I think we ended up almost back into third, but obviously we got back up and then led the race from then on out, so good result.
And it's good, isn't it? This stage of the season, the confidence starts to grow. You get to grips with the car a little bit more. You had a bit of pressure from behind there. Did you kind of know what to do and where to place the car at certain points?
Yeah, we're a good battle. We had a good battle at the beginning, and then I think there were an incident at the last corner when we came around one time, which gave us a gap, so we're good.
The plan for you now for the rest of the season is trying to take a few more wins.
Yeah, that's the plan.
Good stuff. Well done, Matt. Congratulations on the victory in the 116 trophy. So there you go. We heard from the winners of both the 120s and the 116s, and hopefully we'll have a little bit more from them a little bit later on. But more racing still to come here at Snetterton, so I'll hand you back upstairs to Josh and Ian.
where it's the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship that is up next for round 8 of the season. We've already had races at Silverstone, Brands Hatch and Croft this year, and the championship being led coming into this weekend by Tim Bentley with 156 points, with Chris Lawrence on 155 and Jack Dwayne third on 148. And let's have a look at the grid, and it is the man that we've just mentioned that is on pole position. Number 11, Jack Dwayne, lines up on pole for this one, and besides him is number 77, Jason Pelosi. Row 2, on the inside you have number 3, Jack Kingsbury, who's getting quicker as this season goes on, and 56, Chris Lawrence. Row 3 is 72, Pete O'Connor, although his car is not there, and 55, Justin Griffiths. On the 4th row of the grids, 4 Tim Bentley and 30 Darren Ransom. Row 5 is 86 Ollie Waynes and 10 Josh North. On the 6th row it's 48 Charles Shelbourne and 33 Nick Brady. On row 7, 85 Alex Kilby and 23 Alex Burridge. On the 8th row it's 7 Lewis Richardson and 31 Chris Page. On row 9 it's the 27 car of Gareth Tansey and Matthew Orcutt in number 32. Row 10 will be 88 Brian Craven and 17 Sonny White, with Ben Swift 47 and Paul Clark 82, rounding out the 22 car field. And if you've not seen the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship before, there are 2 classes. Class A is for the Clio 182s that formed the bedrock of this championship for many seasons, and Class B, the more recent innovation, for the Clio 197-200s. The more modern cars, a bit bigger, a bit heavier, but work's been done to try and keep them on a relatively even keel in terms of the performance of the 2 different classes, but points are scored within each individual class. Josh?
Yeah, and it's worked out pretty well this year. We had 3 wins for the 197s and 4 wins for the 182s on the overall form. So for an overall race result, you could see a win come from either compartment. But in qualifying this morning, the Class B cars were that little bit quicker, particularly Jack Dwayne and Jason Pelosi there on the first row. Dwayne, who had a really good weekend at Croft, taking a couple of Class B victories. He had an overall win at Brands Hatch as well. He starts on pole alongside Pelosi, who had to miss the last couple of races, but he was a winner at Brands Hatch as well overall. But the championship leader, who had a car failure in the final of the races at Croft, he only qualified 7th, Tim Bentley. So for the first time this year, he's not at the front of the 182s. As you mentioned there, Pete O'Connor looks like he was missing ahead of him, but it's Chris Lawrence on pole within the 182s. He's only a point behind Tim Bentley now because of that retirement that Bentley had in the third of the races at Croft. So Chris Lawrence was a winner on that occasion. He's had a 2nd overall as well, which was at Silverstone, and they can see him on the screens now. He's just behind Jack Kingsbury, who starts 3rd. Kingsbury, who's had a 2nd and a 3rd this year, both came at Croft, like you mentioned. He's been getting better in this car as the season has been going on.
Yeah, absolutely right. So good race in prospect here, with Jack Dwayne, Jason Pelosi, Jack Kingsbury, all been successful in Clio racing in the past, so they're going to be having a good fight, I would think, during the course of this race. And then we have the 182s with the gap where Pete O'Connor should have been. Not quite sure why he's not there, but you've got Chris Lawrence and Tim Bentley within that class. Chris Lawrence, who won the previous race at Croft, it was the first time Tim Bentley had been defeated within the 182 division this season, though.
At the back of the grid, or pretty much, was Ben Swift, who had problems in qualifying in, and Ben's been pretty rapid this season. He's been on the podium at Silverstone and at Brands Hatch, and he's had a Class B win as well at Silverstone.
Yes.
He's starting the back. He looked like some kind of gearbox problem this morning, but he is there on the grid, so he may be one to watch. And he's a fairly local driver from Skegness, and he's an airline pilot, which fits in nicely for today.
Yeah, it fits in with the theme of what's been going on. Anyway, we've got the yellow flags just waving at the back, just as cars come into position. There's nothing particularly to worry about as a result of that. The last few cars just moving up into their slots, and then we should get the green flag waved by the marshal at the back. I think that's going to happen any moment now. There we go. Yeah, green flag shown at the back. So 15 minutes of racing ahead of us for the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship. 5-second border's being shown, so red lights on. Ooh, might have been a bit of creeping there, but they're underway now, and it's a good start for the driver on pole position, Jack Dwayne. Jason Pelosi has lost out to Jack Kingsbury at the start of the race, and I think Chris Lawrence as well, as they head up to Rich's corner for the first time. In fact, it's a very good start, isn't it, from Chris Lawrence, because he was level pegging for second into Rich's corner there. They're 3 wide, a bit further back. There's a couple of cars off, spinning onto the west. In fact, there's 3 cars off. Charles Shelbourne is one of them. Joshua North is another.
The third car was Nick Brady, who's just got his car ready, I think, for this weekend. So that's a shame. But hopefully they're all going to get that going, because they're certainly moving on, which is a bit of good news. But it's Dwayne and Kingsbury, and then it's side by side for third as Justin Griffiths goes right round the outside of Chris Lawrence, the first of the 182s. You mentioned he made a good start there, a bit lighter, which helps him off the line, but now fighting back is Griffiths. But the worst start of all came from Jason Pelosi. He's down there in 5th, but Lawrence isn't giving up on this third just yet. He dives back on the inside of Griffiths. It could be a problem for Pelosi, but Charles Shelbourne, he's not got very much further at all. He's pulled the car off.
Yeah, it's a shame. Hopefully that's in a reasonably safe position and doesn't cause any kind of interruption. But there is the 56 car of Chris Lawrence. Then behind him is number 55, which is Justin Griffiths, who's under pressure from Jason Pelosi, who's trying to make amends from the start. Pelosi was the driver I thought might have just crept a little bit off the line. We've lost 23 as well. Alex Burridge back into the paddock as well. So that's a shame for Alex, who started on row 7 of the grid. But we're watching the cars as they head down the Bentley Straight towards Brundle Nelson. It's Jack Dwayne leading, number 11. Jack Kingsbury second, number 3. Look how Dwayne's trying to break the toe here from the rest of the field. Still, it's the 56 car in third place of Chris Lawrence.
Yeah, that's right, and he's able to go with them in the tow. We've already got 5 for the lead, with Justin Griffiths there in 4th position in what may be his last weekend in the championship. He's putting the car up for sale after this weekend, if you're interested, before a project he's putting together for the Hot Hats Championship for hopefully next year. And he has Jason Pelosi chasing him as they go through Corham. And those 5 quite a way ahead of the rest, but they are very evenly matched. How's Tim Bentley getting on, the championship leader? I think he's in this next group, but he lost out there to the 30 car, I think. That's Darren Ransom, who's ahead of Tim Bentley. But for Bentley, he's still second in the 182, the Class A cars, importantly. And he may gain a place as they go up towards Ritchie's, but there's yellows into the corner there. But for some reason, Darren Ransom lost 2 positions down the straight. He fell behind both Tim Bentley and Ollie Wayne before they got to the yellows, which suggests that his straight line speed not what it should be. Into the green zone they come in.
Yeah, Darren Ransom's got a different front end to that car. It's badly beaten up, I think, in qualifying, so he's got a red front on the mainly blue car. As we are watching the battle involving at the moment, number 7, Lewis Richardson there. 31 is just tucked in behind him as well. That's Chris Payton. 47, Ben Swift, who was coming through from the back, and he's made up quite a few places because he was 11th at the end of lap 1. So it's been a good start to the race for him. Behind him is the number 85 car of Alex Kilby as well. But it's Ben Swift keen to make up some more positions and get up inside the top 10. It looks like he might pass the 31 car down into Agostini. He does. Then the next target will be that of the teenager, Lewis Richardson.
And he may do that immediately as he goes up the inside on the exit of the hairpin. And that will be something like 9th position then for Ben Swift, who's having, like I say, a pretty good season. He missed Croft last time out. And a driver who started karting at the age of 8, so a youngster but experienced racing driver, Ben Swift. He's now ahead of Lewis Richardson, then the 19-year-old from Milton Keynes. And he continues on the battle. But Lewis Richardson going well here. He's had, I think, a couple of results in the top 10 this year, but he's well inside it again here at Snetterton. What's happened in the leading pack? Well, Pelosi is ahead of Griffiths, so his comeback is beginning. And Griffiths has fallen away, a little way back, hasn't he, towards Tim Bentley. So the top 4 now getting away. Dwayne, Kingsbury, Lawrence and Pelosi. Jason Pelosi returning to Clio's this season after a season in Porsches last year. Chris Lawrence just ahead of him, going well, looking for his 2nd win in Class B this weekend. He's from Grimsby in Lincolnshire, so not too far away from Snetterton. And he's been car racing for 5 seasons now, the 33-year-old in this ex-Scott Sharp car. He's still there in 3rd overall, but coming under pressure now from Jason Pelosi, the driver from Ongar in Essex. Again, not terribly far away from the circuit.
Still yellows, I think, at Ritchie's. possibly, as they turn their way through there and onto this short straight up towards the Wilson hairpin. It's Dwayne that's still leading. We're going to get the change there for third, are we? Up the inside goes Jason Pelosi ahead of Chris Lawrence. He gets third overall, but of course Lawrence still leading his class, and points are scored within the class, and he is still ahead of Tim Bentley here. Important, and if it stays this way, I think Chris Lawrence would probably take the championship lead away from Tim Bentley with this result.
Pelosi fastest lap, by the way, in 2:19.4. So if he's still in sight of Kingsbury and Dwayne, more progress could come. And he's gained a position at the Wilson hairpin on each of the last 2 laps, so he's going well.
He is, so we'll see if we can bear down on these. We've got 9 minutes or so of the race to go. Jack Kingsbury is his next target, the 28-year-old technician from Hartford. Started racing 6 years ago in the Clios, was always raced in the Clios. And car prepared by his father, Ricky Kingsbury. And he's going to be next in firing line for Jason Pelosi. Now he's up to third. Chris Lawrence is still in 4th place. And then we've got the a gap back to the next car, really, which is Griffiths still, I think. Tim Bentley and Ollie Wayne's second and third within the 182 division, Class A. Leaders back down the Bentley straight once again in towards Brundle and Nelson.
Pelosi slowing in?
He is, yes. Chris Lawrence has got back through, and it looks like he's got a problem. Yes, indicated on Jason Pelosi, having got into third place, is out of the race. So that is a drama. Well, drive, it says on the front of the car, drive, it says on the side of the car, and drive is what that car is not now doing.
And Jason Pelosi, who missed the 2 races on Sunday at Croft, was saying he couldn't have any more bad results. They were his 2 drop scores, but it's all gone wrong here at Snetterton. But for the lead of the race, Jack Dwayne is under pressure from Jack Kingsbury as they turn their way through the Murray's final corner. In qualifying this morning, Jack Dwayne was over a second quicker than Jack Kingsbury, but in race trim, Kingsbury seems to have a little bit more pace already. Track limit warnings going out. We're not halfway through the race yet, but into Ritchie's. The yellows have been withdrawn, so Kingsbury pulls to the left-hand side of the circuit. That's the outside. He hasn't got enough momentum, though, to get around the outside of Dwayne, though, the leader at this stage. And he's not got to worry about cars behind because there's a big gap to Chris Lawrence, so he's weaving one way or the other. Jack Kingsbury can't find a way through at this stage, but he's very keen to pick up his first win of the season by the looks of things, Ian.
Yeah, seems to be. He's really putting the pressure on, and he has got faster as he's got more experience with these cars. Jack Dwayne, also a newcomer to this class, though, for this season, so they've got a sort of similar amount of experience in these 197s, both having raced 182 successfully in the past. The last time they did identical lap times, 2:19.17 as well. Lap record for these cars are 2:15.81, so a little way outside that at the moment. So these two now 2 seconds or so clear of Chris Lawrence in 3rd place. Justin Griffith still 4th, Tim Bentley 5th, Ollie Wayne is 6th, then Darren Ransom, Ben Swift up to 8th now, then Lewis Richardson and Alex Kilby rounding out the top 10, but this battle for the lead goes on.
Yeah, it's really close, isn't it? Really great stuff, this. Jack Dwayne then continues to lead the way. The last 2 championships he took in the 182s, but having a go at the 197s now, and he's got a good championship lead over Jack Kingsbury within that class. 28 points the gap coming into this weekend. Dwayne's had 3 wins, a second, a couple of third, where Jack Kingsbury's only had a couple of seconds. He's been his only podiums within Class B this year, but this is going much better this weekend at Snetterton. He's right on the tail of race leader Jack Dwayne. Behind Chris Lawrence, he leads Class A. He's there in 3rd, ahead of Justin Griffiths, then Tim Bentley, Ollie Wayne and Darren Ransom. And Ben Swift up to 8th now, the driver who started from near the back of the pack, who's progressed pretty well.
Paul Clark in the green car, you can see going through shot there, number 82. He's in 13th. Double duty for him because he's also out in the low costs as well during the course of this weekend. He's got 1 race off, and then he'll be back out in the car for the low costs shortly. As we wait for the leaders to come up and over the line to complete lap number 4, hiding behind the black and white driving standards flag there, Jack Dwayne and Jack Kingsbury. That time through, Dwayne did a 2:20.01. Kingsbury was 11/100ths of a second slower, so the gap went out to 37/100ths of a second over the line, but it seems to have come back down again now, Josh.
Kingsbury quick through Ritchie's, a very quick corner. Not quite flat out, I don't think, in these cars, but very near to it. Top gear, and therefore Kingsbury was shown to be a bit quicker through the corner, but perhaps Jack Dwayne had a better exit, had a better run through Wilson. His lead margin just extended a touch on the last corner or so. They're nearly 3 seconds ahead of Chris Lawrence now, who's being recaught by Justin Griffith, who's there in 4th spot, and Tim Bentley trying to go with him. But very interesting how this weekend at Snetterton, after that failure Tim Bentley had in the 3rd race at Croft, doesn't have the pace he had in those early races in the season.
No, he doesn't. It's definitely a marked change. Of course, different circuits will suit the 197s or the 182s a little bit better, but equally some circuits will suit some drivers better than others as well. So maybe it's just that Snetterton is not his particular favoured layout. But nevertheless, he's going to be picking up useful points after that DNF last time out.
Because of course, on drop scores, very much he is the man with the advantage.
Yes.
Where he's dropping a 1 basically for starting, where many more points being dropped by Chris Lawrence at this stage, although obviously you don't drop scores at this stage. Chris Lawrence has been on the podium every time, so he may be dropping something like 20 points. So if Tim Bentley doesn't have any more DNFs, he's sort of in that better position. And he's recaught Justin Griffiths again, so the gap sort of fluctuating, and now the battle for 4th is on then. So Justin Griffiths ahead, the aerospace engineer from Shropshire. He's there in what's his 4th position in this car. He's been racing for a couple of seasons. He did 182s before that, and this car is a 2010 car built by his newly created outfit, Hustle Motorsport. You can see that on the side of his car, and he's being chased then by Tim Bentley as they come out of Murray's to complete lap 5 with potentially 2 to go.
He's being hustled, isn't he, at the moment by that car of Tim Bentley just behind him. And they head off on to their 6th lap now with 3 minutes of the race left to go. It's very close between them. You can see the 182, a slightly smaller car, so a lighter car than the 197. They do handle quite different, do have different strengths and weaknesses at each part of the circuit as well. No change in the orders. They round the Wilson hairpin and head down towards the left-hander at Palmer once again.
Tim Bentley has equalled the fastest lap, which is joint Jack Dwayne and Jack Kingsbury. So our 3 drivers on a 2 minutes 19.17. The grid for tomorrow's race set by the fastest laps. So if it stays as it is, 3 people will be tied on the pole position time.
Yeah, it's going to be cosy, isn't it?
It's the 1997 final Formula 1 round all over again.
Spanish Grand Prix, wasn't it? I think at Jerez, where it was so close, and Murray Walker on that occasion was certainly couldn't believe what he was seeing. But yes, we've got 3 of them. So unless someone can go faster in the remaining couple of laps, then that's what we're going to be faced with. I imagine it would be done on the order in which those times were set then. So it would be Dwayne, Kingsbury and Bentley in that order.
Should be, yes, absolutely. But quite a remarkable situation on a 3-mile circuit.
Yeah.
So brilliant stuff. And how much more equal can you get the 182s and the 197s than that?
Well, it just goes to prove, doesn't it? There's not a lot to choose between them. That's the 32 car of Matthew Orcutt, who's in 12th place, just ahead of Paul Clark, who we mentioned earlier on in the race. So they're disputing 12th and 13th positions at the moment. They're about to head on to the Bentley straight as we're watching battles further up. That's the battle for 9th and 10th that we're seeing now. We're going to get a change, are we? Alex Kilby up the inside of Lewis Richardson to Brundle, and he's gone through. So number 85, Alex Kilby, gets ahead of the Fuse Metrics car of Lewis Richardson now, and up into 9th place, ahead of Richardson, the driver from Milton Keynes, and the SR Motorsport car that he built himself, apart from the engine and the roll cage. But he's just lost out there to Kilby, as the leaders are going to go on to their final lap of the race now. Jack Dwayne and Jack Kingsbury now separated by 3/4 of a second, I can see, out of our commentary box window, as this battle for 9th continues.
Yeah, that's right. Just a bit further up the order, Ben Swift is 7th now. He's got past Darren Ransom, so his progress has been very strong. Here are the leaders. Gap is 3/4 of a second between Jack Dwayne and Jack Kingsbury. Same order behind. Apart from that change between Swift and Ransom. There is Justin Griffith still ahead of Tim Bentley, who looks to the outside. So they come down in towards Palmer, the left-hander. Justin Griffiths telling me this morning that that Hustle Motorsport brand that he's put together, he's hoping to run some cars in the championship next season as well. So he's not going far from the paddock, even if he's going to be racing elsewhere, hopefully in hot hatches next season. But there he is, just ahead of Tim Bentley, down towards the left-hander at Hamilton. Really quick corner this. So battle for 4th and 5th positions. Interesting dilemma really for Tim Bentley, because he doesn't really want to risk anything. He won't gain any extra points by making the pass there. And as we're on to the last lap, he's not really got any likelihood of getting a faster lap time. So 5th position it is for now. He's just ahead of Ollie Wayne, just behind the RAF engineer, who started racing 4 seasons ago. And this battle behind between Alex Kilby and Lewis Richardson continues on. Lewis Richardson, the teenager, behind. And Tim Bentley there was looking to the inside of Justin Griffiths, wasn't he, into the left-hander at Brundle. And well, on the final lap, so Jack Dwayne looking set to take his 3rd overall victory of the season. He didn't win at Silverstone, but he won at Brands Hatch, he won at Croft, and he looks set to win at Snetterton too.
He does so be a 3-time winner, and he's heading into Murray's for the final time now. No mistakes there, that's good to see. So he's going to head home. His namesake, Jack Kingsbury, out of the final corner. They have come then up towards the line. The checkered flag is readied, and there we go. So Jack Dwayne, a winner again in the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship, from Jack Kingsbury in 2nd place, Chris Lawrence 3rd, Justin Griffiths 4th, Tim Bentley 5th, and Ollie Waynes in 6th. Then a bit of a gap back. It's a Ben Swift in 7th place, Darren Ransom over the line in 8th, and then it's that battle for 9th to come through, which it looks like it's going to be Alex Kilby, is it, that's going to hold on from Lewis Richardson? Yes, it is. So 9th place to Kilby and 10th place to Richardson.
Yes, that was a pretty tight battle, wasn't it, up front, although it did spread out a little bit towards the end. There are battles further back. As guess what? There is more planes in the skies of Snetterton. And think back to earlier planes as well, Ian.
Yeah, and great to see them at this local show. And I'm glad they've got a good, clear, dry day for that as well, after some of the weather we've had recently. It's good that that's able to go ahead as planned, as well as has the on-track action as well. That's also been able to go ahead as planned, and it certainly went to plan for Jack Dwayne there.
There's local Snetterton photographer Richard Stiles, who's I don't think he's missed a meeting here at Snetterton for a long, long time.
And he's trudging to his position for the next race as the cars are heading into the Parc Fermé in the background there. So we'll take a look, no doubt, at the results for that last race, which certainly was a win for Jack Dwayne. No one did better those best lap times, by the way, so we have got 3 of them tied. So it's Jack Dwayne that took the win then, from Jack Kingsbury in 2nd place, number 3. 3rd place went the way of number 56, Chris Lawrence. 4th place to 55, Justin Griffiths. In 5th place it was number 4, Tim Bentley. 6th to number 86, Ollie Wayne. 7th was 47, Ben Swift. 8th was number 30, Darren Ransom. 9th was number 85, Alex Kilby. And rounding out the top 10 was number 7, Lewis Richardson. Then after that it was Chris Page, Matthew Orcutt, Joshua North, Gareth Tansey, Sonny White, Paul Clark and Brian Craven. I think the only non-finisher was Jason Pelosi, who pulled out after just a couple of laps, having got his car up into 3rd position. So Jack Dwayne it is that will go into tomorrow's race with a win under his belt. Let's head down to hear from him with Matt Suckling.
Down here then with our race winner from that Clio Sport race, and it is Jack Dwayne, who does it once again. 3rd overall win, another class win. That's not bad going, is it?
That's really good, yeah. Yeah, pleased with that. Started to sort of click with my car now, which is nice, because they are quite different to the old car. But to be honest, all the way around there, it was just a repeat of 2021 when I came here with him last time. That's exactly what happened. So I know where he's quick and he knows where I am. He was quick where I thought he would be, which it's round the real long fast right, which is quite a tricky corner, and he's always quick. Then if you get it right, you can overtake down into here. So I was just trying to manage that and then be strong where I am usually. But yeah, it was good.
Yeah, the man you're referring to, Jack Kingsbury, who is right behind you in the championship, right behind you in that race as well. So you've done what you needed to do. You've gained a few more points, which is the crucial thing this stage of the season.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's all about points. Got to keep collecting the points and making sure if you're not at the front, you need to be sort of 3, 4 and 5 up there, because there's still some good points up there.
Another race to come as well this weekend, so you're going to have to try and keep him on your heels. He'll try and do something a little bit different, I'm sure, for race number 2.
Yeah, well, I'm quite interested to see what the starting grid's going to be like for tomorrow, because I'm not sure what lap time I did. Because I was sort of, you spend more time worrying about what the car behind you is doing than actually putting a quick lap in. So I may well be 6th or 7th, I'm not sure, but it'll be good, whatever happens.
I can tell you there was 3 of you on the same time for pole position, so you're all going to be on the 1st, 2nd and 3rd place of the grid. So whoever said it first will be on pole, but you're up there, I think.
Oh, very good. That's good to know.
Well done anyway. Well done, Jack. Congratulations on another win there. We'll have a quick chat as well with Jack Kingsbury, who finished in 2nd place. Jack, this has been the theme this year, hasn't it? Second and 3rd, and not quite the top step, but some consistent results so far.
Yeah, the points are what matters really. The start of the season we was getting some 5ths and 7ths, but we started making the up on the grid, getting the seconds in, and yeah, it's just the only thing that I can do to keep me in the fight for the championship. It was a good battle, to be fair. It did remind me of 21 when I was racing with him. It was especially at this track, exactly, chasing him down. No, I'm well happy with the car. It's looking good.
You've had some good battles with Jack. Race 2, of course, to come tomorrow. A few changes, as I said, just probably to be made. But is there any chance around this circuit to make a move? There's a few hard braking zones, aren't there?
Yeah, there is. I'm quicker in certain parts of the track where I gain on him. It did set me up on the straight a couple of times, but I just didn't quite have the perfect execution to make a move. Hopefully I'll make a good start like I did today, and I'll just have to fend him off if I can get in front.
Well, you're looking for that first win, as we said, so good luck for race number 2.
Thank you very much.
There we go, Jack Kingsbury, who finished in 2nd place. We'll have a quick chat as well with our 182 winner, which is Chris Lawrence. Chris, well done. You're racking up the wins now, a 2nd one in class this year. That was another good race for you.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, we're in the groove at the minute, so we're just looking forward and seeing what we can tweak and not change too much on the car, so we can try and go for the win again tomorrow.
Yeah, you were up there, as we said. You had a 197, I think, between you and your nearest rival, so you're doing the business you need to do. But the top 2 just starting to get away towards the end.
Yeah, just stretching. I've just got to remember they're on slightly bigger brakes than us. Plus, I was leading my class, so I don't really want to get involved with another class. Okay, we all want to finish first overall, but we've got to think about points at the minute.
Yeah, you're not too far back, are you? Tim Bentley and you're kind of separated by just a handful of points.
Yeah, there's nothing in it, so I've just got to remember the points. And we've got a fair bit to go for the rest of the season, so just got to be a little bit careful at the minute.
Good stuff. Well done, Chris.
All right, thank you.
There we go. Chris Lawrence, who won in his class, the 182s, the 197s finishing in 1st and 2nd place. More racing from the Clio Sport Championship a little bit later on this weekend. On the way next, though, the first race of the weekend for the Martins Group Formula V Championship.
So our first single-seater action of the weekend now. It is the Martins Group Formula V Championship rounds 7 and 8 during the course of this weekend, making it the halfway point of the season, where Matthew Hyde leads the way coming into this weekend with 114 points. Craig Bell has 112 and Ben Cressy has 95, with Vaughan Jones on 86. And a good field of cars that we have here for this 7th round of the championship, but it's neither of the 2 main championship contenders on pole position on this occasion, because that's gone the way of number 33, Matt Harbert. So it's going to be 33, Matt Harbert on pole position, and besides him is going to be number 51, which is Matt Hyde, the championship leader. Second row of the grid on the inside is going to have number 99, that's Craig Bell, who's 2nd in the championship, and Andrew Cooper, making it 4 AHS Dominators out of the first 4 places on the grid. Probably the first time that's happened. Then on the next row of the grid, you've got on the inside of row 3, number 44, Martin Farmer, the 4-time champion, returning to the fold just on occasions this season. Had a successful meeting at Brands Hatch a couple of months ago. So 44 is on the inside of row 3, and besides him is number 50, which is Louis Scholes. On the 4th row of the grid, it's going to be 5 and 61. 5 is Peter Studer, and 61 is Peter Belzy. Row number 5 then is 94 and 8. 94 Morris Gloucester, and 8 is Ross Price. Row 6, 25 and 11, that's Daniel Lanier and Ben Cressy. The 7th row will be 24 and 66. 24 Rick Lanier and 66 Philip Waterhouse. Row number 8 will be 3 and 88. That's Vaughan Jones and Francis Twyman. Row 9, 47 and 32, Matthew Topham and Simon Foley. Then on the 10th row, 7 and 28, Richard Walsh and Sam Engineer. Row 11, 43 and 31, John Botner and Martin Snary. 6 and 22 are on the penultimate row of the grid. That's Florian Coltonbach and John Cressy. And 73 and 59 on the final row of the grid. That's Rachel Swain and Chris Wilshire. So 26 cars we should have, Josh, for round 7 of the Martins Group Formula V Championship.
Yeah, it's really good to have so many cars on the grid this year in Formula V, isn't it? It's only one of the biggest single-seater championships in the UK this season, and it's been really close and competitive. We've had 4 different winners over the course of the season. At the opening rounds at Donington Park, Elliot Mason and Craig Bell were winners. As you mentioned, at Brands Hatch, Martin Farmer twice a winner, and then Matthew Hyde a double winner last time out at Croft, which gave him the championship lead, but only by a couple of points over Craig Bell. And Hyde was quicker by a couple of tenths or so than Bell in qualifying, but they were both bettered by Matt Harbut, who was on pole, was he not, at Croft, and then it went a little bit wrong on that occasion. So he'll be hoping for a better run here. He is 7th in a championship. He's not been on the podium yet, but he's got lots of pace. He was on pole by 6 tenths. But here at Snetterton, Ian, Formula V racing tends to be really tight with big slipstream opportunities around the majority of the track.
That's right. The wild card, of course, this weekend is Martin Farmer is back. He was, I say, a 4-time champion. He was back at Brands Hatch, won 2 races there, the second of which was really tight, a good battle with Matt Hyde on that occasion. But unbelievably, for the racing he's done, it's the first time he's raced on this layout. So he's done, what was it, about 7 laps, I think it was, he managed in qualifying this morning. That's all the experience he's had of this 300 circuit so far. He'd driven the 200 in the old layout before. So really that was just about learning the track. So I'm sure we'll find more time from Martin Farmer to come as this race goes on as well. And I'm sure he'll take the fight to the cars ahead of him. And he is the first non-AHS dominators on the grid, which are for once living up to their name.
Well, if it wasn't for him, Louis Scholes would have made it 5 dominators in the top 5, wouldn't he?
Yes.
Which, we've only got, I think, got 1 more on the grid, I think. So very impressive stuff from the Alan Harding run cars. But like I say, a good grid of cars here. So we're hopeful for an exciting 15-minute race. And there the Beetle-engined V's make their way through this green flag lap then of the Snetterton circuit. Some drivers more aggressive than others, I think, putting heat into their tyres.
Yeah, absolutely. These run on Hoosier tyres these days. They run on Dunlops for many seasons, but the supply of those dried up, and therefore they switched to Hoosier several seasons ago. Lap record for these cars set by Craig Pollard last July. We'll see Craig later on with a 2:08.52. And he will be out in the F1000s later on. As I say, in qualifying this morning, the best time was a little bit off that, to say that he's a 2:12.24 for Harbut in this AHS Dominator. But a good racing prospect, I think, here. Peter Belsley, a bit further back. He's always quite spectacular to watch, isn't he? He's on the 8th position on the grid, 4th row of the grid in the number 61 car in the ex-Jez Clark Championship winning Spider. He's certainly one to watch. And yeah, be interesting to see how he fares. It's worth mentioning the man that's the highest placed returning driver from last year's championship, that's Vaughan Jones, only down in 16th, or 15th I should say, on the grid for this one. The 45-year-old quality manager from Abergavenny in the ex-Steve Glaswell store.
He's only 3.5 seconds off pole though, isn't he? So that's quite a bunched grid, probably on a track like this. It's the tightest qualifying session we've had in Formula V for a little while. Vaughan Jones, who was a championship leader at one stage this year. Peter Studer's back this weekend as well, isn't he? An experienced driver. He's just ahead of Belsley on the grid. So I think there's a number of people this race could come from, because there's a lot of quick drivers, quick Formula V drivers on the grid, which should make for an exciting 15-minute race, which is coming up next.
So we are waiting for the final few cars to go into position. I think we do have the green flag at the back. So 5-second board is shown. 15-minute race ahead of us for the Martins Group Formula V Championship. It gets underway now. And Matt Harbour leads the way then. It's a good start from Craig Bell from the second row of the grid. He's already getting alongside his championship rival Matt Hyde as they head up towards Rich's corner for the first time. But it's Harbour with the green nose to his car that has the lead of the race. It looks like Bell has slotted into second position. He's got ahead of Matt Hyde therefore in the pale blue AHS Dominator, and we'll wait to pick them up as they head up towards the Wilson hairpin for the first time. You see it's Hyde in third. Looks like Farmer is fourth. And Andrew Cooper, I think, has dropped back a few places, the driver that started in fourth position. I think it was still the lead being held by Matt Harbour. Yes, it was, and actually by quite a few car lengths as things stand.
Yeah, not a good start from Andrew Cooper from the second row of the grid. He's dropped some way back. There's quite a few cars sliding around as they go through Palmer for the first time. But like you say, Harbour trying to break the toe early on in the race, while Bell and Hyde and Farmer behind. Peter Studer's up to fifth, so he's made a good start from seventh in the TCR Challenger, and he is right there on the gearbox of Martin Farmer. So two of the probably most experienced drivers on the grid there together, but just ahead of them are Craig Bell and Matthew Hyde. But problems for Andrew Cooper at Croft. It was qualifying that didn't go to plan, and this time it's the opening race.
He was saying how well acquainted he gets with the marshals these days, and looks like today's going to be no exception. I hope he's found a good post to stop out there. That's a real shame for Andrew Cooper, though, who's also a director of the 750 Motor Club as well. So Harbour it is that leads. Craig Bell in second. Matt Hyde is third. Martin Farmer fourth. Peter Studer fifth, and Peter Belzy in sixth position. But Farmer's off the road. Well, he's not driven this 300 circuit before, but that bit's not changed, Martin. Off the road he has gone, and so too has one of the others who will pick up as well in just a moment. Farmer, though, is going to rejoin in sixth place, therefore, just behind Peter Belzy.
Yeah, he had those two cars looking to the inside of him, so whether that was a distraction for Martin Farmer, not sure. But the lead, Matt Harbott's gap potentially coming down to Craig Bell and Matthew Hyde in there behind. So they're going to be trying to pick up the toe of the leader, and they're absolutely nose to tail for second and third positions up across the line as Hyde and Bell then get closer to the leader as they go into Ritchie. So the outside looks Hyde. He can't make that stick into there, but the top three are together now, Ian. That big gap Matt Harbott had has come to nothing with the slipstream behind.
Yeah, well used by Bell and Hyde there. They come down into the Wilson hairpin, they break, and they all turn through in the same order. So they're coming out side by side, though, and it's going to be Bell on the inside line for Palmer here in the number 99 car. Hyde is on the outside line. They're almost three wide into Palmer, but Harbott holds on, and it's Hyde, in fact, that benefits from all of this. He goes through into second position. Down to third has gone Bell. It didn't work out for him, and now Hyde is going to challenge for the lead. Down to Agostini. Is he going to have a look up the inside or no? No is the answer. So it is Harbott, Hyde, and now Bell, the top three.
So it's back to grid order. That was very exciting stuff. I'm not sure how many times I've seen three wide work into Palmer, but fantastic stuff. We said Formula V racing is good here at Snetterton, and it's proving to be once more. So we're very much got Formula V back to how it was a few seasons ago, which is great to see. It is then Matt Harbott, hasn't been on the podium before, looking for his first win as he turns his way into Williams. The long right-hander that takes you out onto the back straight, but we know how powerful the slipstream is in these cars. Matthew Hyde, Craig Bell, both in line, trying to close back in on race leader Matt Harbott. We've seen three wide already in this race. Are we going to see it again? Not into Brundle on this occasion. Little look to the inside from Bell of Hyde. That didn't work out, but it's Matt Harbott that hangs on. He runs wide, though, out over the curbs. You've got to be careful nowadays not to go beyond the curve. We've seen track limit warnings over the course of today already.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll see some more before the day is out. So there's the top three, well ahead of Peter Studer in fourth place in the TCR Challenger. It looks like Peter Belzy fifth. Is it still Martin Farmer sixth? I think it is. Ahead of Maurice Gloucester in another of the GACs, but it's the three AHS Dominators at the front of the field, and Matt Hyde right in the toe here of the race leader, and he's going to pull out of that toe. He's going to try and get alongside as they come over the line. It's going to be Harbott ahead over the timing line, but Hyde's going to have the inside line for the left-hander. One car briefly off the circuit there on the exit of Murray's. It is Harbott that holds on, and Hyde loses out because Bell goes around the outside of him at Riches.
Yeah, great stuff. And can he carry that momentum down towards the hairpin? The Justin Wilson hairpin, they break late. And to the outside comes Craig Bell. They're side by side behind as well as Belzy looks up the inside of Studer. So they are trying to close in on this battle being front, and it's Belzy with the fastest lap. He's over a second quicker than the leaders, so he could get more cars into this lead group yet. But it is a change for the lead because Craig Bell has made that momentum work for him. He's got through and he leads for the first time in this race. Matt Harbert's dropped to second. He's got Matthew Hyde looking to the outside, who breaks late. The teenager there gets second. So Harbert, who led to begin the lap, is down to third and he's slowing.
Yeah, problems there for Matt Harbert maybe. Is he going to get back up to speed? Looks like he probably is actually, so possibly just a gear selection issue or something like that, but it's left clear daylight now for the two championship contenders, Craig Bell, number 99, and Matt Hyde, number 51. Matt, the sixth form student from Sybil Headingham, who overcomes type 1 diabetes to race as well. And he's having a really good season so far, taking the lead of the championship last time out at Croft. Here's that battle a bit further back. It's for fourth place. Peter Studer, number 5, and Peter Belzy, number 61, in the Spider. They are heading along the Bentley Straight now. They've got a bit to make up to Matt Harbert, who is still there in third place. But it's Bell that leads from Hyde. Are we going to get the change for fourth going into Brundle? Yes, we are. So Peter Belzy now, number 61, takes P4.
Yeah, the car that lived just down the road when Jess Clark raced it, local driver, took the championship many years ago. These much older cars than the three in front, the Belzy and Studer cars, but they are going after Matt Harbert. Meanwhile, a big challenge for the lead. Matthew Hyde was looking to the inside into Coram to get past Craig Bell. That's not really an overtaking of place in these cars. He really should wait for the tow, which will come up next. And now that Belzy's there with Harbert, that could change too as they come up across the line. The car that went off, by the way, a little bit earlier, number 8, is into the pits. That's Ross Price. But for the lead of the race, up towards Ritchie's, good straight line speed for Craig Bell means those behind aren't really challenging. Behind, though, it's much tighter between Harbert, Belzy and Studer as they complete 3 laps with what we should get 4 more to go. Ian, a big look up for the leader.
He does look up, you can hear it, you can see it. Does that give Matt Hyde the chance as we just switch back to that battle for third? We've just got Matt Harbert now having been caught by Peter Belzy and Peter Studer as well. It is still Craig Bell despite that lock-up that holds on to the lead of the race, but good speed carried through Palmer there by number 51, Matt Hyde. He's going to try and get alongside Craig Bell now, or is he? No, tucks back in behind on the run to the left-hand hairpin at Agostini. Now tries to go around the outside of Craig Bell. He's overlapping with him, but it's a long way round. Can he get the cut back on the exit of the corner? No, he can't. So it is still Craig Bell leading, with Hyde in second place with half of the race to go.
And Pete Belzy's third. He's got himself ahead of Matt Harbert, who again struggled out the hairpins. I wonder if second gear is a problem there for Matt Harbert. Anyway, the leaders wide through Oggies, the double right-hander. And then they come down into Williams, an important corner. There's Belzy, he's third now. The driver with the fastest lap in this race. Studer is fourth, and someone's blown up. Is that Phil
Waterhouse? Yeah, at 66 is out of the race, I'm afraid to say. That's Phil Waterhouse with the Ferrari Tasso as we switch back once again to this lead battle. Still being led by number 99, Craig Bell from 51, Matthew Hyde in second place. Third place now is the 61 car of Peter Belzy. Fourth is number 33, Matt Harbert. Fifth is number 5, Peter Studer. Sixth is number 44, Martin Farmer. And then it's Maurice Gloucester 7th, 8th Ben Cressy, 9th Vaughan Jones and 10th Louis Scholes, rounding out the top 10, but the two leaders as close as ever.
Yeah, Hyde is really good into Coram by the looks of things, but he can't make anything of it. Craig Bell, who seems pretty good out of Murray's and then down the centre straights. They come through, there's less than a car length between them, and this time that's a better exit for Hyde. Can he do anything about the leader? Yes, he can. He draws up to the left-hand side of the circuit, but Bell, I think, has a stronger engine because he's able just about to keep his nose ahead as they head in towards Ritchie's as they complete 4 laps. There is 600ths between them, but it is Craig Bell that leads. This time it's Martin Farmer with the fastest lap. He's in 6th and trying to go forwards.
Yeah, into the 212, so he's gone a 212.97 for him, and he is catching the group of cars ahead of him. It was nearly about 3/4 of a second faster than Studer on the previous lap, so it's pretty much with him now, looking to get back towards a podium places. Round the outside at Palmer goes Matt Hyde to try and take the lead of the race from Craig Bell. Oh, he's done it, I think. Still side by side, but I think he might just about have completed that move. They're going to be pretty much two abreast as they head into Agostini, but I think Matt Hyde has got the lead away from Craig Bell. Does he go a bit too deep into the corner? No, he doesn't. Does that very nicely, and he's got a length or two ahead of Craig Bell now.
Yeah, but can he get far enough ahead before the straight? Because you know Craig Bell's car's pretty good in a straight line. He's got some different aerodynamics on that car as well that may help. And he will be in the tow this time. But can Hyde, who's quick through the fast corners, we've seen that during the course of this race, able to get away. Belzy still in third. Harbot, though, chasing him hard. They're a couple of seconds behind the leaders. We know from qualifying that Matt Harbot has got the pace to be very quick indeed around him. What's going to happen up front? Down towards the Brundle Nelson S. It's darting one way is Matthew Hyde. He's followed by Craig Bell, but he's done enough, I think, to hold on here into the braking zone, and we know he's been pretty quick in this final section of the lap. So can he pull far enough away in? He's up the curb. There's yellow flags coming up next.
Yeah, so no overtaking at this part of the circuit, which is a bit of a shame for those that were in pretty close proximity there. There's Maurice Gloucester on his own in 7th. 8th place is Ben Cressy, the ex-championship winning car from Ben Maloudy's days, and then it's Vaughan Jones and Lewis Sculls rounding out the top 10. But here are the leaders, and they're going to have 11 minutes gone at the end of this lap, so 4 minutes to go. So just 2 laps to go then, Josh.
Absolutely right, and is Craig Bell going to challenge into Ritchie's because he's right in the tow, he's got the speed, he pulls out to the left-hand side of the circuit. If that was the last lap, that would have been pretty close, but we've got 2 more to go, we believe, with Hyde behind now. So Craig Bell reclaims the lead, Matt Harbot reclaims third, he's got past Peter Belzy in all of that. And the fastest lap this time for a change has gone to who was the leader. Matthew Hyde's got into the 11s, so we've quickly gone from the 13s to the 12s to the 11s in this race. Matt Harbot third, ahead of Belzy. Behind Martin Farmer was challenging Peter Studer. Did he make that one stick? We shall see in a moment, but Matthew Hyde's got to do it all over again. He made that impressive move around the outside at Palmer a lap ago. He's unable to replicate that this time, but he knows for his case, Ian, it's not so easy to get past in a straight line, so he's going to have to try something a little bit more bold. Behind, I think Farmer is 5th, isn't he? So he got past Peter Studer that time.
Yeah, looked like he was ahead. Yes, just confirmation of that in the background there. So there's the car with the dorsal fin on the back, number 99. Craig Bell now in the lead of the race with about a lap and a half to go from number 51, Matt Hyde. These two disputing the championship, just 2 points between them coming into this weekend's racing. It was Hyde with the slight advantage. It might just about turn around if the result stays this way, but there's still a little way to go, 4 miles or so left to go of this race. They're pulling clear now, about 3 seconds clear of the third place car, which is now Peter Studer again. Harbert's dropped back to 6th, hasn't he, by the looks of it. So that's a change as we watch the leaders come through towards the bomb hole now. Still Bell ahead of Hyde.
Yeah, this is where Hyde has had a little sort of sneaky looks up the inside into Coram. This time, again, he turns in earlier than the leader, who takes a wider approach to Coram, which is interesting. And yeah, then Belzy third, and then a freeway battle for 4th position. And wide for race leader Craig Bell. Is that going to affect his exit? Meanwhile, there's a big challenge going on for 4th as Martin Farmer around the outside of Matt Harbot. He's got a slower exit, so Studer comes through and it's side by side for the lead. Craig Bell has held on ahead of Matthew Hyde. We go on to the final lap of the race then. And it is Bell ahead by 900ths at the line. Martin Farmer's getting a penalty. He's exceeded track limits too many times. So he's battling for 4th, but he's not going to finish there. So the top 3 looks set, but in what order for the top 2 is going to be found out very shortly, Ian.
Well, it's still just about Craig Bell holding on. He did have the advantage going down into Riches, as Josh suggests. Maybe he does just have a very slightly stronger engine, which has allowed him to keep ahead at the end of the straight.
Unless it is the aero on the car, which helps it slipperier through the air.
It could be that as well. He's dropped a wheel beyond the curb there, though, I think now, as they came out of Palmer. Down towards Agostini for the 7th and final time in this race. And Hyde to the outside. Will he try and now get the switch to the inside? Take the line for Hamilton? No, he won't. Past, I think, the broken down car of Andrew Cooper there in the background. About 4 car lengths here as they go into Hamilton. Now down to Oggies and Williams, and then it's the Bentley straight, and that's where probably Craig Bell does have a little bit of an advantage. So options running out here for Matt Hyde.
Yeah, that's for sure. He's going to have to be pretty committed. Craig Bell's pretty good through Williams here. Again, he's up the curb on the exit of the corner, and he's got a few car length advantage over Hyde there in 2nd. And he's weaving around. It's the race leader, Craig Bell. Not too bad. It's only sort of that one movement to and back again, so not too crazy. And Craig Bell then is able to hang on, but look at the speed. Hyde has through Brundle there, but where is he going to make the move? Murray's is a possibility of an overtaking position on the final lap, and we saw on the previous lap Craig Bell did run wide, so he doesn't want to do that again. It's Martin Farmer and Peter Studer still going at it for fourth, and Maurice Gloucester has joined in on this battle now as well, but it's all about the lead as they head into Coram.
They do indeed, and it's still Craig Bell, number 99 ahead of 51, Matt Hyde. And Bell's made a mistake there, and he spins on the very final corner of the race, and Matt Hyde is going to come through and win it after all of that. Craig Bell pretty much had that in the bag, I think, but a mistake from him there, and Matt Hyde takes the spoils of victory in round 7 of the Martins Group Formula V Championship. Second goes the way of Peter Belzy, and third, so lots of crucial points there dropped for Craig Bell.
It's almost 3 abreast for fourth, but Peter Studer came out on top in all of that. Then on the end results, Harbert, Gloucester, Cressy, Skulls, Jones will all pass Martin Farmer because it was so close in that next group. So if you look at the results, the top 3 doesn't look very exciting, does it? But that was a great Formula V race, and the pressure told for Craig Bell. Matthew Hyde, who had never won a race 5 weeks ago, has now won 3 in a row. He won both races at Croft, and he won here at Snetterton too. Fantastic race, and that very much lived up to the expectations of Formula V at Snetterton.
It certainly did, and going into those final corners, that was the only way Matt Hyde could win that, I think, because it didn't look like there was any other way past Craig Bell into the finals, but it just was a small mistake. He must have been feeling the pressure from Matt Hyde. So we'll run down the results as best we can then. We'll try and slot Martin Farmer in where we think he should be. So 51 Matt Hyde taking the victory then from 61 Peter Belzy. Craig Bell, number 99, went from first to third on the final corner. Fourth place then goes to number 5 Peter Studer. And then fifth on the road was 44 Martin Farmer, but he has a 5-second penalty that's going to cost him very dear indeed. So fifth will be 33 Matt Harbert, who led for a while, of course. Sixth will be 94 Maurice Gloucester. Seventh will be number 11 Ben Cressy. Eighth will be number 50 Lewis Scholes. Ninth will be number 3 Vaughan Jones, and then 10th will be number 44 Martin Farmer. So he's had a first and a 10th on his Formula V comeback this year. Then 11th will be Daniel Lanier, 12th will be Rick Lanier, 13th Matt Topham, who wins Class B, by the way. Didn't really mention that throughout the course of the race, but Matt Topham winning Class B. 14th to number 88 Francis Twyman, 15th to number 28 Sam Engineer. Then it was Simon Foley, Rachel Swain, Martin Snary, John Botner, and Florian Koltenberg, the film director and newcomer to Formula V racing, that rounded out the top 20 at the end of a hugely dramatic Formula V race. Really exciting stuff. And I think you said Snetterton was well suited to Formula V, Josh, and so it proved.
Yeah, Snetterton does create some good racing when you get tight racing. We've seen quite a bit of that today. Formula V is sort of perfect for it with the long straights, big slipstreaming opportunities, and we very much saw that. So let's head down to Matt Suckling, who's with our race winners.
Thanks, guys. Yep, down here with our race winner, Matt Hyde. Great job there. What a great fight it was as well. We wanted to try and hide the checker flag somehow.
Yeah, I kind of wish it had gone on for longer, in fairness. I was really enjoying it out there. It's a hot one, though, so I'm really glad to have pulled it off. 3 wins on the trot. Very happy.
Yeah, the most wins now so far this year, so that helps you massively within the championship, doesn't it?
Exactly. We've been really consistent the last 3 rounds. We've finally found out how to drive this car. It's a new car this year, so just learning how to drive it has been a massive achievement in itself. And now to back that up with 3 wins, I'm really happy.
And what a race, though. It was back and forth, wasn't it, between you and Craig, and you gave each other so much respect along the way.
Yeah, we did, exactly. Craig raced a brilliant race, and unfortunately he just lost out in the last corner. Not his fault. Both of our tyres were completely gone by the end of that. But it was more of a strategy game because of the slipstream here. It's so strong. I was trying to line him up for the last corner, and fortunately he paved the way for me.
Well done, Matt. Good luck for race 2 tomorrow. We'll have a quick chat as well with Peter Belsley, who finished in 2nd place. Peter, you picked up the pieces there, but still on the podium, 2nd place. A good race for you.
Yeah, a bit unexpected from a couple of people slow off the grid, so I think I got 2 before the first corner pretty much. And then Martin had a grassy moment down at the S's. So I picked off another one there, and then sort of waiting I could see those 2 battling ahead and starting to reel them in a little bit, and then had a battle with someone else who I've forgotten behind me. But yeah, good. Yeah, really good fun. Hard work.
Good stuff. Well done, Peter, for second. A typical Formula V race. We'll have a quick chat as well with the man who finished in third place. Craig, it was going so well up until the final corner. From your perspective, what happened?
The tyres were going off lap after lap. I struggled with the rigging quality as well. And Matt was quicker, to be fair. I did my absolute best to try and beat him. But I didn't realise it was the last lap either. So I just overcooked the last corner. Nothing I can do. But still got podium, so I'm happy with that.
Up until that point, it was a great race and showed some real good speed.
Yeah, we thought Matt Arbid was going to walk away a little bit, but he seemed to drop off as the race went on. So me and Matt obviously managed to get in front of him, and I think we put a bit of a gap on everybody else. But it was an amazing race between us two, so we managed to keep it clean.
Thoroughly enjoyed it. Craig, well done. Good luck for tomorrow's race as well. Not much time to rest now because we're straight into the next race. No green flag lap for the Yokohama Low Cost Championships. Let's head back upstairs to Ian and Josh.
Thank you, Matt. Let's, without further ado, tell you about the grid for this one. On pole position, it's going to be number 54, David Hitchin, and beside him, number 1, Craig Land. Second row, 82, Paul Clark, and 79, Tom Parker. On the third row, it's going to be 4, David Martin, and 94, Martin West, making a return to low cost, former champion. Row 4, 8 and 90, 8, Sean Brame, and 90, Thor Tuller. Row 5, 58 and 29, that's Bradley Hawson and Jeff Peake. Row 6, 73 and 50, Rob Apsey and Ian Hardy. Seventh row is going to be 74 and 57, Jack Linus and Daniel Russell. Row 8, 52 and 31, Alan Harmon and Glyn Griffiths. Row 9, 17 and 27, Angus Goff and Mark Rue. Row 10, 28 and 72, that's Dave Berry and Alex Artis. Row 11, 46 and 11, Barry Stewart and Jack Artis. Row 12, 77 and 7, Andy Perkins and Isaac Spires. 13th row, 25 and 41, Tony Mole and Keith Malpas. 14th row, 37 and 34, Steve Brown and Trevor Faunch. And 15th row, 20 and 47, William Ward and Tim Penstone-Smith. As Matt says, no green flag lap for this one, Josh, which has the man that is leading the championship, Craig Land, second on the grid.
Yeah, and we saw a great slipstream battle for Formula V. Well, low cost really shouldn't be any different, should it? So we look forward to this. A slightly mixed up grid because more than half a dozen drivers got penalised for track limits in qualifying, so they had their best laps disallowed. But that means David Hitchin starts on pole position, which is great to see. The driver's had a couple of podiums this year. But as you mentioned, Craig Land, championship leader alongside, and it's a real shame that his big rival in the championship this year, Todd Boucher, unable to complete the season. So that sort of leaves the path very much to Craig Land, who's got a big lead over the rest. But therefore, we thought he might be able to dominate this weekend, but qualifying didn't show that to be the case. So let's hope we get a good low-cost slipstreamer as well. Paul Clark, we've seen him already in Clio, so he qualified well there on the second row alongside Tom Parker. And then behind, you mentioned returning is Martin West, who was a Mazda 7 winner just a couple of weeks ago at Cadwell Park.
So very shortly be getting the race underway. The 30-second board is showing us there's just 1 point between Craig Land and Todd Boucher, but he's more than 60 points clear of David Hitchin. However, Hitchin and Tom Parker are separated by only 1 point in the battle for what is currently third, but may well become second in the championship before the season is out. We are waiting for the race to get underway, then ride lights go out now, and a bit of creeping from the second row, possibly by Tom Parker, keen to get on terms with David Hitchin then as they head down towards Rich's Corner for the first time. It is the 54 car of Hitchin on the left-hand side of the picture that is going to have the advantage, I think, just about from Craig Land as they turn into the first right-hander of the lap and head off up towards the Wilson hairpin for the first time in this 15-minute race. A great sight, these cars. Paul Clark making up ground there. He's up to second. He's up into the lead of the race as Craig Land goes wide at Wilson hairpin.
Yeah, David Hitchin had already dropped back, so it's Paul Clark. Has he led a low-cost race before? He's certainly been up there, but maybe leading for the first time. And after the experience in the Clio race, has that helped him out? Well, we've got a great big battle pack, as you'd expect in the early corners of the race. But we've had 3 different leaders already, and it's Paul Clark who heads the way. And the sun glistening off the cars as they go down into Agostini's. Hitching back to second, I think he is, with Land in third, and then the rest turn their way through the hairpin. And this all bodes well, I think, here for a big slipstream in battle. The slipstream probably even stronger in these cars than what we just saw in Formula V.
Yeah, 1300cc cross-flow engines, the aerodynamics of the archetype will brick these things as well, and that makes for really good racing around this Snetterton 300 circuit. There we see the 50 car of Ian Hardy, 58 Bradley Horsnell as well involved in that, but it is Paul Clark. I would think he probably has led a race at some point. He's been in lead groups before, so I reckon at some point Paul Clark may well have led a race before, but he's not won one, he's not led all that often. It's a bit further back, we're watching the 27 and 7 cars do battle, 7 being Isaac Spires, who started towards the back of the grid, and Mark Rue as well. 3 abreast down into Brundle Nelson, and who's going to emerge in front? It is still Paul Clark. Craig Land in second, David Hitchin in third, and Martin West now getting himself up into 4th position, number 94, around the outside of David Martin he tries to go.
And he's done it, and Sean Brame is following him at Bombhole, which is pretty impressive, and he's done that as well. Tom Parker, who initially made a good start, he's dropped back, he's next in line, but it is Clarkey that leads as they come through Coram, with Craig Land chasing him, then Hitchin, then West, so there's a good bit of experience in this front group. And then a gap back to Sean Brame, who's there in 5th now after making that move, what we saw just a moment ago. The car's hopping over the curbs as they go through Murray's to complete the opening lap, and it's 2 by 2 across the line.
A 10-second penalty for someone, I suspect, Tom Parker, who looked to be creeping a little bit. Yes, that's confirmed on our timing screen now as we watch the leaders arriving at Ritchie's in a completely different order. It's Craig Land now that he's had. Paul Clark's dropped back to 4th position, trying to work out the order of the 2 cars between them as well. Up to Wilson Hairpin they go, so it's Land from West, is it, in 2nd place? Yes, it is in 2nd place, and then is it David Hitch in 3rd?
Yeah, so like you say, the tow, particularly on that part of the track from the slow Murray's corner down the straight, absolutely phenomenal. And if they stay like that for the whole race, you probably don't want to lead into the last corner. We've got more cars joining in the lead battle as one runs a little wide. Tom Parker, who's got the penalty, and Sean Brame joining in. The car that ran wide, I think, was Martin West, the former champ, and that has given David Hitchin a run, but unable to get through. Paul Clark comes around the outside of him, and he can't quite manage that at this stage, or can he? He's still on the outside line. He's got the momentum on the exit there, and he has gone back into 3rd, back ahead of David Hitchin, the driver who originally started from pole position in this race. So they turn their way into the right-hander, and this all allowing Craig Land to try and break the tow at this stage as they battle behind, quite possibly. We've seen Craig Land sort of a long way ahead of this pack during other races this season. Is he going to continue that here at Snetterton? And he was one of the drivers who did have a track limit violation earlier, so he's got to be aware of that as the cars go past the healthy spectator banks here at Snet.
Yeah, I think this might well allow Craig Land to get away a little bit, but the others, if that is the case, perhaps will gift it to him because they'll be battling with each other. Martin West is the one that's determined to bridge that gap again, isn't he? He's not really in championship contention. It's his first race in low cost for this season, as Josh said. He's been focusing on the Mazda 7s with some success last time out as well. So he's going to take the fight here to Craig Land, if anyone does. Clark there in 3rd, Hitch in 4th, Sean Brame in 5th, Tom Parker 6th on the road, but he's going to have that penalty to be added to his time at the end of the race. As there's a gap back then to the number 4 car, which is David Martin in 7th place, but he's got another big group behind him, including past race winner number 29 Jeff Peak.
And leaders across the line. The lead gap was only just over half a second, so Craig Land unable to break the tow, and perhaps having Martin West there in 2nd position is helpful because he's very experienced, he knows how to win these races, he is a former champion himself. And as they go down towards the right-hander, that's not a low-cost engine you can hear in the background, as the top 6 cars all as one, then a gap back to about the next 6 or so. So great racing here from low cost. Again, Snetterton very much delivering today.
Yeah, and Rob Apsey there in the number 73 car, just getting into the 7th position, I think. He had a good result at Cadwell, I remember, last year. As we watch the leaders then head down towards Agostini. Paul Clark and David Hitchin alongside one another there, and Clark is ahead at the moment. and Brame is right behind Hitchin as well. Of course, it's Hitchin and Park that are disputing third place as things stand in the championship, although they'll clearly catch and pass Todd Boucher, who's not going to complete the balance of the season. But it's going to be Craig Land that is going to have a sort of 60-point lead in the championship. Well, he does at the moment, and he'll hope to extend that here.
Paul Clark's mudguard's rubbing on his tyre quite significantly, which is a real shame for him if that causes a problem. And you can see he's slowing, I think, a little bit coming out of the corner. There's Sean Brame, who set the fastest lap on the last lap, by the way. And yeah, that tyre rub is really slowing Paul Clark's straight line speed down. He's desperately, I think, trying to get rid of the mudguard, but what his concern would be if that punctures the tyre in.
Yeah, it's obviously rubbing quite seriously, isn't it? And it's causing him quite a bit of grief. He's not having a huge amount of luck, all in all. He's had some problems with his Clio as well today. And he's going to lose another position on the road here to Tom Parker as well. So he goes through. And Paul Clark looks like he's doing a drift demonstration or something with the amount of smoke that's pouring off that tyre now.
Yeah, and the leaders together. Martin West has re-caught Craig Land, I think, and the two of them have got a bigger gap because of Paul Clark's misfortune. Wiggling the steering wheel, trying to get the mudguard to disappear. The concern would be if the mudguard goes under the tyre.
Which it's close to doing now, I think.
Yeah, he's not going to have much grooves left in that tyre either, is he, before the end? But the leader racing side by side. Martin West is nosing ahead as they go up towards Ritchie's. But he's done it. He's through as they start lap 4 of the race. So Martin West has got himself up ahead of Craig Land. It's like a few seasons ago, isn't it, when these two drivers battled for the championship. Sean Brame is third. He also towed his way up ahead of David Hitchin. They're only a second back, so they work together. They could close the lead in 2 in, I think, Ian.
Yeah, so they are third and fourth, and Tom Parker is fifth. Then there is quite a gap back now to, I think it's still, for the moment at least, Paul Clark in sixth position as the two leaders nose to tail then through Palmer and on to the straight past the Tyrrell's restaurant and towards the left-hander Agostini. Looks like Land might be lining something up. No, he ducks back into the toe of Martin West there. Sean Brame and David Hitchin not too far behind, so it is still really 4 cars for the lead here. Tom Parker a little bit on his own in fifth. He does have that 10-second penalty to be added to his time as well, of course, so it's just a question of how far ahead of the rest he can finish as the leaders nose to tail as they head into Oggies once again.
Yeah, and Brame and Hitchin are there as well. Those two had not won races in Locust before, I don't believe, so that would be quite a thing if they could achieve that today. Sean Brame there in third position. His best result this year is Arc, just to see if Paul Clark is still creating a smoke screen. I can't see a smoky car in the background now, so he's either not there or the wheel arch has become dislodged and isn't fouling the tyre anymore. So up to the line, the leaders come again to complete lap number 4, and it is side by side for second here because it's Martin West and Sean Brame that were together. Now David Hitchin is the one looking for the lead on the inside. White lines as they go up. He has got up into second place there, though, on the road, and so Hitchin goes second, but it is still Craig Land. Is it?
No, it's not still Craig Land. It's Sean Brame, isn't it, that's got the lead of the race? Oh, well, the 3 of them are second. Craig Land is back ahead, Hitchin third, West fourth. It's changing literally every corner, this, isn't it? Paul Clark did not come through that time.
Yeah, this is cracking stuff. So Sean Brame, who leads. Anything that Formula V can do, Locals can do better as they turn their way down the Tyrrell Straight towards Agostini. Yeah, Sean Brame's got a few car length advantage. I'm sure that won't last long. West and Hitchin are side by side. Tom Parker's got a good view of all this. He's there in what is 5th position, but may not finish there because of his jump start penalty, or out of position start as it may be classified. What are we on? Lap 5. We should have 2 to go at the end of this. And there's Paul Clark. He didn't make it back round in. What a shame.
Yeah, that's a real disappointment for Paul Clark. So shame for him. As we go back to this battle for the lead of the race, still being led by Sean Brame, then number 8. Another driver that's not done too much leading in his low-cost career, a long low-cost career in Sean's case. And he's got the advantage over Land and West and Hitchin here. There's then about 2.5 seconds back to Park, and then about another 3 seconds back to Martin, who is sixth.
Well, Sean Bray may have been leading out of Williams by the end of the straight. He's not, and he's locking up on the inside. Martin West is locking up. West is off, I think. West is on the grass. He's going to shoot across the track in front of the leaders, and somehow he gets the car slowed down. He's trying to work out where he should reclaim his position. He's waving them through because he did lead as he came back on the road. It's Craig Land who is potentially got the best of that, although he had to be careful not to plough into Martin West, who's just let everybody else past. He wanted to be fair, I think, in all of that because he cut the corner, but that was quite a dicey moment. That has allowed Land to get away. Brame is second, third is West, fourth is Hitchin, fifth, just behind is Tom Parker, and then a gap back to David Martin, who's sixth. There's 2 laps to go, Ian.
Yeah, and yes, 2 laps and 3 minutes to go, so they'll have one more go after this as they go 3 wide into Riches once again. This is for second place. Looks like it's Hitchin that might know. It's West that goes into second, and Braymore's leading down to 4th place now. And have we got a 5th car into all of this?
Yeah,
no,
Parker.
well, Parker's back in onto. Yeah, because he was 2.5 seconds behind. Now he's not really contending here because he's got this 10-second penalty for being out of position at the start, but he is at least making up places on the road here, which of course it could be crucial in the final classification.
Yeah, so he's probably going to drop to 11th, looking how close the next pack are. Oh, a big moment in front of the Hitchin. Is he going off? No, I don't think so. That was a big old slide he had going on. He's there in third. Can Martin West re-catch Craig Land? Probably, looking at the gap. Big outbreaking move from Sean Bray. That was a little bit too much, so he's locked up and run wide, and that really is going to give Tom Parker the chance to get through in the TSR car.
Certainly is. So a cracking race this we're having for the Yokohama Formula V Championship here on Snetterton 3. What did I say? Yokohama Low Cost Championship. Here we are in the Snetterton 300 circuit as the number 8 car of Sean Brame that was leading.
More dust being kicked up.
There is, but I don't think too much harm done. Some side-by-side action a little bit further back as well, trying to work out who's involved in that. Here's Rob Apsey. Now he's 8th at the moment, just ahead of Jeff Peake and Jack Linus. I think it's Brad Horsnell in the 58 car that is ahead of him as we watch the leader, Craig Land, turn into Brundle for the penultimate time in this race. He's got about 6 car lengths, I would say, something like that, over Western second. West certainly using all of the road and a bit more through the time. The opposite side of the circuit, though, is completely cut the corner on the inside on the previous lap, of course. He's in second, and Hitchin is third. West has got the fastest lap to his name as well, by the way, a 2:23.98. The only driver to break the 2:24 barrier. That record for these cars is a 2:21.04 for Matt Sherrington 10 years ago. So that time I don't think is going to be beaten as the car's coming back onto the start and finish straight to start their penultimate lap.
Final lap for the
Indeed.
leader. So Craig Land is going to be passed. For second is going to be passed, isn't it? West is going to be passed for second from Hitchin, I reckon, by the time they get to Ritchie's. Although West is going to fight it out perhaps on the inside line. This is all giving a chance to Craig Land to keep the win. In a much harder fought race this than perhaps some of the other races have been this season, with many more cars involved, which is really good to see as a sort of a neutral viewer, because when it's sort of a 2-car battle up front, it's much less interesting than what we've had today. But it is Land from West, from Hitchin, from Parker, from Brame. They turn into the left-hander at Palmer. Wide this time for West. So that's going to give David Hitchin the chance to get alongside, and I think this is really all going to play into the hands of race leader Craig Landian.
It looks like it, 'cause it's giving him a clean break at the front. Look how many lengths he's got now. They're all trying to be second, but Craig Land has got 10, 12 car lengths maybe as they head out of Agostini and up towards Hamilton for the 7th and final time in this race. It's Hitchin, and then 94 West and 79 Parker. Next, and then Sean Brame is 5th on the road. Of course, Parker will have 10 seconds to his time, which will drop him outside the top 10 as things stand.
Here's Craig Land into Williams. And surely he's got a big enough margin at this stage if he doesn't make any mistakes. But for the remaining podium positions, there's a question mark over how they will come through. David Hitchin, whose best result this year has been a third. Can he get second? He's in that position, but he's got Martin West making his low-cost return today in the tow. There are 3 cars that when you look like 2 there, they were so close to one another as they turned their way up towards Brundle. But Hitchin's held on. He had that good exit to the previous corners. He's been able to hang on to second position. Don't think he's been able to close in enough on the leader to challenge. We'll check on that now. I think Craig Land's got enough. Hitchin there in second. Then for third position, Martin West coming under pressure, but from the penalised Tom Parker.
So turning their way into Murray's for the final time then. It looks like Craig Land is going to win this yet again. He's had 2 wins already this season and a 5-second penalty for somebody. We'll work out who that is in a moment, but the checker flag goes out, so Craig Land takes the win then from in second place number 54 David Hitchin, third goes to number 94 Martin West, fourth on the road is number 79 Tom Parker, fifth is number 8 Sean Brame, sixth is number 4 David Martin, then it's Bradley Horsnell, Jeff Peake, Jack Linus and Rob Apsey completing the top 10, then Thor Tuller 11th. I think Tom Parker will be classified 11th in the end. David Hitchin on the best final lap doing the best lap of the race at 2:23.96. So he picks up an extra point for that, which could be crucial in the final championship reckoning as well. Long gap back then to the man in 12th, which is going to be Glyn Griffiths. Yes, 23 seconds actually between 11th and 12th, bizarrely, in that race. Then Dave Berry, Mark Rowe and Angus Goff completing the top 15, but Craig Land winning in the end, Josh, by 7/10.
The penalty, by the way, was for Alan Harmon, who was a bit further back, so it doesn't affect the podium finishers. Another good race on this day of good racing here from the 750 Motor Club at Snetterton. One car didn't make it much further than the finish line. That's why the yellow flags are out. And so those who are battling towards the line have got to be aware of that. But for Craig Land, like you say, another win. That's win number 3 this season. He's only had a couple, in fact, actually, which both came at Anglesey. But without Boucher here, Craig Land reclaiming the win. But a good rattles behind. David Hitchin and Martin West completing the podium.
Yeah, indeed. And the low costs are back out again for another race tomorrow. Just the one more race they have this weekend, don't they? It's just a double header for them on this occasion. But Craig Land extending his lead in the championship, and David Hitchin extending his advantage over Tom Parker in third place. And as they catch Todd Boucher in the points championship, results-wise, it was a win for number 1 Craig Land after 7 laps, from number 54 David Hitchin in second place. 94 Martin West was third. Then we've got to add 10 seconds on to Tom Parker's time. So fourth was number 8 Sean Brame, fifth number 4 David Martin, sixth was 58 Brad Horsnell, 7th 29 Jeff Peake, 8th 74 Jack Linus, 9th 73 Rob Apsey, 10th number 90 Tortilla, and then 11th will be number 79 Tom Parker, head of 12th number 31 Glyn Griffiths, 13th number 28 Dave Berry, 14th number 27 Mark Rowe, 15th number 17 Angus Goff, and then the rest of them. Alan Harmon had that 5-second penalty. Tim Penstone Smith, after qualifying out of session, came through to finish 20th from the back of the grid. And that is the Yokohama Low Cost Championship race. As I say, back out again tomorrow. Still got 5 more races to come this afternoon though, with MX5s and F1000s having their first races, with the Armed Forces Race Challenge, Bike Sports and BMWs to round out the day. But let's head down to Matt Suckling.
Another race winner down here with us this time, Craig Land, who wins the low-cost race here at Snetterton. That was a good race, proper low-cost racing, which we love to see. How was that for you?
Yeah, I guess I haven't had one of those races in quite a while. I don't. From lap 1, it was just extremely fun. Obviously, we've got my last year's competitor Martin West making a comeback this year. So obviously, he's off been doing Mazdas, but tell you what, it's been good fun to have him back. And obviously, you can see out there we have some great racers. It was an amazing race, to be honest. We just got to keep going. Unfortunately, obviously, Todd's not made it this weekend. But yeah, I mean, it doesn't take away from the good racing, good old-fashioned low-cost racing. And last time out at Croft, we actually had a almost engine failure. I think it would have made one more corner before it went bang. So we've had a full rebuild by TSR, who's done absolutely. I mean, I can't even thank him enough. It's just absolutely. You can see out there, it's amazing what he's done with the engine. And obviously to get a win with the family here, with Molly and Hugo watching, and Charlotte as well, it's just incredible.
Great stuff. Well, good to have the engine change and a third win of the year. Well done to Craig. We'll have a quick chat if we can with Dave Hitchin, who finished in second place. Come and join us, Dave, for a quick chat. Second place in that race, as we just said to Craig there. Really good fun to watch. What it was like to be part of.
Yeah, it's brilliant. Going from front to back all the while, looking in the mirror, trying to look forward. And it was good close racing as well. Everyone was really fair. Some good overtakes and giving each other just enough room. So, yeah, brilliant.
This is a great circuit, though, for low cost, because we get the slipstream, we get the overtakes, which is brilliant, as we said, to watch and be part of. But did you have any chance there to kind of hold it to the end, or was Craig just too far up the road towards the checker flag?
He was just too far up the road, really. I don't know if another lap, but I feel he was just conserving himself to make no mistakes. And then once I broke a gap on Westy, I thought I'll just try and hold myself here and take the second.
We've got another race to come, though, so everything can change for tomorrow.
Yeah, brilliant. Look forward to it.
Good stuff. Well done, David. And we'll have a quick chat with Martin West, who finishes in third place. Martin, come and join us. It's your time in front of the cameras down here in Parc Fermé. Great to have you back. First outing of the year. Didn't go too bad.
No, it was all right. It was a bit of fun. Just come and blow the cobwebs off. Not doing the Silverstone last race at Mazda, so we're going to give that one a miss. He's laughing at me over there. But so we thought we'd come and blow the cobwebs out with this one. So we borrowed some old tyres, which I thought you probably saw on the track weren't giving me too much, weren't being too friendly to me. But no, to come up and have a play with these guys again. Obviously, me and Craig have always fought when we've been racing, so. Yeah, it was good to come and have a little play again. Yeah, good fun.
Good stuff. Well done, Martin. Nice to have you back in the championship. Good luck for tomorrow. Right then, another quick turnaround. So we're back to the track and back to the commentary team for the 5 Club race in MX5 Cup.
Yes, 24 cars we should have on the grid for the Switch MX5 Cup by 5 Club. This is how they line up. Pole position is number 1, Ben Short, and alongside him, returning to the fold, is number 4, George King. Second row, 17, Oak Richardson, and 230, Thomas Holland. Third row is 92, Jordan Johnson, and 40, Ben Hansey. Row 4, we have 13, Scott Leach, and 14, Lloyd Huggins. Ian Tomlinson, number 9, and 21, Matthew Neal on the outside of row number 5. Row 6 is 32, Jake Micklewright, and 72, Matthew Short. 7th row, 22, Adrian Johnson, and 128, Samuel Gormer. On row 8, 46 and 23, that's Nico Favo and Martina Ward. Row 9 is 27 and 65, that's David Brown and Amy Worthington. On the 10th row, it's 29, Mary Barnard, and 97, Jack Lawrence. Head of on row 11, 191, Philip Barrett, and 99, Martin Vernon, with 91, Steve Quemby, and 31, Steve Burrows, rounding out the 24-car field. And Josh Brown alongside me. This championship having its 5th meeting of the season. Last time they were out at Brands Hatch, they've already been at Mallory, Anglesey and Croft during the course of this season.
Yeah, that's right. And Ben Short has won the last 4 races, but didn't compete in any before that. And his old sparring partner, George King, returned to the fold last time out on the Grand Prix circuit at Brands, but was unable to overhaul him there. Well, he was only 3/10 of a second slower than Short in qualifying this morning. So those two gunning for the win here today at Snetterton. And we're very shortly going to get 15 minutes of racing underway.
Yeah, 5-second board goes up then. It's a 15-minute race for the Switch MX5 Cup by 5 Club. The red lights are about to go on, which they do. And away they go then for this 15-minute race.
Cars in the pit
a couple of cars into the pit wall, I'm afraid, towards the back of the field. We'll pick up on that in just a minute, but it's Ben Short that leads them away down towards Rich's Corner for the first time from number 4, George King. In second place, it's the 191 car of Philip Barrett that came off worst in all of that into the pit wall, but I think he'll just have to pull off into the pit lane exit there as the leader, Ben Short, heads George King. And the rest as they head into the Wilson hairpin for the first time.
Yeah, the other car involved was Martin Vernon, who didn't qualify so well this morning. There's 29, that's Mary Barnard, just ahead of 23, which is Martina Ward. Good to have a good number of women racing in the 5 Club race in Mazda MX5 Cup, and a couple of them there battling into the left-hander at Palmer. I think they're just behind Amy Worthington, Nee Barker, in that battle as well. But meanwhile, the leaders are up towards the hairpin, and Short and King then up front. But neither of them battling for the championship. The two main championship rivals really only started on the third row, Jordan Johnson and Ben Short. Jordan Johnson, who's had a couple of wins. Ben Hansey, I should say, not Short. Ben Hansey has had 3 victories. He missed Mallory Park and then had a retirement last time out at Brands. There's the damage, by the way, on the Barrett car that pulled in at the end of the pit lane. So for Ben Hansey, he has no more leeway on the drop scores. He's had 3 DNFs. You get 3 drop scores, so he can't afford another bad result, because quickly in this championship, Ian, that will drop you out of contention.
It will, and Jordan Johnson has had a decent score in all of the races that we've had so far. 10 races we've had so far, including a win at Anglesey and at Croft as well in the opening meeting of the season. So it's sure that is Scott Leach going particularly wide there on the exit of Nelson.
And behind him, Hansey was way up on 2 wheels because his rival, Jordan Johnson, getting away. He's there in 4th, then Leach, and then Hansey's lost out where he leaped over the curbs. I think that's Tom Holland who didn't have a good start. He's just beside him, Tom Holland, who is also racing the British GT Championship this year. And he really enjoyed himself at Brands Hatch. He was on the podium. He was delighted to be on the podium in Mazda MX-5s after so many years of trying.
I think Scott Leach might have used his track limit breaches upon the first lap by the looks of things there. Over the line goes Ben Short in the lead of this race, then about half a second clear in the number 1 car of number 4 George King in second. 17 Oak Richardson is third, 92 Jordan Johnson is fourth, 13 Scott Leach is fifth, Tom Holland 230 is sixth, and Ben Hansey, as you say, struggling a little bit at the moment in 7th place overall, number 40.
And the leader's not getting away. Oak Richardson, who was a couple of seconds slower in qualifying, he's going with them. Oak Richardson, who's also been a winner this season, which came in the opening race of the year at Croft Circuit. There's King, who got the couple of seconds at Brands, and Richardson up next. Then Jordan Johnson just starting to fall away. Then Scott Leach, then Holland. Then it is in 7th position for Ben Hansey. So the last couple of meetings not really going to plan for the former champion, Ben Hansey. Twice a champion in this category. But Ben Short, he is the leader and the reigning champion in the 5 Club Championship, and Hansey's gone through. He's got ahead of Tom Holland, and following him is Ian Tomlinson. So for Tom Holland, he's lost a couple of spots there as they turn their way through the left-hander at Hamilton.
They do indeed. So we're working lap 2 of this 15-minute race. There's Tomlinson, very experienced in MX-5s. He's going to lose a position back again, though, to Holland, I think, because he's a bit wide into Oggies, and sure enough, Holland goes back through. Just behind them is 21, which is Matthew Neal. And just behind that is Lloyd Huckins, I think, in the 14 car, the 26-year-old aircraft technician from Hemel Hempstead.
Tom Holland in that battle was racing on the Algarve at Portimao last weekend in a V8 Ginetta. Just similar, isn't it?
Yeah.
In here at Snetterton, the Mazda MX-5.
The climate is almost identical, yes. As we watch them come through the Nelson and now down towards the bomb hole. So you've got Holland there just ahead of Tomlinson, and they're all going a little bit too wide there, really. Well, a lot of them are anyway at that particular part of the circuit. And
Ben Hansey had 4 laps deleted in qualifying this morning for track limits, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 more drivers also had track limit lap deletions. So people have got to be a little bit careful here. You would have thought the qualifying problems would have sort of brought the problem to the drivers, but it doesn't seem to be stopping them at this stage. We'll see what happens as the race goes on.
Through Riches they go. The fight for 7th, 8th and 9th as things stand. The car's going through a bit further up the order, including the blue and black car of Oak Richardson. Scott Leach is going to lose out to Ben Hansey there. That's for 5th place. That could be important, because that means that Ben Hansey is now only 1 place behind Jordan Johnson on the road, albeit there's quite a gap between them of about 3 seconds or so that he will need to try to make up.
Huge slide for Hansey. That's not helped his momentum out of Parma. It was exciting to watch. So he was trying out the British Drift Championship as well, in a slightly different way to what we saw in the previous race. He's held onto the position, I think, just about when Mary Barnard's had a spin and damage to her car. The rear of Mary's car there, very second hand. That was at the Wilson hairpin, I think.
So there's Hansi. He has held on to that 5th position, but really now needs to get his head down, try and catch Jordan Johnson, who's got some support I can see on the live stream, which is good to see the comments coming in as the leaders are turning their way onto the Bentley straight once again. Ben Short leading by 1.2 seconds at the end of 2 laps from George King in 2nd and Oak Richardson in 3rd position. There you can see those cars go through, and then Jordan Johnson as well. And that's a visualisation of the gap back to Hansi. At the start of the lap it was just over 3 seconds. It looks like it's a bit more than that now.
Good battle behind, isn't it, between Tomlinson, Neal and Huggins. So they work their way through. Ian Tomlinson there in 8th position. He's had a few podiums this year, but currently he's there in what is, I think, 8th position, just ahead of Matthew Pennyfather Neal, who's also been on the podium, which came at Mallory Park. And the 3rd car in that little scrap is Lloyd Huggins, who his best result's been a 5th this season. And there's more damaged Mazdas. This is very unusual for the 5 Club Championship, because usually there's really a good clean racing where everybody makes the checkered flag, but now it's Jack Lawrence, who is a new name for the championship. I think he's got damage. Now he was battling with Mary Barnard, so you may be able to put 2 together there and come up with something that may cause those 2 cars to have damage, unfortunately.
Yeah. Don't even think you need to be Miss Marple to work that one out, as one well-known commentator always used to say, as they turn their way through the right-hander at the Wilson hairpin. It is the 21 car of Neal and the 14 car of Huggins that are doing battle for 9th position, for those of you watching on the live stream at the moment. And they're heading down to Palmer. Ben Short's lead, by the way, now 2.94 seconds over the rest. And on the gap, by the way, from Johnson to Hansi, which is also worth keeping on, was nearly 5 seconds at the end of lap 3 as well, because those are, as Josh has been saying, the 2 championship contenders. So now I've got Holland and Tomlinson side by side again. It was Holland ahead at the start of the lap. Tomlinson's going to have the inside line though for Hamilton and seals the move there. He goes up to 7th.
So he started 9th. He's gained a couple of positions recently in Tomlinson. Tighter line for Holland, and this is going to propel him alongside, is it? No, not quite. Ian Tomlinson hangs on then ahead of Tom Holland in the BS Motorsport car. And there's another BS Motorsport car on the grass. That's Matthew Short, who's had a spin out of Hamilton, the retired GP from Wiltshire. One of the more experienced drivers on the grid has had a spin.
He certainly has, but getting back into the race, which is good to see. Hansi and now Scott Leach getting away from this group, which has got Tom Holland now back ahead of Ian Tomlinson. Some dust kicked up ahead of them, but I think no real harm done. Lloyd Huggins now right with Ian Tomlinson as well in 10th place, and 11th is the 21 car. Oh, sorry, 10th is the 21 car of Matthew Neal, who's dropped to the back of that group, hasn't he? So this is 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th. This group.
Yeah, there's been quite a lot of positional changes over the course of the previous lap in that battle. Ben Short, by the way, has completed 4 laps and is just going away. He's 3.3 seconds ahead of George King. Oak Richardson 3rd and Jordan Johnson 4th. Interestingly, over the last few meetings, Oak Richardson sort of been behind Johnson and Hansi, but here at Snetterton he is ahead. And I think he may have been racing here last weekend in a different championship, so that may have helped. A bit of track time to prepare him for this weekend. And that's really helped, because he is kind of in the championship hunt, I think, isn't he? After some decent results this year.
Yeah, after dropped scores have been taken into account, you've got Hansi on 687, Johnson 686, Richardson 669, Ian Tomlinson 657. But such is the nature of the scoring system in the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup, is that it always looks very close on paper right until the end of the season.
So there's Huggins. He's passed Tomlinson as well now. So Ian Tomlinson, who had got up to 7th, has now dropped back to his grid position 9th over the last 3 miles of racing. Just behind is Neal, and behind we've got our first track limit penalty. That's going the way of Adrian Johnson, who's 11th. After saying Oak Richardson was ahead of Jordan Johnson, well, he still is, but he's been caught. So Jordan Johnson, the driver with the most points so far this season, even if on dropped course he's not leading the way, although he may do after this race. He's chasing Oak Richardson. So Johnson, the 31-year-old HGV mechanic, right in the tow of Oak Richardson, the 28-year-old nursery manager from Buckinghamshire. But is he going to hang on to third? He's just giving Jordan Johnson enough room on the outside. Just gave him a Mazda MX-5 car width to work with, but Richardson on the inside into the left-handed element of the S's at Brundle is able to hang on, but then he runs a little bit wide, which compromises his exit quite significantly, and that is giving Johnson the chance perhaps to challenge into the final couple of corners of the lap.
Yeah, so where are we time-wise? We're coming up to 12 minutes gone, so we're going to have 2 more laps, I think, at the end of this one to make it a 7-lap race. The majority of them have been so far today, these 15-minute races. Oh, Richardson a bit sideways there, again out over the white line on the exit of the corner. Got to be careful with that. It's still the top 2 really having very quiet races, Ben Short and George King, but it's side by side now for third position. Another 5-second penalty board, or possibly the same one being shown, but for third place, who's it going to be turning into Rich's corner? It's Johnson who's going to try and get through on the inside there. Rich is in the end, and I think he might have done it. Let's see how this pans out as they head up towards the Wilson hairpin. Yeah, it looks like Johnson has got through to third place, and very locked up and out of shape is Oak Richardson.
So he's done it then. So Jordan Johnson from 5th on the grid is up into 3rd and ahead of Richardson. So Jordan Johnson, who only started racing 5 years ago, finished 3rd in the championship in 2019. He only won 1 race before this season, but he's had a couple of wins so far in 2023. Okay, today's not going to be a win, but he's getting a good result out of it. Side by side behind. This is for 14th position, I think. Jake Micklewright was involved in that. The 26-year-old from Somerset. He was side by side, I think, with Samuel Gormer, the 32-year-old from Suffolk. So at his local circuit here, driver from Ipswich. We are probably on the penultimate lap, Ian, and now that Jordan Johnson's ahead of Oak Richardson, he's putting a bit of daylight between himself and the chasing car.
He certainly is, and quite a long gap back, isn't there, behind Richardson to the next group. Here we are looking now at, or we were briefly looking at Hollands and Huggins and Tomlinson, the 3 red cars, disputing 7th, 8th and 9th positions. And they are just behind Hansey and Leach, of course, who are in 5th and 6th, who are just about in the back of shot there. As towards us come Jordan Johnson, number 92, up to Brundle, and number 17, Oak Richardson, who of course have swapped places on this lap. Through Nelson they go again. Certainly the track limits are being explored here to quite a considerable extent by some drivers. As we watch them come through Coram now, the race leaders are already up towards the end of the lap, of course. Ben Short will get the last lap board this time, I think, with just 30 seconds remaining on the clock. So Ben Short it will be that goes on to his final lap of the race with this very convincing lead he has over George King in 2nd place. There's the number 1 car, BS Motorsport, ahead of King in 2nd place, and it's side by side over the line for 3rd that time. It looked like Richardson might try and get back ahead of George King, and he's done it around the outside. I think we have had the change there. We'll see them coming towards us, I think, in a moment. And yep, you could just see in the background Oak Richardson, Josh had got back into 3rd.
It looked like Jordan Johnson had sort of got past and got away, but that was very much a wrong presumption to make. You say Oak Richardson, a bold move, and side by side behind as well between Ben Hansey and Scott Leach. But let's go back to 3rd because Jordan Johnson's fighting back. He's on the inside line. This is Palmer, and they are wheel to wheel, but Johnson will go back into 3rd. They haven't been in the same position for more than a couple of corners over the last lap or so. Meanwhile, Ben Short, he's the leader. His lead is coming down a little bit. He got a little bit sideways on the last lap. He's 2.2 seconds ahead of George King. And it's going to be 5 in a row then, by the looks of things, for Ben Short. He goes into Oggies then, carries lots of speed out of the corner, uses all the road up against the white line, going into the right-hander there at Williams. There's George King behind. He's also racing in the European Ligier Series, which I think he meant he raced on the weekend of the 100th anniversary of the Le Mans 24 Hours in the early week support races. And I'm sure racing here at Snetterton is just as exciting for him.
It is, although it's being shown a clean pair of heels here by Ben Short in the number 1 car. They're into the final few corners now, these two. Well clear, about 7 seconds clear, in fact, of Jordan Johnson and Oak Richardson, who are still disputing third place. And interestingly, of course, Ben Hansey has not been able to take the fight to Johnson in this race, so it'll be Johnson that will take the championship lead, I think, after this race. But Ben Short now into Murray's for the final time. 2.25 seconds he led by at the start of the lap, and he comes out of the corner along the centre straight up to the checkered flag, and another win in the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup. So Short it is that takes the win from George King in second place. We're just going to keep an eye what's going on for third place. It looks like it is going to be Jordan Johnson, I think, that just about hangs on from Oak Richardson. So Johnson, number 92, is third. Oak Richardson, number 17, is in fourth, Josh.
Yeah, Ben Hansey behind. He does hang on to fifth, but there's some good battles right to the checkered flag. And a dead heat, I would suggest there. That was Lloyd Huggins and Ian Tomlinson. And yeah, they are credited on the same fraction of a second. So that was really the battle, wasn't it, for just towards the end of the top 10. But outside the top 10, battles too. Who was involved in that? Sam Gormer, Adrian Johnson, Jake Micklewright, David Brown as well.
Yeah, you've got 4 cars covered by 7/10 of a second there, haven't you? On the road, at least. Adrian Johnson getting a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits. And he seems to be the only one who's been given a 5-second penalty, which may come as a surprise to some viewers. As the final few cars come through. Good race. No lappery, of course, in that race. It was all everyone finishing on the lead lap. A good race outside the top 2 positions, really, because Ben Short and George King just really showed the rest of them how to do it.
Yeah, it was a bit of a similar story to Brandt Hatch, really, at the Super Touring Car meeting that MX5 supported. But here at Snetterton, let's have a look at the results.
Yeah, so Ben Short, number 1, taking the win at the end of 7 laps of racing from number 4, George King, in second place. 92, Jordan Johnson took third from 17, Oak Richardson in fourth. Then Ben Hansey, number 40, was fifth. Scott Leach, number 13, in sixth. Tom Holland in 2:30 was 7th, ahead of 14, Lloyd Huggins, number 8. Number 9, Ian Tomlinson was 9th, and Matthew Pennefather Neil rounded out the top 10. And it's Samuel Gormer, Adrian Johnson with a 5-second penalty to be added to his time, then Jake Micklewright and David Brown. So I think it'll be 14th in the end for Adrian Johnson. Then Nico Fafo 15th, ahead of Matthew Short, Amy Worthington, Martina Ward, Martin Vernon, Jack Lawrence, Steve Quimby, Mary Barnard and Neil Burrows. So 23 cars made it to the finish of that race. And they have 2 more races tomorrow in the Switch MX5 Cup by 5 Club Racing. They have 1 in the morning and 1 in the middle of the afternoon tomorrow as well. So that is the MX5 action done for today. We've got 1 more new category to see today, which is the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship, before we have the 3 repeats, the Armed Forces Race Challenge, the 750 Motor Club Bike Sports Championship, and the 116 Sprint Series and 120 Coupe Cup. But let's head down now to Matt Stuckling in the pit lane.
Down here then in what are glorious conditions today, round 11 of the MX5 Cup, and another win for Ben Short. Ben, return to the championship. You haven't stopped winning since, have you?
No, I mean, I think there was a element of luck there. I mean, the grip level was really really weird in that one. First couple of laps, it was really tricky on the brakes, and George just seemed to be taking time out of me every time I came into a braking zone. I'm not sure if he missed a gear or something, but all of a sudden a bit of a gap opened up, and then it was sort of just managing the gap really on the way home. Trying to look after the car, but something went weird with the brakes under the bridge on one lap, and nearly had a minor off, but it was all right in the end.
So this late start to the season, you do really need to win every race, don't you, to try and have a chance at the final round?
Oh, no. I mean, no, that ship has well and truly sailed. So I think it's between 92 Jordan Johnson and number 40 Ben Hansey. So I think we've only done a couple of rounds this year. Brands, obviously, because it's Brands GP. I wanted to come out and have another good tussle with George this weekend. So Yeah, there's no championship hopes in the horizon for us. We're just concentrating on getting Mr. Hansey to the front of the championship.
Yep, so 2 more races to come this weekend. You're probably hoping for a couple more wins.
Yeah, it'd be nice. It'd be nice. I mean, George needs to pull his socks up really and hang on the back for a bit longer. But I'm up for a good hack at some point this weekend. So, but yeah, wins would always be nice. But a nice fair race would also be just as good.
Well done, Ben. I think George heard that. We're going to have a quick chat with him as well. George, well done. Second place there. Did you hear what Ben said about you there?
I heard my name, but not exactly what was said.
Pull your socks up, pretty much.
Brilliant. Yeah, that's good.
How was that race for you anyway?
It was good. It was tricky first few laps. It felt like the track changed a bit of grip and it was locking my front left often, which obviously let Ben get away. But after that, it was just knocking in some lap times and then stay second.
And again, for you, a bit like Ben, you've come late to the party in the championship, but you've done all right so far. I think every race now on the podium.
Yeah, pretty much. I think my first race back in this championship was Brands the other week. It's hard to jump from this car to the car that I race around Europe, but yeah, it's always fun coming back here.
Enjoying it though?
Yeah, loving it. Always love it in the Mazda.
Do you reckon you can pull your socks up and get a win tomorrow?
I hope so.
Good stuff. Well done, George. Congratulations on second place. And third place going the way of Jordan Johnson. Well done, Jordan. Third place there. You had to work hard right towards the end to snatch that podium away.
Yeah, really hard. I made it hard for myself from the start because I lost the toe with the front three and I was like, oh, that's me done now. I just gapped the pack behind and thought I'll have a lonely one. And I sort of like make markers for myself around the track, and I picked up on a marshal's post. I was catching Oak every lap a little bit, and I was like, I can get there. And as soon as I got in the toe, game over. He wasn't going to beat me.
But for you, it is about the championship. Of course, you're right out there at the minute trying to get some good, solid points. So it's important that these two ahead of you don't take too many points away.
Yeah, I think they're out of the game anyway because they've missed too many drop rounds now. But yeah, between me and Hansey, I just need to keep beating him. And I think I had a car in between us then as well, so even better.
A few more tweaks for tomorrow to try and hoist yourself up the order?
No, just a big meaty barbecue, I think.
Sounds good. Well done, Jordan.
Thank you.
There we go then, top three down here in Parc Fermé at the end of the first of what are going to be 3 races this weekend for the MX-5 Cup. So we look forward to more of that from tomorrow. Up next though, the quickest cars we'll see here this weekend at Snetterton is the Swallow Hill Holmes F1000 Championship.
That's right, Matt. Yes, single-seater action once again. The Swallow Hill Holmes F1000 Championship, first of 3 50-minute races during the course of this weekend for these Pocket Rockets. These do get a green flag lap. Grid for this first race set by, as you'd expect, the fastest times in qualifying this morning. And we'll run you through that grid now if we can, with the on pole position, the number 83 car of Matthew Higginson, the man who's second in the championship coming into this weekend. And beside him on the front row of the grid is number 80, which is Dan Gore. On the second row, as the green flag lap gets underway, is number 12, Tom Gadd, and number 92, Craig Pollard, last year's Formula V champion. Row 3 is number 26, Murphy Aldridge, and number 96, Benjamin Huntley. Good qualifying performance from him. Row 4, it is local circuit, number 1, Rob Wellham, and number 19, Sam Satchwell. Row 5 is 17, Chaz Hyton, and 14, Adam Walker. And row 6 is 88, David Williams, and number 9, Ryan Thomas. And the final few cars on the grid, number 7 is Gunlager Jonasson on the inside of row 7, next to 95, David Tagg, with Peter Robinson, number 22, completing the field ahead of rounds 9, 10 and 11 of this year's championship, with the situation being that Tom Gadd leads the way at the moment on 194 points, from Matthew Higginson in second on 180, and Dan Gore in third on 179, with Rob Wellham fourth on 151, having had 2 DNFs during the course of the season, but having won 2 out of 3 races at Croft last time out. Josh, should be a good race in prospect.
Yeah, when you look at those 4 on drop scores, I think there's just 11 points or something like that between them, so it's very competitive between those 4. But perhaps surprisingly, at his local circuit, Rob Wellham the furthest down the grid, down in 7th. Where it's the Mattel run cars of Higginson and Gore at the front. They were separated by just 1300th of a second in qualifying this morning. And then Tom Gadd third. So pretty competitive stuff. We've got 5 cars within a second, with Craig Pollard and Murphy Aldridge there, 4th and 5th on the grid. There is Pollard. the Formula V champion from last year. You mentioned in the V race earlier his lap record much quicker than the cars going this weekend, where he sort of dominated a year ago, but in a new category this season. And he has had some success with the podium, but those 4 drivers at the front of the championship are the 4 drivers who have been winners. As you mentioned, 4 for Wellham, 2 for Gadd, 2 for Gore, and 1 for Higginson. We've been to Silverstone, Brands Hatch, and Croft so far this season. And now this weekend at Snetterton, with 2 further events to go after this. But 3 races this weekend, so plenty I'm sure will happen, and therefore that will very much change the championship situation going into those final 2 meetings.
Often this has been the season-deciding venue, hasn't it? It's been the last round of the championship, as it was last year, when Matthew Higginson took his first win in F1000, multiple champion in RGB and what is now Sports 1000, having his first win in F1000 here last October, and winning at Croft as well at the last meeting, so he has a little bit of form behind him as well. You've mentioned Gadd, Higginson, Gore and Wellham have all had wins during the course of this season. Murphy Aldridge was pretty impressive at Croft, wasn't he? He had a 3rd and then a 2nd, and we thought, well, can he do 3-2-1 and get a win in the third race? Well, sadly it was a DNF for him in the final race at Croft, but certainly Aldridge showing his best form of the season. He's been very consistent. All of the races he's finished have been, I think, 4th, 3rd or 2nd now, so he'll be hoping to continue that run of form. He starts 5th today, and I was quite impressed as well with the form of Ben Huntley in the number 96 car. I think that's his best qualifying performance so far, to start in 6th position. The 23-year-old financial analyst from Westbury, who started racing 6 years ago in the Compact Cup, did some karting before that, and is in this privateer entry. Of course, there's Jedi Mark 6s with the Suzuki GSXR engines in most of the cars. There's an odd competitor that uses another superbike engine, but Ben going well there on 6th row, and we've just got the cars slotting into their grid positions. Of course, it's a staggered grid for these bike engine single-seaters to give them plenty of room off the start line. I think the last few cars are coming into position, and although not quite as many cars as we had at the last round, we are looking for a very competitive race here up at the front. So 15 minutes ahead of us. They'll probably get 8 laps out of this as the revs rise. We watch for the lights. They go on, and now they go out, and the race gets underway. And it's a pretty good start from pole position from Higginson. Also a good start from the outside of the front row for Dan Gore as well. And Tom Gadd 3rd, Craig Pollard 4th. So they've held station from their qualifying positions amongst the first 4 of them as they head down to the Wilson hairpin. It looks like Murphy Aldridge has made up some ground there. He might be up to 3rd place, I think, as they go into the Wilson hairpin. Craig Pollard certainly was losing out. There's the 9 car as well of Ryan Thomas. There's one off, and that is Gadd, one of the championship contenders. He's into the barriers. Disaster for Tom Gadd on the first lap of this F1000 race.
Yeah, very strange incident there. He arrived backwards in our short. So, and look, is that Aldridge with damage pulling off? So I wonder if there was an incident. Gadd's getting back going. He didn't hit the barriers heavily. Is his car unharmed? Surely there was contact as he went into Palmer, arrived backwards, and it is Murphy Aldridge. He's not going to get a first today, and he's been involved in that first lap incident, I'm afraid.
So it's Higginson from Gore. Rob Wellham has profited. He is up to 3rd position after that disappointing qualifying performance for him. He's up to 3rd. We'll sort the rest of it out at the moment. That's the 95 car of David Tagg. But Higginson it is that leads as they head through Brundle and Nelson for the first time. Dan Gore is in 2nd. And then it's Wellham and Craig Pollard 3rd and 4th. So last year's champion with the number 1 on his car is in 3rd position. So he's benefited from that incident, if it was an incident between Aldridge and Gadd.
And Pollard looking quick there through Coram, but no way to get through there. Really quick, flat out in these cars, pulling speed all the way through there, but he is putting pressure on Rob Wellham, and he looks right. That line is blocked by Wellham, and that means Wellham hangs on into Ritchie's. But good effort there from Craig Pollard. He's going well in the early parts of this weekend, but it's the two Mattel Cars Run machines up front, a couple of seconds ahead for teammates Matthew Higginson and Dan Gore, as the pack come through. So we could get sort of some surprise results here with a couple of cars with problems early on. Tom Gaddett has completed the first lap and is continuing on. So how much progress can he make? Can he get to the top 10? Important for the reverse grid tomorrow morning.
Yes, that's right. Top 10 is where the split happens for the reverse grid, so that will be a useful target. He's got 13 seconds to make up to get there, and obviously we don't know if there is damage to his car. He didn't, as you say, Josh, hit the barriers too hard, so fingers crossed for him. But watching this battle for third, and it's great stuff, as watching two drivers really pushing on here. Pollard in the second of those two cars, just behind Wellham. You can see the two leaders heading down towards Brundle and Nelson in the foreground. There's Gadd, so he is continuing on. He's continuing to push on as well, I can see. And back on, he goes onto the Bentley straight. Here's that battle for third.
Wellham ahead then as they turn their way through. The 21-year-old from Ipswich, about an hour away from Snetterton, and then Craig Pollard, the double Formula V champion, taking a tighter line through the long right-hander, unable to slot through there. I think Ben Huntley behind, who sort of had a very different run into this, with saloon car experience in the past, and looking for his best result today. But for third, round the outside comes Pollard into Ritchie's, and this is going to be bold, and he's made it, has he? He's a little bit wide, but if he can stay on the tarmac, which he has, he's still got a chance of this. He's on the outside line still. Wellham on the inside, into the hairpin. This is the Wilson hairpin, the long right-hander, banked corner, and Wellham just about somehow has held on to third place here.
Yes, I mean, it's great racing. Pollard poised for another attack at any moment. I think here, with those two Formula V champions to his name, but both of these champions last season, Wellham and Pollard, they're down towards the hairpin now. Different lines being taken into the corner. Both seem equally effective, I would say. No real time gained or lost there, I don't think. And down through that left-hand flick, really, at Hamilton, and into the braking area for the right-hander at Oggies. And they run out of that gathering speed up through the right-hander at Williams that brings them back onto the Bentley straight, and then down towards the left-hander at Brundle. You can see Matt Higginson is getting away from Dan Gore in the lead. There's 1.39 seconds between them at the start of the lap. They're a long way clear of the cars in third and fourth, Josh.
Pollard had a huge twitch, multiple twitches in fact, as he braked into Brundle, and he's lost time to Wellham because of it. So that was quite a moment there for Craig Pollard, who continues to run there in fourth spot. But it's Wellham ahead there in P3. But they don't seem to have anything for the cars ahead at this stage of Matt Higginson, the three-time RGB champion, who leads the way by 1.4 seconds over Dan Gore. And I don't think we've really seen this from Higginson yet, where he's been able to go from pole and then now start to streak away, much like in some of those RGB seasons he was able to do on numerous occasions. But now he's been able to put it into F1000 form as well, seemingly. Behind Wellham and Pollard, it's Ben Huntley, who's still there in fifth spot, with Sam Satchwell in sixth, and then a gap back to Chaz Hyde and Adam Walker. David Williams and Graham Thomas complete the top 10. Gadd is 11th, though, and surely he's going to be in the top 10 very shortly.
Yeah, about 2 seconds or so behind Ryan Thomas, so he may even make it up a few more places. He's lapping in the 149s. The cars ahead of him lapping in the 153s and 154, so I think he'll make up 7 more places before the end of this race here. And yeah, Gadd lapping in very similar times to the leaders as well, so I don't think there can be much wrong with his car. I'm sure there's also some red mist as well that's helping him along the way.
Interesting different lines into the right-hander at Williams there. A much tighter line used by Pollard than Wellham ahead, which is intriguing. And now he looks to the inside. He darted to the inside, decided against it though, Craig Pollard. These two drivers from Suffolk, just south of the border here at Snetterton in Norfolk. And Wellham does not look to have the pace this weekend. He's won so many races here at Snetterton in past seasons. I think this is where the location where he took his first win. But like you say, different conditions. Normally we're at a rainy October meeting, but it's summer, and it does feel a bit like summer today, which it hasn't done in previous weeks here in the UK. The sun is out, and Rob Wellham struggling, and under pressure again from Craig Pollard, who uses the toe, pulls out to the left-hand side of the circuit. Can he go around the outside this time into Ritchie's? No, he can't. He tried that a couple of laps ago and that didn't work out. This time he's trying to get the exit better, but Wellham has that one sus, so he defends on the right-hand side of the circuit. He's able to hang on. So Craig Pollard unable to do anything. He's still there in fourth, a car that's been set up again this weekend by ex-Mercedes man Graham Gant, multiple Formula V champion, and a real whiz with running race cars. And Craig Pollard driving the car well as well.
Tom Gadd, meanwhile, is up to 9th place now. He got past David Williams at Ritchie's that time. So Adam Walker in 8th place, about 3 seconds up the road, will be his next target. He is one of those that doesn't use the Suzuki engine. He's a Yamaha man. It's Adam Walker in 8th place.
7th possible for Gadd, do we reckon?
I would think that could be a possibility. What have we got? 6.5 minutes left to go. So, yeah, I think that could be on.
And it sort of sets him up okay for tomorrow, really, doesn't it? So it may not be the worst thing that could have happened. Here we go again. Pollard in the tow, using his V experience. It does work a little bit, it seems. And this time, right round the outside of Rob Wellham into the S's. And he's done it, I think, if he can slow the car down for Nelson. Right round the outside at Brundle. Great stuff. Classic Snetterton shot that as the slipstream comes into effect around the outside. How many times have we seen that at this venue in all types of categories over the years? And Craig Pollard perfecting it there. And he's up to 3rd.
Absolutely right. So Pollard here looking good for a podium finish, but he's got to keep Wellham behind him. Yes, if Gadd finishes 6th, that would be his first 6th place finish. It would be his lowest finish of the season. Higginson, Gore and Wellham have already had one 6th place during the course of the year, and of course I think obviously Wellham has had a couple of non-finishes as well, so Wellham will be dropping zeros basically. Can't really afford too many more poor finishes.
Up front, Dan Gore has set 2 fastest laps on the trot. The latest lap was a 1:48.50, and the lead gap's gone back down to 1.3 seconds. So Higginson was quick at the start. Gore is quicker into the second half. Can he do anything about the leader then? The gap 1.2 seconds between the top two. There's the chase gap here.
Yeah, and the 0.3 of a second, or Gore's 0.3 of a second outside the lap record now, which was set by Richard Mitchum, I should say, 12 years ago in April. So lap record possibly in the threat. There's Tom Gadd. He's getting past Adam Walker now, so that's for 8th place.
So he's just a few seconds behind Chaz Hyton. So that is a possible chase margin to closing on the next lap or so. Here are the leaders. 1.2 seconds, as you can see on your screens there, between them at the start of the lap, with Dan Gore, there he is, in 2nd position, chasing after his teammate Matt Higginson. Dan Gore, who came up through the Caterham ranks in the last decade or so. A couple of weeks ago, he was winning in Monoposto on the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit, where he was setting lap times that would have put him in the mid-pack of the historic Formula 1 race there a few weeks earlier, in a car that cost a small amount in compared to those machines from the 1970s and 80s. And Dan Gore, that lap was slower, so the lead gap goes back out to 1.6 seconds. So there he is, 80, Gore in 2nd place. But 2nd will still be a good result if that's what he comes away with, because that will be podium number 5 of the season for Dan Gore. And this is really going to close up the championship between Gadd, Higginson and Gore with that drama for Gadd. How's he getting on? Well, he comes through in 8th, just a second behind Chaz Hyton. So in a moment, Tom Gadd should be able to gain a position into what is 7th. Here they are. He's right behind Chaz Hyton. Then is Tom Gadd, the 26-year-old from Lincolnshire, the 2019 low-cost champion. He was 3rd in this championship last year. in this Team Sellers Run car. He's on the inside line through Palmer, and he gains that position. Now, can he catch Sam Satchwell? Because he's only 5 seconds behind. There's, what, 2 laps to go?
And he's lapping 3 seconds a lap quicker, isn't he? So it's possible. It is possible he could get back into the top 6 here, which will be quite a turnaround after they off on the opening lap of the race at Palmer. I think after possibly coming together with Murphy Aldridge, although we didn't see that, did we? But 12 Tom Gadd pushing on here, damage limitation, looking for top 6 as he makes his way now onto the Bentley Straight. As we watch the car of a bit further up the order. That was Huntley, I think, wasn't it? That was just going through shot. There is, sorry, that was Satchwell going through shot. There is Gadd now in 7th place.
I think Dan Gore's chase of the lead is sort of over now because the gap's up to 2.5 seconds. A couple of times there, Higginson's been able to pull the lead out, whether that's Gore giving up on a win and going to bag 2nd place points. Now, we did have time just about for 2 laps to go, so we may get 2 further laps and make this a 9-lapper, such as the speed of these F1000 machines, as Matt Saplin said prior to the race, the quickest cars here this weekend. So 2.5 seconds, Higginson to Gore. Where are the battles to come from? And I think it's going to be Gadd catching Sam Satchwell for 6th position, isn't it? Sam, the driver from Southampton, who's 28 years of age. Only started racing last year in the Tim Gray Motorsport prepared car for the financial advisor. Sam Satchwell in 6th spot, may be caught by Tom Gadd, particularly if we're able to squeeze another lap in at the end of this year.
Well, there's the race leader, the disc lock backed car of Matt Higginson, who has had a win at Croft last time out. Looking good here for win number 2 of the season. His 3rd win overall and his 2nd win at this circuit. Turns his way through Brundle and Nelson now. We just need to keep an eye on whether we're going to get the checkered flag or not at the end of this lap. It's possible that we will do, as the cars make their way through. Oh, and coming to a stop there is one of them. That's the 9 car, isn't it, of Ryan Thomas coming to a halt right towards the end of the race. Looks like the checkered flag is being made ready, though, for Matt Higginson. So, yep, it's being prepared, and Matt Higginson coming up to the line, and he takes the checkered flag. Matt Higginson wins for round number 9 of the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship by 2.7 seconds from Dan Gore in 2nd place. 3rd place goes the way of Craig Pollard. A rather distant 4th in the end was Rob Wellham. He kind of lost touch with Craig Pollard there. A very good 5th for Ben Huntley in number 96. A lonely race, but a good result for him.
Best result too.
Absolutely. And 6th goes the way of Tom Gadd. He does get it away.
Does he?
No, he doesn't. It's Sam Satchwell, I should say, that is 6th. It looked like it was Tom Gadd's car to me there, but it was Sam Satchwell, who did one of his better laps actually on the last lap to keep ahead of Tom Gadd. So 6th went to number 19, Sam Satchwell. 7th to number 12, Tom Gadd. 8th to number 17, Chaz Hyton. 9th to number 14, Adam Walker. And 10th to number 88, David Williams. I think Mustafa Gunlager, Jonathan and David Tagg is the only 2 finishers, other finishers there after that. But Higginson, a relatively comfortable winner in the end, but some drama further back.
Yeah, absolutely. And Higginson there, that's also his 7th podium of the season to equal the number Tom Gadd had claimed at the last meeting. But they will all close up the championship heading into tomorrow. But here's the results.
Yes, indeed. So Matt Higginson in 8 laps won by 2.71 seconds from Dan Gore in 2nd place. 3rd place went the way of number 92, Craig Pollard. 4th to number 1, Rob Wellham. Ben Huntley, number 96, was 5th, ahead of 19, Sam Satchwell. And it was Tom Gadd, number 12, only got back to 7th in the end, from 8th, number 17, Chaz Hyton, 9th, number 14, Adam Walker. And rounding out the top 10 was the 88 car of David Williams at the end of that 8-lap race for the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship. They are back out. They're our first race on tomorrow morning at 10:20, so set your alarms and make sure you're up for that one. And they'll be also out again later on in the afternoon at 2 as well. So 2 more races tomorrow for the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship, and it should be well worth watching as we await our drivers in Parc Fermé. I can see that they're just arriving, getting helmets off, garlands are about to be handed out by James Winstanley and winners' hats as well. And soon we'll be able to hear from our race winner for a second meeting in a row. Matt Higginson it is that's taken the spoils. Let's head down to him now.
Down here then with our race winner Matt Higginson for the second time this year. Well done, Matt. Win at Croft. First win here at Snetterton this weekend as well.
Yeah, great. Perfect event so far for us. We've really found a groove with the car now. You know, it's bringing back some memories when I was in the RGB days and, you know, things were really on top. So, yeah, great. Car was brilliant. Me and mechanics been working really well. Got a nice sweet spot here. And, yeah, thanks for most of my family are on the hill on turn one, so it's great to do it in front of those guys as well.
Yeah, lots of moral support from them. I'd probably say it was an easy race, but you're going to tell me differently there, but you pretty much did.
Yeah, I was trying to keep the pressure on him to begin with. Then I grained the front tyres, so I fell back a bit at the end. Yeah, great race that was. You know, the first 10 minutes of that were pushing corner by corner, 100th by 100th. It was so tight, so I enjoyed that.
It's another good circuit though, isn't it? Snetterton for the F1000 Championship. It gives you a chance to overtake and use the long straights to your advantage.
Yeah, the cars really kind of stretch the legs around here. I like the infield. It's some nice corners in there, but yeah, you feel like you're knocking on a bit going down the back straight under the bridge and trying to pick a braking zone from 140 down to whatever speed we're doing through there.
Quite quick, I imagine. Just like Matt as well, though, good haul of points there. It kind of brings you a little bit closer to Tom Gadd. Yeah, good day for the middle-aged men. But yeah, he needs to make sure Matt doesn't get too far ahead. So I need to work on that tomorrow. Good stuff. Well done, Dan. Congratulations on second place. And we'll hop over here and have a quick word with Greg Pollard, who finished in third place. Greg, well done. Third place there. I think that's your second podium of the year now, so a good result.
Yeah, no, it's a good result for us. We're trialling out a new engine this weekend, but we're also trialling out what the difference is between new and old tyres. And just racing with Rob there was a bit of a laugh. I could tell he didn't have any power because he had a few engine issues yesterday, but old tyres were on the outside. It was just a bit hairy at times, so I took my time to make it a safe pass and yeah, got there in the end. Yeah, that battling then, of course, led you not to catch the top two, but without that, do you reckon you could have got there? I haven't looked at the times yet, so I don't know. I know these two are in a different league in quali. There was more than just a few temps in it. So, yeah, I'd like to think with a bit of a toe we could break down the gap, but whether I could trouble them tomorrow, I don't know. Another day to come. We'll look forward to it. Yeah, cheers. Thanks. There we go. Craig Pollard with Dan Gore and Matt Higginson picking up a second victory of the season in the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship. As you said, Ian and Josh, we've got two more races to come tomorrow, which we very much look forward to here at Snetterton. For now, though, the final three races are second races of the day. The first of those being the Armed Forces Race Challenge. So back upstairs to Ian and Josh.
Yes, race 2 of the day for the Armed Forces Race Challenge coming up, and it's one of the biggest grids of the weekend. We had 40 cars out there in race 1, 34 of them managed to get to the end of the race. There are a few gaps you can see towards the front of the grid for this second race, but we'll see how things pan out. We'll go through the grid as it should have been, although we can see that there are gaps there on the first two rows. Pole position went to 126 Paul Cook, who of course went from last and starting in the pit lane to first in his invitation car, guest car, to win in race number 1. So Paul Cook, it should have been on pole position, but he's not there in the BMW M3, and 65 Mark White even in the Honda Civic is there. Second row on the inside should have been 108 Simon Wing in the Peugeot. He's not there, he retired very early on in the first race, and besides him, number 12 David Russell. The third row on the inside you've got number 3 Alex Rivette in the Nissan, and 84 the Honda Integra of Alex Smith. On row 4 it's 78 Mike Nash and 23 Blair Thompson in BMW and Honda. Row 5, 79 Keith Atwood in the Mini and 841 Jonathan Candle in the Peugeot. Row 6 is 27 Jasmine Norman in the Audi and 33 Simon Frowen in the Ginetta. On the 7th row it's another Ginetta for number 7 Peter Dilnut and 15 Gavin Aldworth. On the 8th row 66 and 935 66 Scott Townsend and 935 James Flint. The 9th row 230 and 1 Paul Woodhouse and Doug Inglis. On row 10 it's the MX5 of number 22 Luke Arpino against next to Paul Martin Jones in the Holden, number 62. Row 11 is 34 Sean Graham and 16 Trevor Hancock. Row 12 Gareth Mott in 26 and Richard Phillips 44. On the 13th row it's 57 Simon Vernon and 49 Brian Watson. Richard Brown in 35 and Harry Townsend 64 on the 14th row. And it's Jack Gajewski and Andrew Holmes on row 15 in 99 and 72 respectively. On row 16 it's 25 Alex Waldeck and 28 Melissa Bexley. David Weiss George in 42 and 51 Ian Cooper on the 17th row. The 18th row 305 Kieran Lambourne and 54 Matthew Fayers. Row 19 will be the car of number 4 Emma Ockenden and 113 Ben Moore, and then row 20 221 Maximus Bicknell and 125 Matthew Davidson. So this is the second race of the weekend for these cars. Josh, perhaps you can briefly remind us what happened in race 1.
Well, we saw, as you mentioned, Paul Cook start from the back, or from the pit lane with a delayed start to come through to win. But from the sort of the main element of the race, it was Mark White who came out on top after Simon Wing retired his Peugeot. So Mark White sort of comes into this race as the favourite, and then Alex Smith was third. David Russell, he was a class winner on his. With his synthetic fuels. We mentioned that earlier, I'm sure we'll mention that during the course of this race. And then Class D went the way of Peter Dilnot. But the big thing with the Armed Forces Racing Challenge is the huge varied grid that we can enjoy. Something like 40 cars with a huge number of makes and models of machines out there. You can see there just at the front you've got Honda, BMW, Nissan in the top 3 positions on the grid. And it's become a really successful formula, this, since it joined the 750 Motor Club, what was it, 10 years ago now, something like that. And it came from positions where there weren't very many cars on the grid, and over the years those numbers have just grown. In the COVID period, while the Armed Forces were a bit busy, members of the Armed Forces were a bit busy to race. We, I think, missed the season, but now we're back to full grids, and the biggest grids of the weekend here.
Yes, that's right. It's great to see, isn't it? And wonderful to watch and enjoy. A lot of hard work goes into to making such a success of this category. So it's going to be a 20-minute race for these cars. Just going back round onto the grid now for the Armed Forces Race Challenge. Not quite a full complement as we had in race 1, but possibly that will make for an even more interesting race. Mark White it is that's going to be on de facto pole position, who was the winner at Croft in both races, the winner at race 1 here as well. Chalky White in the Army Motorsports Honda Civic Type R, 65, the yellow and black car. Then behind him on the grid is the number 12 David Russell car, coming back after that broken leg that he suffered, so first time racing for a little while, and he lines up on the outside of the second row. Then the third row you've got the 2 Japanese cars, the Nissan 350Z and the Honda Integra of the Alexes, Rivet and Smith.
Good to see Cy Frohan out there on the grid this time. He didn't make the grid for the earlier race and had a few problems in the race itself, and was a non-finisher, but he's there this time in the Ginetta G20. So it'll be interesting to see what type of progress he can make there from the 7th row of the grid or something like that. Looks like one car may be starting from the pit lane, which is Sean Graham's low cost. We're yet to see if he's going to make the start. And in a few moments we will have all the cars on the grid. It takes a few moments, this, with 20 rows to fill of the Snetterton start line. What a sight it makes.
Yeah, it's absolutely brilliant to see. And we are about, yes, we do see the 5-second board ahead of this 20-minute race. So the red light will go on. And out it goes. And a pretty good start there from Alex Rivet, that time in the Nissan. So he's got up to 2nd place at the expense of David Russell in the BMW, but then there's another car trying to get alongside him, which is Alex Smith, who's gone from the left-hand side of the circuit to the right-hand side of the circuit, managed to get up the inside of Alex Rivet somehow. So I think it's Alex Smith up into 2nd place, although I think it is still the same leader Mark White. Then it's the Integra second, the Nissan third, David Russell fourth in the BMW. He's got Blair Thompson to his left. He's got Mike Nash right behind him as well as they turn their way around the hairpin at Wilson for the first time.
Yep, they absolutely do. And it's Honda's up front, round the outside. That's Blair Thompson, who's trying to make a position past David Russell, I think that was, the two BMWs. As the pack make their way through, including a whole load of BMW 116s in the second half of the field. The BMW Compact in there too for Matthew Davidson, we could see. But up front, it is Mark Chalky White in the Honda Civic, the 45-year-old operations manager for Mission Motorsport, who leads the way in his 2.4 litre K24 engine Honda Civic Type R. Where are the battles going to come from in the early stages? You can see the vast range of shapes and sizes, and there is the Ford Fiesta ST of James Flint in 935, one of a number of drivers with a novice cross on the back, signalising this is one of his first races. There's David Russell then, who's racing for the first time with 100% carbon neutral fuels, synthetic fuels, possibly the way forward in motorsport in the future, and could sort of be seeing history made this weekend with the first car in British Club Racing on that synthetic fuel. And if it is the way forward, Ian, it's something we're not really going to notice any difference, because the car looks the same, it sounds the same, it's just not causing pollution.
Yeah, that's good development, good innovation, and it'll be interesting to see how things develop in club racing over the next several years, because obviously direction of road travel in terms of road cars seems to be towards electric. Where does that leave motorsport? Well, maybe synthetic fuels is the answer.
Yeah, don't ask Liddon Hill.
Yes.
After last weekend.
Yes, they had that rather disastrous situation when the World Rallycross rounds were cancelled because of a fire on the test day before the event weekend involving Sebastian Loeb's car. Anyway, the Armed Forces Race Challenge is still providing great entertainment. Mike Nash, he's a bit further back down the order than he was. I don't know quite how he got there.
He was in the top half dozen at one stage. Now he's been passed by Paul Martin Jones in the Holden Commodore. He's got Holden badges on that car this weekend and a great big Holden logo as well from the plain white car that it was a few weeks ago at Croft. There's RAF man James Flint. There's been planes in the sky, RAF planes, and there's RAF personnel on the track today as well. He's involved in a battle. Is that with Paul Waterhouse, long-time AFRC racer, in his Peugeot 306? So that's a battle for what is 15th position. Perhaps Paul's a little bit further back than we sometimes see him in that car. He's been in the top 10 a few times this year, but he's currently there in what I think is something like 14th. There's a Mazda MX-5. Driven by Luke Arpino, number 22, another novice cross on the back for the RAF General Technician Engineer from London. Started racing last season.
Absolutely right. So they head down the Bentley Straight towards Brundle Nelson for the second time in this race, with Mark White leading at the end of lap 1 by 1.9 seconds, and a similar gap back between Alex Smith in second and Alex Rivett in third. David Russell then fourth, and Blair Thompson in fifth position. As we watch the MR2 come through, that's number 15, Gavin Aldworth. He's got the Ginetta behind him of Peter Dilnott, who's leading his class in 11th place overall, car number 7, with the Union flag livery on the roof. And he's only just over a second ahead of Doug Inglis this time, with two Class D cars right together. Off the road goes Gavin Aldworth. And he'll just briefly at least cede that place to Dilnott.
Yeah, a little bit too wide on that occasion. That was certainly exceeding track limits, but not gaining an advantage, as Peter Dilnott moved up a place in the Ginetta G40. Good to have that car on the grid. We heard from Peter earlier, regular in this event, the Armed Forces races at Snetterton over the years. And that's dropped Gavin Aldworth down a spot. We'll see a lot of MR2s out tomorrow. The MR2 Championship here, big dive up the inside of Dougie Inglis by the Ford Fiesta of Scott Townsend, but Inglis is fighting back. They're side by side as they go up towards the left-hander at Palmer. Inglis on the outside has been able to grab that position then and stay ahead of Scott Townsend, and then Luke Arpino in the MX-5 Mark III as well involved in that battle as they come down here into Agostini, second gear corner in those cars, I should think. And there's lots of squealing of tyres, and locking up and going wide was Luke Arpino in the Mazda.
Yeah, so he's lost a little bit of time there to Scott Townsend and Dougie Inglis. Inglis in Class D, of course. Scott Townsend in Class C, so they're not battling for class positions, but equally enjoying a good scrap for overall positions, and of course trying to be consistent all the way through this race, because the points in the Armed Forces Race Challenge are awarded on Performance Index, which is a measure of consistency. Basically, it's your total race time divided by your best race time, and obviously the smaller that ratio is, then the more consistent you've been throughout the race. That's the 79 car of Keith Atwood, who had a fairly dramatic race one. He was a retirement from it, I think, in the end, but good to see him back out in this second race, running in 7th place there, running second in his class as well, and having a good battle for that position with Jonathan Candler, who's going to have a look up the inside into Coram Curve.
Yeah, the Mini Cooper and the Peugeot 306. Ginetta G20 just behind as well as Simon Frowen. Keith Atwood, yeah, he had that off at the S's, didn't he, in race one. Just ahead of them, a battle developing between Blair Thompson and Jasmine Norman. Jasmine, who had a race debut this morning, finished 9th. She's now running in 6th and going for 5th. She is an experienced karter, though. She's been karting for 10 years. An impressive car debut this weekend. She's going to go 5th into the right-hander at Ritchie's for the 23-year-old British Army mechanic from Wiltshire. So this has been a very good debut for Jasmine Norman. She continues to gain positions.
Well, she does, doesn't she? And you say she's got some karting experience under her belt, plenty of that, but a good first appearance in circuit racing, and it seems as if she's getting more and more pace as the day goes on. She's learning, she's gaining in confidence here. He's up to 5th place now. She's probably not going to catch David Russell. He's about 8 seconds up the road, but nevertheless, a really impressive performance this from Jasmine Norman in her first appearance in that Audi TT here at Snetterton. So she's in 5th place. Blair Thompson is 6th. Keith Atwood is 7th. Jonathan Campbell is 8th, and Cy Frowen is in 9th place now.
And Blair Thompson had a bit of a weird line there. I think all is okay for the championship leader coming into the weekend. Oh, what's going on here? All kinds of things. And that's because Mike Nash, who had that problem on the opening lap, is just past that battle for what was 12th position. So he's got past Dougie Inglis and Scott Townsend and Luke Arpino. So Mike Nash is now into what is 12th position, and his pace would he could gain more. For 3rd position, Alex Rivette in the Nissan 350Z. There's not many of them racing in the UK. The Army man just ahead of the RAF man, David Russell, as they turn their way here through Wormhole. And David Russell, who's we've been mentioning, he was so successful last year. He's leading his class again. He's gone even faster than he went in race 1, a 2-minute 16.3. He said earlier that his recovery sort of slowing him down this weekend, but you wouldn't think it by the way he's driving and the lap times he's producing.
No, absolutely right. It's been quite something to watch. So good scrap then going on over the line for 3rd and 4th. Alex Rivette, number 3, David Russell, number 12. There's 59 hundredths between them on the previous lap. That's now 41 hundredths. So it's come down on that lap by nearly 0.2 of a second. Russell doing his personal best lap of the race, a 2:16.88, but a 10th or so off the time he managed in the first race as well. You can see there is quite a gap back to Jasmine Norman in 5th place, but we won't worry about that. So the fight for 3rd and 4th goes on. Of course, they're in different classes. Russell leading in Class C. Alex Rivette is in Class B, as is the overall race leader Mark White. Class D being led by Peter Dilnott, as we've said. And Class A being led by Paul Martin-Jones, who's in 19th in the Holton.
Alex Rivette took a 3rd at Croft. He's trying to replicate that here, but David Russell is making it hard work for him. They were 4th and 5th in the earlier race and separated by a similar amount in that race to this one. So that start that Rivette made, the rear-wheel drive Nissan, with the space ahead of him, worked out well. Managed to get himself ahead of David Russell, and then ever since, Russell's been challenging him. They are about 6 seconds behind Alex Smith in second, who's 5 seconds behind the race leader, Mark White. And they turn their way down the Bentley Straight, previously known as the Revett Straight, to Snetterton Traditionalists. Hit the battle for third spot then. Still sees the Nissan ahead of the BMW of Russell. They're in P4 overall, which is a really strong effort. What about the battles behind? Well, there's Jasmine Norman. She's still ahead of Blair Thompson, but Simon Frowen, who recently has passed Jonathan Candler and Keith Atwood, has quickly caught the pair of them. So Cy Frowen for a top 5 potentially in his Ginetta G20. So Cy Frowen from the RAF, they're in what is 7th position, Ian.
Yeah, in that Z-Tech engine Ginetta G20 that he's prepared himself. Bought the car from the Smiths who owned the car previously. So he's getting himself stuck into this battle as well. Now Norman under a bit of pressure here from the two cars, and so this is perhaps something she's not experienced in quite this way before. Look how Frowen is pulling alongside Blair Thompson now in that Ginetta, 2-litre Ginetta, which is lighter weight than the Civic Type R, but can't get past it on the run up to Rich's corner that time. So they'll stay in the same order with Candler, the Class C leader, just behind, Class C second place man, I should say, just behind them as well. And Keith Atwood a little bit further behind that, with a gap then opening up to Peter Dilnott in 10th place in the second Ginetta in the field.
Yeah, Cy Frowen, very experienced, racing for 15 years in all sorts of categories, but over the last 5 years or so concentrating on AFRC events. But not in this car before this season. So a new car, as Ian was mentioning there, the Z-Tech powered Ginetta G20. What a one-make championship that was, the Ginetta G20 Challenge 15, 20 years ago. That was cracking category.
It was very good, wasn't it? G27s, of course, before the G20s. Here's the battle in the amongst the 116s, many of which compete in the Graduates Championship, which is for newcomers to racing. So here you can see the 28 car, which is that of Melissa Bexley, who's not actually within that class, but there are others that are. The 54 car of Matthew Fairs also isn't within that class, but some of the others 116s are.
Yeah, Melissa Bexley, who's 30, she's a mechanic from Sunderland in this JC Racing run car. I think she started racing last year, and that's why she's not eligible for the Graduates Cup, but I think she was racing with the AFRC last season. Back to the battle for 5th, Jasmine Norman still ahead of Blair Thompson and Cy Frowen. 3 very different cars here, an early Audi TT, an EP3 Honda Civic, and the Ginetta G20 in there as well, a car from about 20 years ago too. So actually the Audi is the oldest car in this group, which you perhaps wouldn't think at first instance.
Some modern classics there really, aren't they? The Audi, the Civic Type R certainly will be a classic for years to come. Not so sure about the Ginetta, but obviously, as you said, that one-make racing heritage counts for a lot.
Well, for people like me anyway, maybe not to the general public.
Here they come over the horizon and towards Rich's. And you can see Jonathan Candler in the background as well, and Keith Atwood. Beautifully turned out cars, these as well.
They're all going quicker, the Norman Thompson Frowen battle. They're all into the 18s now. And for Jasmine Norman, she was in the 22s in quali, so she's going 4 seconds quicker than what she managed this morning.
Quite something. There's Paul Martin Jones, who's in 20th position now, that number 62 Holden. He's got behind him, I think that's Simon Vernon. No, it's not, it's Trevor Hancock. Yes, because he's just got ahead of Hancock in the Peugeot, which is off the circuit. I mean, Trevor's been probably driving a perfectly decent race until the cameras have switched to him, and he's off onto the grass. He's back onto it now. He's just rejoined behind the Simon Vernon MX-5. So sorry, Trevor. The camera has cursed you there, I fear.
And he had a Peugeot 206 battle with a Holden Commodore, which is quite a feat. Change for fifth. Blair Thompson's ahead of Jasmine Norman now. So he's back through. He's picked up his pace. Blair Thompson. Maybe not the best thing for his championship hopes to be going suddenly quicker than he went earlier in the race, because as Ian mentioned, the championship based on consistency, which will be important because I'm sure the various teams in the armed forces will be looking to see who is good at consistency to pick their Burkitt relay teams, because they are always very competitive at that end of season event here.
Yes, and we talked about the synthetic fuel car of David Russell, which is Project Flywheel, and that's sort of run by the people behind one of the, if not the most successful team in recent Burkitt racing history, Team Flywheel, who've been winners of the Burkitt relay in the past as well. But we stick with this battle at the moment for 5th, 6th and 7th places, and they've got some slower cars to deal with as well before much longer. So it's now Blair Thompson at the head of the group, ahead of Jasmine Norman and Simon Frowen, with that 116 to try and negotiate before much longer.
Yeah, there's a few cars possibly to lap over the final couple of laps or so. So again, all new experiences for those with less experience. And that may be the slower cars as well as the quicker cars. So number 4 there goes a lap down. That's Emma Ockenden in her BMW 116. I think she is one of the people, if she's not in the Graduates Cup, as now the BMW gets a lap put on it. The compact of Matthew Davidson, it's a shared car this weekend, and Cy Frowen respects the help the BMW driver did to get out the way. He gives a thumbs up. It's a friendly atmosphere, isn't it, in the Armed Forces Racing Challenge and on the circuit as well.
Well, I think they enjoyed a hog roast for lunch, so it's been a good day, I'm sure, in the Armed Forces Race Challenge paddock, and a good day of weather for it as well. Have enjoyed their racing and their social activities, I'm sure, here at Snetterton this weekend. Mark White, by the way, still leading this race by 13.5 seconds in car 65, from 84 Alex Smith in second and 3 Alex Rivette in third, but he's still only about half a second clear of David Russell in the Class C leading BMW.
Here we look for
that
battle for third,
yeah,
with Alex Rivette in the Nissan still ahead. See the sun really shining on the cars, including our leading car, Mark Chalky White in the Army Motorsport car, leading the way in this Honda Civic with the K24 2.4 litre engine. Mark, who's an Army veteran, who's now a daily operation manager for Mission Motorsport, a charity that helps to get ex-service men and women back into civilian life, and doing that through motorsport. And Mark White, who is supported this weekend by Andrew Kitson, who's very well known to Snetterton locals. And Mark White doing a great job this weekend, Ian. He's really dominated the event. Okay, Paul Cook came through earlier, but he had a much quicker car. And Mark White, who was the double winner at Croft last time out, feels like he's been even more dominant this weekend at Snetterton as well for the driver from Oxfordshire.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, at times he did have some opposition, didn't he, at Croft? But here he's been very convincing. Obviously, he was beaten on the road in the previous race by Paul Cook, but not really part of the challenge as such. You could see there as well, Mark acknowledging the MX-5 driver who just lapped. And that's just good racing respect being shown by the drivers in this championship, very much aligning to the values of the Motorsport UK Race with Respect campaign, which runs these days to encourage people to show good behaviour to competitors, both on and off the track, and not just to competitors but to officials and other stakeholders as well.
Yeah, I think all things Motorsport UK regulations, Armed Forces Challenge have shown with great authority this weekend, haven't they? With a big grid, there's been really good driving standards. Got 40 cars off the line a couple of times without any problems, and we got racing all the way through the pack.
Yes, David Russell up on the inside there of the number 3 car of Alex Rivette, and that's the battle for third position. Right to the end this battle is going. They're on the Bentley Straight now, but it looks like Rivette's got back through there. Just keeping an eye on Mark White. He's just heading into Murray's for the final time, and the clock has counted down to 0. Here he is with the back marker ahead of him. Will he lap that car or not? As he comes up to the line, I think he's probably going to have to. So it's going to be Mark White that comes through. And he takes the checker flag. 2 wins in the day, 4 wins in the row for Mark White in the Armed Forces Race Challenge.
And he sets the fastest lap on the 9th and final lap of the race at 2 minutes 13.98. Alex Smith will come second, but for third position, can David Russell do anything about the Nissan, which has got a bit more power? That's why it's in Class B, but David Russell quicker through the bends perhaps, not able to do anything at the final corner.
No, he's not, so it's going to be...
Or is
see, it's going to be side by side over the line. And that synthetic fuel just not quite doing enough to get him up to P3. As we're watching Peter Dillnot now, this is a back marker he's trying to get past. So Peter is got a 5-second penalty in his class now, which I think is not going to be enough to drop him behind his nearest Class D rival.
He's quite a long way ahead, I think, now.
Yeah, surprisingly far ahead of Dougie Inglis, actually. So Peter Dillnot in that Ginetta G40 is just going to come through now to take the Class D win.
Blair Thompson, by the way, got 5th with Cypro in 6th, and Jasmine Norman 7th in that battle we enjoyed earlier in the race. Mike Nash back to 9th after he dropped, 20th, something like that, by the end of lap 1. He finished just behind Jonathan Candler.
Excellent racing there from the Armed Forces Race Challenge, and the cars will be heading on the slowing down sort of third of a lap that they have into Parc Ferme, but Mark White's a very convincing winner in this Armed Forces Race Challenge event from Smith and Rivette. Run you through the full results in just a moment. We'll try and pick out class success as well.
Yeah, who won the Graduates Cup? That went the way of Jackie Gursky, I think.
Yeah, who continues to lead that championship, doesn't he?
So a good day for him, and a good day, I think, in total for the Armed Forces Racing Challenge. A really perfect circuit, really, for a big grid of varied cars, isn't it? Because nobody gets sort of caught up too much, and it sounds like everyone's really enjoying it. Alex Rivette did get third by 0.12 of a second in that close finish, which sort of didn't go the way we expected it to, with the Class C BMW getting a good run up the gears. So certainly those synthetic fuels giving the car just as much power, I think, as fossil fuels would do.
Let's have a look at the result of that race then. 65 Mark White it was that took the win at the end of 9 laps of racing. He was 18, nearly 19 seconds clear of number 84, Alex Smith. And third was number 3, Alex Rivette, another 10 seconds behind him. Class C winner was David Russell in 4th place overall, number 12, ahead of 23 Blair Thompson. 33 Cypher and Jasmine Norman, who was briefly 5th, down to 7th in the end. It's a good drive from her in number 27. 8th, 841 Jonathan Candler. 9th, number 48 Mike Nash, and then running out the top 10 was number 79 Keith Atwood. Peter Dillnot, although he had a 5-second penalty, he was 11th overall, and he won in Class D ahead of Gavin Aldworth, Scott Townsend and Luke Arpino. A bit further back down the order, and we should see who was 2nd and 3rd within Class D. It was Dougie Inglis in 15th place, 2nd in Class D, and Trevor Hancock, despite his grassy moment, he was 3rd within Class D. See, also going through there some of the other drivers, and then you can see the Graduate Cup win went in 31st place overall to Jack Ijuski in his 116 as well. So the Armed Forces Race Challenge has had its 2 races this weekend. It's still got a couple of meetings to go on the International Circuit at Silverstone next month and at Donington Park to round out the season. But for now, let's head down to Matt Suckling.
So another race win for Mark White in terms of the class and overall this time, which is nice. The trusty Civic doing you well today here at Snetterton.
Yeah, car's absolutely on point. Like I said, I think in the earlier interview, I've had it for some time now. I've had some reasonable seat time, but yeah, it never fails. It's a really good machine.
And you pushed on in that one, some quick laps after quick laps, which is a nice way to end the day.
Yeah, I felt a bit more confidence going out in the second race, although there wasn't anybody closer this time. Just I think I haven't been here for a year, So a little bit of time in quali, race 1, and yeah, pretty much a full send for race 2.
Nice easy day effectively in the end for you then, but we've got a couple more rounds to come. You still going to take part in those?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. I'm in it to win it, so we'll see. We'll have a go.
It's going to be close. Well done, Mark.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
There we go. Race win then for Mark in the Civic. We'll go around and grab a quick word if we can with David Russell, who is another class winner. This synthetic fuel thing seems to be working really well, especially here today.
Yeah, it does. I hope people don't start thinking it's just the fuel. You know, the car went really well last year, but the positive is there's been no drop in performance from how it was last year. Because there was obviously an air of uncertainty, but the way we've run Project Flywheel and the partners we've had on board, it's clearly working really well.
And you said earlier you broke your legs, you're returning to racing, everything holding up okay?
Yeah, it's like I don't feel it in the car at all. I feel it if I'm on my feet all day, but you know, I'm not even thinking about it in the car, which is really relieving. So I wasn't sure how it would go, but yeah, it's gone great.
And how was the battling out there today in terms of that race? Anyone to play with?
Yeah, I was so close with Alex in the Nissan up there. Just really good, great fair racing. You know, we were almost rubbing wrap and paint, but as with this championship, it's always really fair, and everyone is giving each other racing room. And you know what, there's no way I could have got him, but it was good fun racing.
And as we said earlier, a quality grid today, which is magnificent for the Armed Forces Race Challenge.
Absolutely brilliant. What are we at? 40 car grids of people from all 3 services, veterans and associates. You know, it's well, I'm obviously biased because I race in it, but I think it's the series that personifies what club motorsport is the best. You know, normal people with normal budgets racing normal cars. You know, no fancy motorhomes or trucks. It's just no disrespect to those people that have that. I'm only jealous, but it feels like proper club racing.
Good stuff. Well done today, David. You can go and now relax and enjoy the rest of the afternoon. And I think that is it, because Peter Dilnott is over there, but he's having a lovely chat with one of the competitors. So we'll let him carry on doing that, because we can already see cars are on the grid for the next race, and this one earlier was absolutely fantastic to watch. So hopefully the battle will resume at the front of the field as we get set for the second race of the day for the 750 Motor Club Bike Sport Championship.
That's right, Matt. It's not the biggest grid of the weekend, but we certainly enjoyed some fast and furious action in race 1, where the win went the way of Charles Hall, but it wasn't for want of trying on the part of Leon Morel, who was pushing really, really hard. Both of them won their classes, and it's kept the championship nice and tight, with Morel still maintaining a small lead over Charles Hall in second place within that class. So let's have a look at the grid for this second race of the weekend then, for the 750 Motor Club Bike Sports Championship. We have the cars in 2 flanks, of course, because we have a rolling start for the bike sport. So on pole position it's number 35 Leon Morel, and besides him is number 77 Charles Hall. On the second row it's 5 Doug Carter and 73 Alistair Smart. On the third row it's number 11 Philip Brown and number 93 Stephen Larkin. Row 4 is 14 Kenzie Beecroft and 86 Stephen Bell. On the 5th row it's 60 Andrew Gordon, 6 Ben Scriffins. On the 6th row 24 Ian Charles and 30 Mark Grayson. On row 7 it's 12 Andrew Fido and 9 Richard Gilman. And on row 8 23 Dominic Langdon Down on his own. So Josh, remind us what happened earlier on today.
Well, as Matt Suckling just made reference to, we saw a really close battle for the win between Charles Hall and Leon Morel, the 2 championship contenders. A couple of outbreaking moves we saw from Morel, but that wasn't enough to beat Charles Hall. It was Hall who came out on top for the 5th time this season. But it was another Class win for Leon Morel. That's his 6th Class B victory. And then the best of the rest, that was Alistair Smart, who came home in 3rd. I noticed, though, we're missing a couple of cars from the grid. Andy Fido and Ben Scrivens, who both had issues in the earlier race, I think were missing, so we have got a couple less. But let's hope for a good battle for the win, because that will certainly make it pretty entertaining as we head into, or we start really the second half of the season, don't we, in the Bike Sports Championship, with just 2 meetings to go after this at Silverstone and Donington Park.
Yeah, now Andrew Fido, a Class A car, isn't he? So that means I think we're down to 6 starters in Class A, which is the class in which Charles Hall finds himself. So that will mean that he can only pick up a maximum of 12 points for the win rather than 15 for the win, which I think Leon Morel will be able to pick up here. So this could be important for the championship, that non-start for Andrew Fido. But I guess Charles Holland's got to get his head down and focus on his own race.
Yeah, it just twists as the season goes on. Leon Morel was pretty unhappy about how it was working when we spoke to him last time out at Croft. But as the season goes on, the entries change, don't they? And now it's Charles Hall who will be perhaps losing out because of it. And it's probably a little bit of a worse situation for him because he's already had 2 non-finishes, so he can't afford any more bad races, and therefore this won't be a maximum score for him at all. Whatever he does, he might be able to pick up a good number of points. But I know there's a championship to be won, but it feels like, especially if we're going to get a race like we had earlier, it's more about enjoying it for those 2 drivers. They're both drivers. Okay, Limura hasn't been around that long, but in his time he's already won a championship. So you don't come racing. Some people may, but he says to us he doesn't come racing to drive around by himself. He enjoys a battle, and it seems like Charles Hall has a similar thing as well. He races quite a lot of cars over the last few seasons, and another battle like that will be enjoyable. I wonder if Morel, maybe a bit stronger on colder tyres, might be able to get the lead because he knows where he's quick. He knows he's quick through the hairpins on the brakes. If he can try and break away early on, then Charles Hall came strong towards the end of the race and had about half a second on Morel by the end of the race, but didn't seem to have that extra pace in the early stages. So can Morel get past a slightly more powerful Mattel that starts alongside? What's going to happen behind? Because Doug Carter, who's on the grid 3rd again, he wasn't able to beat Alistair Smart earlier, so can he do that this time? We're about to get racing underway for 20 minutes of bike sports.
Yeah, they are coming up to the rolling start. The safety car has peeled in, and the 13 cars that are going to take the start are coming up to the line now. The red lights are still on, and they'll go out now, and it's an even start from the 2 on the front row. This time they head off up to Riches. It's Charles Hall with his nose in front. Yes, it is. He sweeps through into the lead at Riches corner ahead of Leon Morel there in 2nd place. And so Morel in 2nd. It looks like it's the car in 3rd place of Alistair Smart. And 4th, Doug Carter, making a better start to the race this time. There's Stephen Bell in the 86 car and Andrew Gord in the 60 car doing battle for, I think, 8th position there as the cars make their way round the infield section on this opening lap of the race.
Yeah, that's right. And Hall going off hot this time. So have they made some changes to that car which will bring it on stronger in the first part, unlike race 1? So he's trying to put some space between himself and Liam Moran. He's absolutely doing it. This is very different to race 1 on lap 1. There's Alistair Smart and Doug Carter in the Radical PR6s, the central seat Radical from 10 years ago or so. But a big old lead for Hall up front. Who's behind? We've got Phil Brown there in 5th. Stephen Larkham, the Northern Irishman, in 6th position. But yeah, this is a very large lead for Charles Hall. This is bigger than he had in the whole of the first race, Ian.
It certainly is. So he's started out with intent this time. He's pulled out a good gap already from Leon Morel in 2nd place, who's seemingly not able to stay with him. Alistair Smart 3rd, Doug Carter 4th, and 5th and 6th together. 2 red cars, Philip Brown in the SR3 and Stephen Larkham with the PR6. The driver that's a regular race winner at Kirkstone in Northern Ireland. They make their way through the left-hander, out of it now and onto the centre straight once again. 10-second penalty for Mark Grayson there, which presumably is for an out-of-position start. So Mark Grayson getting penalised. Where was he due to start? Behind Ben Scriven, so I suspect he might have just moved into the spot ahead of him, which was left vacant on the grid.
A little bit unfortunate then, really, perhaps. Change for 5th we had into Ritchie's. Steve Larkham got past Phil Brown, so that's a pretty good going for Stephen Larkham. There he is. You can see him ahead of Philip Brown. We saw him at Anglesey Larkham, where he got a 5th, I think. He had a 6th earlier, but he's into 5th now again, ahead of Brown in what is now 6th position. He's had a podium this season, which also was at Anglesey, I think. There's Smart and Carter, Doug Carter in P4. He was racing at Castle Coombe a couple of weeks ago as well. But he's been around the bike sports paddock for a long time now, Ian, Doug Carter.
Yes, he has, and RGB before that, so a long time 750 Motor Club member and competitor. Good to see him taking part as often as he does with 750 Motor Club. So there's Larkham, number 93.
Is he catching those in front, perhaps?
We'll have to have a look at the lap times this time around. Interesting to see, of course, this is the first flying lap of the race. They've been on the rolling start, of course, on the first lap. There's Larkham, as the leader already is crossing the finish line in front of us, and Charles Hall is streaking clear of Leon Morel. Pulled out another 3/4 of a second that lap, so the gap is nearly 3.5 seconds from first to second. And then it's another 7 seconds plus back to Alistair Smart in 3rd place. In terms of Larkham and Carter, well, Larkham did take 3/10 out of Carter that time.
Yeah, so this is pretty impressive from Stephen Larkham in this 2009 Radical PR6 with the Hayabusa engine, built by RLM Racing. There's Carter, who he is chasing, similar car, the PR6, as does Alistair Smart, who is 3rd. Now, is Phil Brown further behind than he should be? And is he slow? Yes.
Yes, he's got a problem, hasn't he?
So he is the driver that came into the weekend 5th in the championship and 2nd of the Class Bs. But he may not score any points in this race unless he can work out what the problem is. Yes,
He will likely just pick up the point for starting the race that drivers will get. But I suspect he's not going to make it to the finish. He's probably just coasting it round to the pit lane at this stage. See, there is a scuff, tyre scuff on the left-hand side of the car, whether that was from earlier in this race or the previous race, I'm not quite sure, but you can see that against the driver's number 11 on the side of his car. It's partly obscured by a black tyre mark. Looks like Philip Brown out of the race, I'm afraid.
So that will promote Kenzie Beecroft up to 2nd in Class B and Steve Bell up to 3rd. Meanwhile, Charles Hall continues on. He's not going particularly quickly. It's Liam Morel in the early stages hasn't got the pace. So has he tried a different setup on that Radical SR3? Is it going to come stronger in the second half, or are we not going to get the type of race we had in race 1? Because Liam Morel claimed that he had more pace in race 1. If Charles Hall wasn't directly ahead of him, he could have gone quicker, but that's the case now. So we shall see if Liam Morel can close. The two of them way out in front. From now, a battle for 3rd place, because Alistair Smart all of a sudden has been caught by Doug Carter. Doug Carter, who is there in 4th position. He's been on the podium once this season, which came last time out at Croft. Can he do anything about Alistair Smart and get another podium to his name this season in the overall order? Into Agostini is right there then with Smart, who's been a part of the Bike Sports Championship for a few seasons now, the driver from Hampshire, who started off racing in Magnificent Sevens, but more recently in prototypes. He won the Burkitt Relay a couple of years ago on scratch, and he was the Class A champion last year. Not sure he's going to be able to repeat that feat this season, with Charles Hall picking up the wins in Class A. But the pair are having a good battle, and perhaps Steve Larkham will be able to join into that as well before much longer. Good to see these Radical PR6s finding a home with the Bike Sports Championship and finding each other to race against too.
Yeah, nice cars to look at. Very rapid cars as well, pretty lightweight. Obviously they've got this central seat driving position, which is shared of course by the Mittel that leads the race of Charles Hall. So Smart in 3rd position, through Coram he goes with Doug Carter behind him. A bit of a gap back to Stephen Larkham now, who was about 1.2 seconds behind Carter at the start of the lap, but that might have stretched a little bit now. Leon Morell's just done the best lap of the race, a 151.71. Best lap in the race was a 150.52, so some way off that mark, but Morell has got the lead down to Charles Hall to less than 3 seconds now.
Doug Carter challenging for third into the hairpin at Wilson. Alistair Smart had that one covered, I think. He did. So he hangs on ahead for now in his RJ Motorsport prepared Radical PR6 with another 1340cc Hayabusa engine. But engine problems down at Valor Racing for Phil Brown.
Yeah, they've got the engine cover off the back of the car there. Taking a look, see if there is anything that they can do to get him back out into the race to pick up some points maybe, and make sure the car's running strongly to the end. But it's a nice little fight this, isn't it, for third, fourth and fifth between the PR6s. Smart, Carter and Larkham, they turn their way through Oggies now, on towards Williams and then the Bentley Straight once again. Very evenly matched, these three. In race one it was Smart third, Carter fifth and Larkham sixth. Phil Brown was the interloper in his Class B car into that battle early on, but as we've seen, he's in the pit lane now. A long gap back then from Larkham to Kenzie Beecroft, who's in sixth place and second in Class B as things stand.
Yeah, he's 4 seconds ahead of Steve Bell. Kenzie Beecroft making his debut in bike sports. Meanwhile, the leaders go through, and Charles Hall's fought back with the lap times. He's done a new best, a 151.49, so he extends that lead out to over 3 seconds. Now, for third was Smart a little wide out of Murray's, but it's not held him back too much. And they blast across the line. Less than a second between the three of them. Sort of reminiscent of Radical Challenge races of the early 2010s with PR6s. Taking the centre stage. Former Radical boss Phil Abbott, he started out racing with the 750 Motor Club, I think, in a Radical many years ago now.
Late 1990s that was, that he brought those cars out for the first time with the 750 Motor Club, and then they switched to another club as the one-make category gained momentum, and took momentum, a change there. That was Stephen Larkham up on the inside of Doug Carter, and he's made it through Agostini to go into fourth place.
Yeah, that was pretty good, wasn't it? Because Doug Carter was the one looking to make a position early in the lap, but Larkham's made the most of that to go through. The mechanic there, Larkham up to fourth. She said the Irish road sports front runner, multiple winner. So he is up a position. It was good to see at Croft some Scottish road sports racers out as well, wasn't it?
That's right.
Gordon Duncan was impressive at Croft, so perhaps we'll see them again as well later in the season. But it's great to have Steve Larkham back out for a second time this season with us in the bike sports. Now, Phil Brown's going back out of the pit lane. Now, how much of the race does he need to do to get classified as a finisher?
Well, he's at the moment 3 laps behind, isn't he? The race leader.
Yeah, so he should do. We did 11 laps earlier, so if he does 8 of 11, might be enough.
Yeah, probably will be just about to get classified.
But that is if all runs well, of course. Now, Larkham's going after Smart pretty strongly. Just done a PB, a 155.2, which is a good chunk quicker than he managed in qualifying this morning. So he's really coming on strong now. Is Larkham going after Alistair Smart, the driver from Hampshire, with more experience in the category. It's good to have new names like Larkham in.
He was pushing on there and ended up running a little bit wide on the exit of Palmer's, which has cost him a few lengths, I think, to Alistair Smart that time. But no, it's good to see him. He's going well here at Snetterton, a circuit that is more reminiscent of this of his regular haunts of Kirkstone than Anglesey, which he raced earlier in the season was, and both based on sort of airfield type layouts in that Kirkstone and Snetterton both are. Kirkstone a shorter layout, about 1.5 miles, a sort of triangular layout with a chicane.
Yeah, it's much quicker circuit, I guess, this, isn't it, to wait for those venues?
Certainly it's quicker than Anglesey in terms of lap time. Anglesey's got one of the slowest average lap times in the country. Kirkstone's relatively quick because there's a couple of quick bends on it and some long straights.
Lots of corners to learn here nowadays.
Yeah, that's right.
2-minute lap just under. Leaders have gone through, gap 3.7 seconds, so it's staying around that. Interesting how it's gone differently to race 1. PR6s have entertained though. Doug Carter started to fall away, and that is because these two in front have got into the 54s now. And Alistair Smart did do that in race 1, but Stephen Larkham certainly did not. So his progress continues. So head down towards the Justin Wilson hairpin, which was renamed after Justin tragically lost his life a number of years ago now, but fondly remembered. Top driver in Formula Palmer Audi, wasn't he, in the late 1990s, before having a short-lived Formula 1 career, but then a much more successful career in the United States.
Yeah, and of course a particular affinity with Jonathan Palmer, who via MSV controls the Snetterton circuit. As we watch this battle rage on for third position here. Alistair Smart, number 73, the yellow and black PR6. It's the red car with the white livery on it of Stephen Larkham just behind him. They're turning their way through and back onto the Bentley Straight once again. 3.7 seconds the gap between the two leaders. Charles Hall and Leon Morel, they're nearly half a minute now ahead of Alistair Smart in third position, with Stephen Larkham only just behind him, of course, in fourth.
Morale sets the fastest lap, 1:51.34. Gap remains at 3 seconds between the top two. How far the rest behind now? Some way. Smart and Larkham and Carter. They blast across the line now. There, Charles Hall is heading sort of on the parallel straight down towards Agostini, some half a minute ahead. He's got a bit of traffic to deal with, and that is, I think, Dom Langdon down, who goes a lap down. The driver only started racing in his 60s, but decided to buy a Radical SR3 and enjoy himself. And he's getting quicker as time goes on in this 2013 car with a 1500cc Hayabusa engine prepared by RJ Motorsport. Bad for third, out of Palmer. Smart still ahead of Larkham, who dives to the inside. Alistair Smart brakes late and holds on. That was a first real effort we've seen, I think, for Steve Larkham to try and get himself onto the podium in this race with only a couple or 3 laps to go. And we did see or at least one of the earlier races sort of cut short by a few seconds. We may do again because we've got another race to go. And big moment for Larkham. We're getting towards curfew here at Snetterton. I think we'll be okay with one further race. That was a big moment here for Steve Larkham.
It was, and it's lost him quite a bit of time as a result of that. We've got 3 minutes left on the clock to go as Charles Hall goes across the line once again to start his 10th lap. And he now leads by 3.85 seconds over Leon Morel, who pulled out about 6/10 on that lap. Should tell you, for those of you watching on the live stream, the timing tower has frozen. A few technical difficulties there, so the gap between them is 3.85. 77 lead from 35 for Leon Morel in second, 73 Alistair Smart in third, 93 Stephen Larkham in fourth, Doug Carter number 5 is fifth, and 14 Kenzie Beecroft is sixth, and the third car in Class B is number 86 Stephen Bell, as we watch the car of that is Is that Leon Morel, isn't it? Yes, I was just confused by the back marker that's behind him.
It's Mark Grayson, who had the out-of-position start. Mark, who's 50 years of age, from London, been racing for 5 years, always in this championship, and nowadays racing this Radical SR3 RS with a 1500cc engine prepared by Valor Racing, who run a number of the cars in the category, including that man, Leon Morel, the 41-year-old carpet shop owner from Nottingham, who only started racing 3 years ago after success in radio control racing. There used to be a radio control racetrack just outside Snetterton here, didn't there? But I think that has changed more.
Cars team in F1000 as well.
Yeah, that'll be good dinner, I suspect, over there, won't it? The squad run by Scott and Ian and Sharon Mattel. So they will have something to celebrate and look forward to tomorrow with a couple more F1000 races. See if their drivers can pick up some more victories there as well. Looks like for Charles Hall, he's going to have another car to lap. Possible new plans for next season for the team as well, which may well include Charles. I'm not sure how official that is, so I wouldn't say anything more, but do keep an eye on news, and of course they've got S1000 cars as well, so it's a busy old team nowadays, isn't it? It's a team that came out of a father and son low-cost squad, 10 years ago?
Well, more than that, Scott was a champion in low-cost racing, and went on to race in RGB, which became Sports 1000 and Bike Sports as well. But here comes Charles Hall then in his final couple of corners now. He's through Coram for the final time, turns left out of Murray's, foot on the gas and heads up to the finish line, and he takes the checkered flag now to win once again in the 750 Motor Club Bike Sports Championship. Leon Morel over the line in second place, 3.39 seconds behind, so they both take class wins yet again, so they're still going to be pretty closely matched in the overall championship standings.
Did we see Larkham got past Smart on the last lap?
Well, we didn't see that. So obviously they've still got to come through, and they're right together, I can tell you, as they come through Coram. They're side by side. It's Larkham that's ahead at the moment, actually, as they come into Murray's for the final time. So we didn't see Larkham get through ahead of Alistair Smart. That was on lap 10 of the race. They're coming through to complete the 11th and final lap now, and it is going to be a podium finish for the Kirkstone regular. Stephen Larkham takes third place and second in Class A. Alistair Smart fourth and third in Class A. And Doug Carter is fifth in the end.
Yeah, it's impressive from Larkham. Sixth in race one. Big progress to get third into race two. So he'll be pleased with that. And like you say, Smart and Carter up next. Kenzie Beecroft and Steve Bell will be up next, and they will complete the podium within Class B behind Leon Morel. But not quite the race we had in the earlier one, but the battle behind was the more interest, wasn't it? The Radical PR6 is sort of made up for what we didn't get from the top two.
Yeah, absolutely right. So, yes, very different race up front, but nevertheless, an enjoyable 20 minutes of bike sports action. And they go off to Brands Hatch at the end of August for their next event, another double header. And they'll conclude their season at the end of October after quite a long gap, therefore, at the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. But let's have a look at the result of the race we've just seen. Charles Hall, number 77, the race winner at the end of 11 laps. He was 3.39 seconds ahead of number 35, Leon Morel. Third place went the way of number 93, Stephen Larkham. Fourth went to 73, which was Alistair Smart. In fifth, it was number 5, Doug Carter. Sixth and second in Class B behind Leon Morel was number 14, Kenzie Beecroft. Seventh and third in that class was number 86, Stephen Bell. Eighth, number 60, Andrew Gord. Ninth was 24, Ian Charles. And Richard Gilman rounded out the top 10. Mark Grayson was 11th. He did get a 10-second jump start penalty, but it didn't really make any difference. But he was still 11th in car number 30, ahead of Dominic Langton Down. And Philip Brown did get back out there, and he did set some competitive lap times towards the end into the 154s, and he finished in 13th position, but 3 laps down. So just one more race to come for you this evening here at Snetterton. That's for the 116 Sprint Trophy and the 120 Coupe Cup. But we'll be hearing from our successful bike sports drivers. Before that, I can see already the top 3 have made their way into Parc Ferme. Garlands and winner's cap have been handed out, so we'll hand down to Matt Suckling.
Thanks, Ian. Yep, down here with a race winner for a second time today, Charles Hall. You've done the business, this time a slightly bigger gap.
Yeah, it was a little less stressful, to be honest. We just went up a bit on the tyres and the car just came in instantly. So, yeah, it wasn't quite as eventful with Leon this race, but thank God. So, yeah, no, the car was just mega, watching the revs and just trying to sort of just pick my braking spots and enjoying it, because it's a cracking track and the weather's with us. And there's a headwind into turn 1, so no, I'm just contemplating, would I ever dream of doing it flat, because you're a little bit slower up the hill, but the aero one, and I just haven't, I can't do it, I can't bring myself to risk it. But no, looking after the car, mega, and yeah, look, where were we next? Brands, so looking forward to it.
Yeah, a few more races to come at Brands Hatch, but again, good points there, which again just kind of creeps you closer to Leon, but you're going to have to go some, aren't you, in the next few rounds to try and take the overall championship?
Yeah, this is what we're sort of like starting to look at now, and I know he's trying to push me like mad so I blow my engine. So so we've had a beer over it and he's been honest, so I'm like, right, okay, I need to knock a few revs off and think of the long game now.
Well, good stuff. It's a short circuit to Brands Hatch, so we'll see how you go there. Charles, well done today here at Snetterton. Good respect between the two drivers. Leon Morel finishing in second place, but another class win. You didn't quite live up to what you said in the first race, but any struggles there?
I can't help but be disappointed, and I know this sounds bad, but I shouldn't be, but I am disappointed. I was on a lap where I was 0.75 up, and I got parked coming under the bridge on like 2 laps from the end. Pleased, apparently I nicked your fastest lap, so that was good. But yeah, mega weekend, great organisation, mega circuit, great facilities, ace, not a lot else to say really. Car was mint, everything was good. I just didn't quite go as fast as I wanted to. So.
No, but things can change, can't they? And of course we go to a different circuit of Brands next time out, so short and tight and twisty, and I'm sure some good racing once again.
Yeah, I'm hoping the little hills slow this little 1000 down, because it's going a bit too fast at the moment. But 10 out of 10 to Charles. I mean, I drove behind him for the entire race. I didn't see him put a foot wrong. He hit everything. He did everything he should. He was metronomic with his consistency, but just not there. We'll get there.
Good stuff anyway, Leon. Well done on 2 class victories today, and good respect between the drivers as well, which is good to see. We'll just hop round here and have a quick chat with Stephen Larkin, who finished in 3rd place. Stephen, good improvement from race 1. I think it was 6th place up to 3rd.
Brilliant. I just got my head down, getting behind Doug and Alistair, and tried to get them. It was a good battle of Alistair towards the end there, but then we both went off, but I think I came out better out of it.
Yeah, we missed it on the cameras. Can you just describe what happened with that move on Alistair?
We both came on the bottom and start-finish straight. He went wide and I followed him wide. He went onto the grass and I managed to stay on the sort of not the grass. But we both got out and I got away and just put the head down and was happy.
And here you are with the podium, which is good.
Which wasn't expected at all, but no, happy. Very happy.
Good stuff. Well done, Stephen. Thank you very much for talking to us here for the final race of the Bike Sport Championship here at Snetterton today. We've got one more race to come, as Ian said, and that's going to be back with the 116 Sprint and the 120 Coupe Cup. So back upstairs for the final time today.
Yes, thank you, Matt. And the cars have already disappeared off the grid onto their green flag warming up lap for this 116 Sprint Series and 120 Coupe Cup. The grid for this is going to line up as follows, with on pole position the number 87 car of Louis Woodward, and besides him is going to be the number 1 car of Richard Lakey, and those were the 2 that finished 1 and 2 in the race that we had earlier on this afternoon. So 87 and 1 on the front row. Second row is going to have 57 and 173. That's Toby Partridge and Mac Priestwood. So Mac in the first of the 116s. Then third will be third row 80 and 151, as we just get the graphic onto screen now. So 80 Theo Millward taking over the car from Chris Bayliss for this race, and he'll have 151 Peter Keane beside him. Row 4 will be 187 and 89, 187 Andrew Haddon, and 89 Freddie Tatham. Row 5, 86 Pete Brand and 667 Tommy Fayhill. The 6th row, 5 will be Anthony Seddon, and 47 this time is Connor Anderson. On the 7th row, it's 2, 2, 1 and 50. That's Andy Bicknell and Liam Dresitz. On the next row, row 8, it's going to be 25 and 101. That's 25 is Ethan Hall and 101 Ben Wilshire, a bit further back on the screen now. The 9th row, 48 Daniel Scott and 1-1 and Antonio Almeida Souza. The 10th row is 19 Sandro Ballesteros, who was retirement from race 1, and 252 James Dunn. Then the 82 cart of Elliot Bridgman and 10 Lewis White and Turner. And then row 12, 232 and 320, that's Charles Smith and Simon Hopcroft Lopez. Last few rows, row 13 on the inside is going to be number 31 Sam Holman and 220 Neil Fox, 30 Harry Martin, 78 James Poole on row 14, and Will Abraham 209 at the back. Josh.
Yeah, so we had a somewhat eventful race 1, didn't we, with a red flag and some incidents. So let's hope this race runs a little bit smoother than that one, and we can look forward to one last race. And we've had a full complement of racing today, haven't we? We've busy qualifying this morning. This is the 11th race on the schedule, and we do it all again tomorrow, really. We have 11 further races tomorrow. We welcome a couple of 3 different categories. So racing will begin a bit earlier tomorrow, but then we have a similar thing to follow. But here now, Louis Woodward looking for win number 5 of the season in the 120 Coupe Cup. Steve Stoper, the only driver who has been able to beat him. And then he's a bit far forward, isn't he, Louis Woodward? Is that going to cause a problem? In the 116s, we've had wins for Jack Gordon, for Daniel Hans, for Will Abraham, and today for Mac Priestwood as well. So that's where sort of the interest came in race 1. We'll see what happens in race 2. Louis Woodward won by 2.6 seconds over Richard Lakey. Lakey was able to go with him for a couple of laps, but not for the duration. Again, with a big grid, a standing start, it takes a few moments just for the field to line up. And you see Andrew Haddon is back. He had damage in race 1 in the 187, the Louis Woodward 116 basically. And that is good to see. And how about for Sandro Ballesteros? That car may be there, I think. It may be there.
Yeah, the grid looks pretty full, doesn't it?
Yeah, so that's good.
So it looks like we've got the green flag now waved at the back. So we've got the 5-second board being shown for the final time today. The Sprint Trophy, the Coupe Cup, about to get underway. And the lights go out. Pretty even start from the 2 on the front. But again, it's Louis Woodward that I think is going to steal a march from Richard Lakey. Toby Partridge is trying to get up into second place as well as they head along the start and finish straight up towards Rich's for the first time. Matt Priestwood it is from Theo Millward, I think, in second place in the 116s as they filter their way through Rich's corner for the first time. And they head out of Rich's now up towards the Wilson hairpin. Very busy circuit up there, as you would expect on the first lap of a one-make race. But I think everyone's through for the moment. There's going 3 or even 4 abreast coming out of the hairpin towards the back of the field. Will Abraham in the 209 car is one of the drivers who's trying to come through the field, I think. He didn't get as far through in the first race as we thought he might. Up to 18th position he was in the end. See what he can do in race 2.
8 at the back there, which is one of the 120s, which is Lewis Tyndall, perhaps opted to start there. Not sure, but he's at the back now. He retired in race 1 as the pack come through the hairpin. The sun glints off the cars, making it difficult to identify them compared to earlier, but it's Louis Woodward who is up front, and you'll guess what, the 116s are still 3 abreast as they turn their way through the Oggies double apex right-hander. And battles galore there, really, isn't there? It has to be said. Jack Gordon is there, who wasn't on our grid sheet, but he's there starting from the back. I don't think he made the second qualifying session this morning. but has been able to take the start of the race.
Yes, it's, they have 2 back-to-back qualifying sessions, each 10 minutes long, to set the grids for the first and second races respectively for this particular competition.
Now it looks there, Ian, like Chris Bayliss has got himself into the lead of the 116s ahead of race 1 winner Matt Priestwood. That looks like that happened into the Essex.
It's Theo Millward in that car in this race, I think.
Yes.
In the number 80, but yes, he's made his way through. That's good. There you can see Jack Gordon's car just about at the front of the trot. Here is the 116 lead battle though, and the other car that's involved is 151 Peter Key and Freddie Tatham, not too far behind either, but it is Theo Millward that has the lead amongst the 116s at the moment. The overall lead is still with number 87 Louis Woodward, from number 1 Richard Lakey and number 57 Toby Partridge in third. And here is the 116 phalanx coming across the line now. Liam Brezic's car you can see there with the orange bonnet and roof amongst them. There's Matt Priestwood, our race 1 winner, going through, but he's second at the moment behind Millward.
Yeah, he couldn't have got much closer to Millward across the line. He was basically pushing him along, but he was unable to get through. So Theo Millward then into the lead on that opening lap. Side by side in all of this is Anthony Seddon and Rhys Jones as well, and Andy Bicknell and Liam Brasitt. So it's a huge battle going on there. Into Palmer, there's grass being kicked up, dust being kicked up on the inside of the corner, on the outside of the corner as well. One runs wide a bit further back, but they've all got through. Anthony Seddon at the front of this little group. Andy Bicknell, experienced racer in there, just behind. And he's got himself up ahead of Dan Scott. And then Tommy Fahill also making their way past Liam Brasitt. So he's the one that's lost out, I think, in the first part of this lap.
Yeah, certainly looks that way as the cars head through Oggies now and towards Williams. There is some damage on the front of Brasitz's car, I can see. I don't know if that's been there all day, but spotted that now. The left headlamp cover has broken.
If this is anything to go by what tomorrow's 116 trophy race is going to be like, it's going to be quite chaotic potentially.
It certainly will be. Usually they are very, very close, aren't they, for the first few minutes up until the early pit stops.
And then we get confused.
And then it gets very confusing because we have 2 mandatory pit stops to deal with that we're all taken at different times. But yeah, it should be good fun. As
it's out the window into Coram, a challenge for the 116 lead. So we'll probably pick up on that in a moment. Here they are, and well, this is because Richard Lakey's dropped back, isn't it? So he's caused some confusion. The BMW 120 Coupe that Woods running in second earlier on, that he's dropped right back into the 116 battle, perhaps with a mistake, and that's just caught a few of them out, I think, and that split the pack up a little bit. So Millward and Priestwood have got away, but behind is that Pete Brand that's made the most of it, and he's managed to move up ahead of Peter Keane and Andrew Haddon.
Yeah, so overall leader now is still Louis Woodward, number 87, with Toby Partridge, number 57, up second. Richard Lakey has got himself back up to third, with Theo Millward fourth in number 80, Matt Priestwood fifth 173, and Freddie Tatham sixth 89. That's the order on the timing screen at the end of lap 2. It's all a bit close down there, and off the road has gone Liam Brasitt, and also the 111 car of Antonio Almeida Souza well.
Got broken front left steering, or suspension even. He came into the corner way too hot, but had nowhere to go except for clatter into the side of the other car, and that is damage. That's a car off the road. That was 320, I think.
Simon Hopcroft Lopez, isn't it?
That was an interesting line. But yeah, so that's another damaged car, I think, that hopefully something that can be repaired for tomorrow. Not sure how the other car came out in all of that.
I think there he is. He continued, and he's behind Jack Godden now. Where's Jack Godden in the order? 21st he was at the end of lap 2. Will Abraham was 26th.
Yellow flag and the safety car again.
Yes. And I think it's because we've got a broken car in a dangerous position, so safety car heading out onto the circuit. as the cars are sort of halfway around lap 3 of this 15-minute race. So we'll see how much more racing time we do get here.
Yeah, I don't think they'll have the option to red flag it and restart this time with the curfew, will they?
No, not at all. So we'll see what can be done. Safety cars, they're waiting on the grid already. You can see Leo Woodward has seen the safety car boards and slowed down quite considerably.
Others maybe not seen it
Yes,
so much.
well, they've just passed yellow flags there quite clearly, and there's some more, as if you needed them. And that is the reason we've got it, is because that's rather beaten up now. Antonio Almeida Sousa car has come to a stop just on the edge of the circuit at the exit of Wilson. So if that can be dragged out of the way by something, that's probably the best bet. But what have we got? We're already halfway through this race in terms of time, and so we're going to have, you know, one lap behind the safety car is going to take 4 minutes plus, isn't it? So you at most get 2 laps behind the safety car, and then you get to 15 minutes.
I don't know how easy that car is going to be to move.
No, I wouldn't have that as well.
I wouldn't have said it's going to be any easier than the car in race 1, which took some time. So whether we get any more racing, I think, is a big question mark at this stage, which is a shame, because when the racing has been going, it's been pretty frantic, but perhaps a little bit too much, which I wouldn't be surprised at Drive for Briefing tomorrow for 116 trophy that's maybe brought up, just to calm everybody down. And there is Antonio Almeida Sousa looking on at his damage and thinking, well, that's going to be a lot of work tonight if I'm going to get out to race tomorrow. And the flatbed's already there, so work immediately ongoing to try and make it possible for a race restart. But how easy is this car going to be to drag onto the back of the flatbed?
Well, good work going on here by the recovery crew, but let's just take a moment and say thank you to all of the marshals for their support here at this 750 Motor Club event today at Snetterton. Many thanks to them for all of the hard work that they have done during the course of the day, and we'll look forward to their support again tomorrow. Reminder that the circuit is in use very often here at Snetterton. So next weekend it's MSVR who are back with racing here at Snetterton. Then 2 weeks time, well, guess what, 750 Motor Club are back again for another event. It's also going to be live streamed as well, so whether you can make it to Snetterton or you're watching on at home, you'll be able to watch some more 750 Motor Club action in 2 weeks from now. It's a completely different set of championships that we've got to look forward to.
Yeah, almost the full complement makes its way to Snetterton over a couple of meetings. Always a popular venue with the 750 Motor Club, I think. There seems to be quite a lot of members that live not too far away. So the grids are normally strong, as shown this weekend. So Club Enduro, for example, on that weekend. And Classic Stock Cat, which is always a favourite.
So they've done quite well to get that car on the flatbed already, haven't they? It's just a question of how quickly they can get the truck away from the scene into a position of safety, but still got a little bit of time to play with before the cars come around to the end of the lap. If the safety car slows up, we should be all right to get some more racing in.
There's the car that was damaged in race 1. It did get back out there for Sandro Ballesteros, who is running in 17th overall. So good to see the repair. So it shows you these cars can be fixed from a similar damage.
They're relatively robust, and of course they're inexpensive, relatively speaking, as well, which means that I suspect parts are readily available and relatively affordable to do running repairs as well during the course of the weekend. Quite a few teams run cars in the competition as well, in the series, as well as some privateers, so I'm sure there'll always be someone that is carrying the parts that you might need in the paddock and keen to get you back out. So safety car, I think the light's still on at the moment on the safety car, although it's difficult to tell, but it's heading through Brundle and Nelson.
It's got to come in this time if we're going to get any racing.
Yes, it has. And where's that going to go, that recovery truck? Is that going to head into the infield?
Where's there a gap in the barrier? Right there.
Right there. So we should be good to go, I would think then, that being the case. Yellow flags are still out at the moment. Safety car has got a wriggle on, which suggests it is going to be a restart this time, and we'll probably by the time they get round here, probably just time for one more lap of action. You could possibly, arguably, squeeze 2 out of this. Just depends how quickly Louis Woodward gets here, really.
Yeah, he's not getting on with it at this stage.
We might not get any more laps out of it at the speed he's going, to be absolutely honest with you. But the safety car's now pulled in. And is he going to go? Is he going to go? Is he going to go, Louis Woodward? With no great enthusiasm, I think by default he's going to get back round to the start and finish line.
I think we will only get one race.
It will only be one race now, because we're down to about 2 minutes 30. A lap time is 2:24, and it's going to be very touch and go, isn't it, as they come across the line? But I suggest probably just one more lap to go, although there is a history of very sort of narrow things going on with last lap boards and checkered flags and things in races here at Snetterton recently. Anyway, on to the final lap they go then.
Yeah, and Theo Millward left a big gap to the leaders. Louis Woodward seems to be defending from thin air. He's got a big gap, but he feels the need to defend anyway. Toby Partridge and Richard Lakey are battling over second. Gap. That's the gap that Theo Millward left. Don't think we've seen him win a race before, have we, Theo?
No, I don't think we have.
So can he do that today? He would become the 5th different winner in the 1:16 sprint races, which would be a pretty impressive feat. Battles all the way through the pack, but for Theo Millward, it's Matt Priestwood and Freddie Tatham who are chasing at this stage. And here they are, side by side, perhaps into the hairpin. And yes, they are, as Priestwood tries to come around the outside, up the curb. He can't quite make that stick, but it's one long line of 1:16s, just like it was at the start. Where do we watch? We watch the 120 or the 1:16s, because Toby Partridge, who I think is being supported by Steve Soper on the pit wall, he's chased by Richard Lakey as they come down into the Williams corner.
Yeah, and although it says on the timing tower and on the timing screens that it's a 1:16 for Richard Lakey, that's certainly a 1:20 car that he's racing. He's in 3rd place at the moment behind Toby Partridge and Louis Woodward. So they are heading down the Bentley Straight for what will be the final time in this race. They're quite a long way clear already, even though it was a sort of rolling restart ahead of the rest of them. That's a bit further back outside the top 20. Hopcroft Lopez and James Dunn doing battle there. Try and pick up what's going on as well for the 1:16 lead as well. But into Coram for the final time comes Louis Woodward, who's going to do the double in the 120 Coupe Cup today. 2nd place still up for grabs, though, I would suggest, with Richard Lakey pushing on to try and get back ahead of Toby Partridge. Meanwhile, I can see it is still Theo Millward ahead in the 1:16s from Matt Priestwood in 2nd, and Freddie Tatham in 3rd. Up to the line comes Louis Woodward to take the checker flag and win the 120 Coupe Cup for the 2nd time today from Toby Partridge and Richard Lakey. What's happening in the 1:16s?
Let's see. Has Millward held on? We await till they come. They're absolutely together, but I think Theo Millward's done it. Oh, there's all kind of stuff going on behind, but Theo Millward does take the victory in the 1:16s then by just 0.4 of a second over Matt Priestwood and Freddie Tatham behind.
Yeah, so Theo Millward getting his 1:16 maiden victory, as far as I can remember, by 0.4 of a second from Matt Priestwood. And of course, everyone, because there was only really one lap of racing there, all crossed the line more or less together. I think that's the last finisher having just gone through as well. So Louis Woodward getting the overall win in the 120 Coupe Cup win. Theo Millward 4th overall in the 1:16 win as well. And that brings to an end our day of racing here at Snetterton. We will run you through the results in just a tick before we go down to hear from winners. There we go. Louis Woodward, 5 laps completed, and in number 87 he beat number 57 Toby Partridge by 1.77 seconds. 3rd went the way of number 1 Richard Lakey. 4th went the way of number 80 Theo Millward, and he won the 1:16 part of the race. 5th to 1:73 Matt Priestwood, who won earlier on today. 6th was 89 Freddie Tatham, then 7th 151 Peter Keane, 8th 187 Andrew Haddon, 9th number 86 Pete Brandon, 10th was number 8 Lewis Tyndall from the back of the grid. Then it was Anthony Seddon, Reeve Jones, Andy Bicknell and Daniel Scott. Further down the order, Tommy Fairhill, Sandro Ballesteros, Liam Pressett's Ethan Hall and Jack Godden up to 19th. James Dunn rounding out the top 20. Will Abraham only made a handful of places to 24th. And yeah, I think we had just about 30 cars in the end. Yeah, 30th would have been Antonio Almeida Sousa had he not been involved in that incident which brought out the safety car. So that's brought to an end the day's racing. Don't forget, we're back here tomorrow morning, racing underway at 10:20 after qualifying from 9 o'clock. 12 races tomorrow with we'll also see new categories tomorrow from the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. The PD Extinguishers, Toyota MR2s. We'll see the 116s out again, but in their 90-minute endurance format tomorrow. So Josh Barrett and I will join you again tomorrow, but we're about to head down for the final time today to hear from Matt Suckling with the successful drivers from the 120s and the 116s that we have just seen. Thanks once again to all of the marshals, and not forgetting all of the other volunteer officials of the 750 Motor Club, everyone that plays such an important part in making this race meeting possible. Good to note that we pretty much got back on time again. But from Josh and I, it's good night. We'll leave you in the capable hands of Matt Suckling.
Yep, down here then for the final time with our race winner for a second time today, Louis Woodward. Well done. Another good race there for you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, really enjoyed that. The safety car obviously mixed things up. Had a bit of a gap and we have to do it all again. So it's a really good race.
Slowing things down towards the end there. Didn't want to kind of get to the final lap?
No, I just thought we'll mix things up and see how we get on and see if these guys could to bring it forward a little bit. But yeah, it was close. Right out the back, it got a little bit.
You had Toby there this time on your case for second place there, didn't you?
Yeah, no, it's good. We're all really evenly matched. It's very small, minute things because the cars are all so equal. So yeah, it's good.
I know you got to change things for tomorrow. You're back in the 116?
Back in the 116, yeah. Co-driving with Andrew Haddon, so friend of ours. So we'll see how we get on. But we got a 20-second penalty from the last round, so tall order, but we'll give it a good go.
Look forward to it. Louis, well done today. 2 wins for you. We're going to have a quick chat with Theo Millward, who finished as our 116 winner. Come on, Theo, come and join us down here. Another man having a quick chat with his competitors. First place there in the 116s. Is that your first race win in 116?
First win ever. I didn't believe it because of the safety car, and my team were giving like how much time to go. I thought there was another lap, so when I saw the checker flag, I didn't quite believe it. So, yeah, blown away, amazing. Team are doing a great job.
You had to work hard though, because Mac was right there once again.
He's super quick. Yeah, really, really quick. I was a bit cheeky on the safety car restart, so I backed him up a little bit. But no, it's amazing. Super stoked.
So now you broke the duck of that first win. A few more on the cards?
I hope so. Let's see what we can do.
Theo, well done.
Cheers, thank you.
There we go then, our top two within the classes, or race winners from the 120s and the 116s, which brings a close to the action here at Snetterton today. We can smell the barbecues in the background, so it means it's time for us to head off and have some dinner. But do join us back here tomorrow morning, nice and early, just after 10 o'clock, for what's going to be a very busy programme from the 750 Motor Club. We've got 12 races here tomorrow to look forward to on day 2 of the 750 Motor Club event. So do not miss it. Join us if you can here on Alpha Live. But from Ian Soman, from Josh Barrett, myself, Matt Suckling, and all the team from Alpha Live, thank you so much for your company on day 1. We hope you can join us here tomorrow for day 2.